shit. This is what happens when you stay up until 5 o'clock in the morning watching Brown Sugar and Deliver Us from Evil while braiding your hair with way too many goddamn plaits because you decided to do these shits way too small and then you wanted to make them joints go way past your ass. If you want to follow my journey on braiding my own hair because the middle is not damn done, you can follow me on my personal channel. I literally started this whole damn thing off, y'all, explained it to you that I was not talking to myself, that I was talking to people on my personal channel, but I was muted. So y'all didn't even catch the whole damn intro. I'm very sorry. What's up? I'm a little bit sleep deprived. Going off of 3 hours of sleep, but we here though. We here. All American is giving us the bare minimum, but we gonna show up because we are in the ends of times, baby. We are approaching the season in which we're going to be grieving the exit of some of our faves. It was announced today that Daniel will not be returning as a series regular, but I don't think that he's leaving altogether. He's definitely going to probably direct a bunch of episodes for season 7. I wouldn't be surprised if he makes a guest star appearance or something like that. Like, he said it's going to be goodbye to Spencer, but it's like goodbye to Spencer in this full-time capacity. I don't think that we are never going to see Spencer James again, especially as they're trying to launch these new people. But we're going to talk about all of that tonight. And I was going to put y'all on clock. I was going to give y'all an hour because, again, All American is testing my patience. Testing me. Still no sound? You can't hear me? Hold on. Y'all should be able to hear me. Y'all ain't hear none of that? Or am I reading old messages? You can hear? Okay. So did y'all get me doing a second intro, or do I gotta like do it again? Yes, y'all can switch over. All right, so for my personal channel, thank y'all for joining me. I'll see y'all tomorrow on another daily live. I'm so confused. You heard everything? Okay, I was reading old messages. Got it. Okay. All right, let me just finalize this because I was doing 2 things at once. Oh, talking about my hair. You heard? Okay, good. You heard me. Y'all. I'm not going to get y'all a clock tonight because we're coming up on the last 2 episodes of the season. We're in a really interesting happily ever after for all. Whether we set it up and make a great story to lead us there or not. Whether it's realistic and believable or not. Y'all just gonna take this happy ending because we said so. But even in the happy ending, we're gonna make sure Olivia gets as many call outs and as many moments of like spotlighting as possible. Because if y'all didn't know, back in season 3, we turned this into the Olivia Baker Show and we just never changed the name. Y'all are not that smart anyway, so it's not like it matters. That's what they gave me. I don't know what they gave y'all, but that's what they gave me. And I don't appreciate it, but you know what? Life's unfair. And you know what? This might just be one of those things. This really might just be one of those things. So we don't have no time limit tonight, even though I'm not going to be on here kicking with y'all too much about this bullshit. I don't really have a ton to say, which is why I'm going to open the floor hella early tonight. Because I'm just annoyed. I just... We're going to have to probably go bit by bit. Y'all going to have to ask me some questions or ask me specific thoughts and I could chime in because all I have is negativity to say and I hate that. Well, actually, no. There are a bunch of great moments, like very, very fleeting moments, child. Fleeting moments. Because when I tell you that Leila Keaton looked utterly amazing, Leila Keaton almost brought a goddamn tear to my eye. That damn 22 Baker stitched into Jordan's linen ass shirt almost brought a tear to my eye. Daniel getting a call that he got drafted, but Daniel specifically, that performance and all of the facial expressions almost brought a tear to my eye. Those fleeting moments were amazing, but they were very minute seconds, quick glimpses, and then we were back into the damn dumpster, and the dumpster was on fire. Terrible, nasty work, diabolical, if you will. Drop y'all's ratings on a scale of 1 to 10. I also am in the Discord now. So if you want to come in and start the queue, then join the live chat waiting room, and I will bring you in to be able to sound off and share your thoughts as we unpack this episode, y'all. It's almost over. That's the highlight of this, is that it's almost over. For me, at least. While y'all are dropping y'all's ratings on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm going to go through and shout everybody out. Hey, Mac. Mac was the first one up in here, it seems. Hey, Dominic. Shout out to our moderator. Dominic, you be holding me down each week. I appreciate you. Hey, Just Danielle. Hey, Angela. It's two Angelas. So it's Angela and then it's Angela Chrissy. Hey, Jasmine. Hey, Adriana. Hey, Bucket with your girl. Hey, TV show clips. Hey, Nancy. Hey, Micah. Hey, Briscoe. Shout out to the members. Alana. I know Shari P gonna be in here. Mrs. Science is in here. Keisha's in here. Erica James is up in here. Kimberly Felder is up in here. I know that Money Green Tay gonna be in here. Kofi gonna probably pop in here, even though he might be annoyed with me. Because earlier on the members only live, I told him, okay, Kofi, we get it. You loved it. We get it. But Kofi know I love him down. Yep, there goes Shari P right there. Hey, boo. Hey, Rainy Day Studios. Hey, Saxon. Hey, Elise. Hey, Little Lawrence Report. I'm interested to hear what you got to say, because, child, I already got 2 men telling me that they just absolutely love the episode. So I need the Lawrence Report to let me know what you thinking. How you feeling? Hey, Michaela. One of those two. I'm sorry. Hey, Brittany. You give it a 5. Alexandra gives it a 6. They treated us like we slow. They treated us like we slow. Okay. Treated us like we slow. Hey, Money Green Tay. Alana gave it a 7.4. Okay, Alana. Hey, Aaron. Welcome in, boo. You give it a 6. Angela Chrissy gives it a 6.5. Saxon gives it a 7. Jessica gives it an 8. Kimberly Felder gives it a 6. Shari P gave it an 8. Okay, Shari, you're going to have to tell me what you saw, babes. Sabri Singh, hey, boo, welcome in. Gave it a 4. Adriana gave it a 9. A 9? Drake? Nancy gave it an 8 just because it's Olivia, child. You know what, Nancy? You need to rally all your brethren, all your Spolivia brethren, and you need to have a town hall meeting. Y'all need to get that damn Reddit taken down, even though I never read it, but apparently y'all read NK for Filth. She gave y'all exactly what the hell y'all wanted, so all y'all need to stop dragging. Not that you doing it, Nancy, but your brethren, in reference to the Spolivia super stands. It take one of you to go talk to the super crazy ones, right? Because you get it a little bit. Like, you might not be crazy like them, but you get it. So you gotta go talk to them and tell them to stop dragging NK, because she literally decided to say, forget all of what will make sense. I'm going to give these Spolivians what they want. She did that. So y'all can stop calling her out her name, dropping F-bombs all over the internet. Like, get that lady her 10s, because that's what y'all wanted, and y'all getting it. Y'all about to get a whole wedding episode, and they might give y'all some kids in episode 15, because they're not going to spend the next 2 episodes hard launching a new cast, which we need to get to know. We're going to sign up and come into season 7. No, they're going to spend the next 2 episodes giving us a Spolivia wedding and a Spolivia birth. So all the Spolivians need to be at peace. Y'all need to have no more aggression, no more issue, no more beef, no more harassing people. You literally got what you wanted. This is the end. Daniel was leaving, and they're right where y'all wanted them to be. Congratulations. Y'all played yourself. But you got what you wanted. I'm just saying. Micah said Greta was gorgeous, period. Max says the Simone erasure from canon has been insane. The entire revisionist history has been insane. Well, we're going to unpack it tonight. We are definitely going to unpack it tonight, okay? Makia gave it a 5 out of 10. Angela gave it a 4. Micah gave it a 5. Erica James gave it a 6. You gave it a 6, even with Leila looking how she was looking. Child, I thought you would have gave it a 10 simply for, like, Leila just looks incredible. And not just for the wedding, even the like first scene where she was like really nervous and she felt like she's starting to feel a little bit of budding anxiety because Billy's not there, her mom's not there. She looked even like ethereally beautiful just in that simple don't look at me moment when they're back to back. And I'm like, ugh, I don't want this relationship to happen, but they do look really good together. And she always looks good alone, but she like looked amazing this entire episode. I think that's everybody. Did I get all the ratings? Money Green Take gave it a 3.5 because of the draft and Spencer's performance. That draft was not given info. Makia says anything above a 6 is unreasonable. AA had 1 to 5 span 3 years, and season 6 was what was the time span? Yeah, they jumped. Christina says they gave it a 7. Matt gave it a 5. Bucket with your girl, not a 20. On a scale of 1 to 10, now you breaking the rules for this travesty, and I don't know how I feel about that. Keisha gave it a 5. Elise gave it a 10. Aaron M gave it a 6. Alana gave it a 7.4. Ciao. We all over the damn place. We are not in agreement, I see. So where y'all want to start? I see the launch report. I got you. Give me 1 second. Where y'all want to start tonight? At least Spencer made it to the league. He was always going to make it to the league. Brittany says, just a mess. Mama Baker gave Leila a gift, but didn't give Simone anything. I was beyond hot. Colorist at its finest. That's hilarious. We leave it with Sam and Daniel. I just need Sam to exit and I will be done with the show. I was looking. I ain't see not a statement for Sam. Linus blew it for you. But why did Linus blow it for you? I don't think that he actually looked good this episode. I think that Daniel did a great job with the performances, but the storyline that they gave him was so rushed and so ridiculous. Like, I didn't buy it. I didn't buy most of it. Like, I bought the first part of it, but then after that, I was just like, all right, we just here for y'all to just say some shit. Got it. So it's not even like, to me, oh, you working on your final report for school? Okay, Kofi, get that work in. Come on. So for me, Erica, you should be excited because Linus did not actually look how he should be looking as we exit the series, or as his character exits the series. All of it gave fraudulent. They really had Spencer pull a Colin Kaepernick to be the reason why he ain't get drafted in the first round. I actually really liked it. Kofi gave it a 9. I really liked that particular storyline. I liked that being a reason. I didn't expect that to be the reason, so I was pleasantly surprised when that was the reason. This is the first time that Laura even acknowledged their engagement in 12 episodes. Listen, yeah, the Discord is open, Kofi. I'm just trying to read some of the chat before I started off. Lots of sentimental moments that tugged at my heartstrings. Other moments either fell flat or just completely unnecessary and the pacing fell off. That is exactly right. Exactly right. I already told y'all the 3 very sentimental moments that almost brought me to tears. But everything else, y'all could keep it. GW started dating Laura's mom 5 episodes ago, I believe. Bucket with your girl says, I'm afraid for A homecoming. We should have been afraid. Be very afraid. Okay. I'm getting to you now. I want to make sure I got the audio right. Hey, launch report. Hi, how are you? Come on, I'm splendid. I'm hanging in there. I'm a little sleep deprived, but I feel really good. Aw, thank you. Come on, an absolute 10. Not an absolute 10. Hold on, they can't hear you. 1 second. Okay, they should be able to hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah, we got the happy ending that everybody's been waiting for. I said this earlier today. We got a happy ending everybody's been waiting for. The only sad part, which I'm not that sad. Daniel's leaving the show. I mean, he carried this entire thing on his back, the franchise, and we even got a spinoff. He carried the CW for years. I had no complaints. You know what I'm saying? This was the perfect ending for me. Like I don't even know if I'm gonna watch season 7. I have to see a trailer, see what's gonna be about. I already know they're probably casting Dion a little biracial live for him. Um, but yeah, this was perfect for me. This was everything I needed. I got no complaints about this episode right here.
So the part y'all missed is that the Lawrence report wished me a happy birthday and said he's giving it a 10.
Wait, they can't hear me? They still
They
can't
can
hear
hear
me?
you now. Like it was when you
Oh,
first started talking, they couldn't hear you. Then I patched you in.
gotcha. Okay.
Okay, so
What's wrong, Erica? What's wrong? I mean, we got the Jordala wedding. Spencer getting drafted. The brother got down on
so
one
does it not
knee.
matter how the things happen? Because for me, if this was the case, they could have drafted him in episode 1 of the season. For you to not like for them to just not have strong storytelling, they just throw all of this shit, like everything in the
Uh
kitchen
huh.
sink, and just make it happen because they say so without any clear, engaging storytelling, which I believe that we're old. It's not like they didn't start the series off with it. Like they're literally ending the series as a completely different show. And you actually have particular plot points that would be great that you could do what you did in previous seasons really well, and you opted not to, and then you immediately rush. Like how many episodes did we get this season where it was a bunch of bullshit and they could have built up so much of the stuff that they are now paying off. Like Olivia's a best-selling author from a fucking children's book in 10 months. She got a
That's wild.
television
Yeah.
deal off of a children's book. Kennedy Ryan just got one of the books in her trilogy
Yeah.
sold to
Shout out to
Peacock
Kennedy
that she's
Ryan.
making. But this lady been writing for 15 years. Adult books. Olivia just wrote a children's book, like a freaking ebook basically that she printed out herself. And y'all telling me
Yeah.
that she's now getting a television show after 10 months and a little kid is there with a plushie of Billy Baker to get her to sign and not Spencer like y'all got to be kidding me. I'm not against them having happy endings, but none of them feel earned. None of them. Which to me, it's neither here nor there that we got it. It's not a happy ending. The series will forever be for me an open loop. Unless I try to forcefully close it myself, which I was talking to some people in the DMs and I'm like, I'm going to pretend like after season 2, nothing else exists. And I'm just going to watch seasons 1 and 2 on a loop.
Mm. Mm.
Because while people did get happy endings, again, they
Uh.
just did not work for them. The writers didn't work for them. We didn't see the characters go through things that they need to go through. We're watching Olivia Baker be rewarded with everything, and she has consistently been rewarded after having little to no goddamn change. She literally makes a statement in this episode where she says, I know something about good trouble. Ma'am, you know something about terrible trouble. You're not a civil rights leader. Stop it.
You're
Stop it.
not John Lewis, Liv.
You're not. And y'all are not about to piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. And that's what it gave.
Uh huh.
Like
Right.
the only thing I will say is like the
Okay.
wedding. I can get with the wedding. Like the optics
Mm-hmm.
of it, how Jordan has come around towards the end of the season. I feel like it could have been way more work there, but I will get on board. But you don't get the Jordala wedding and a Olivia proposal, and Olivia's a best-selling goddamn author and damn near celebrity, and Spencer's MVP of a Super Bowl that still look like arena football. They damn jersey. We come in at the fourth quarter and their jerseys is crisp as fuck. Like y'all don't get to just say all of that. Like you get like in storytelling, in narrative, in television, some of the stuff we do gotta suspend our disbelief. But I ain't suspending all of that shit. I'm not gonna completely just sit my mind aside to watch this damn show. I'm sorry.
No. I mean, I understand what you're saying. I mean, shout out to Kennedy Ryan before I let it go. Um, Yeah, I was surprised when they said the whole live a best-selling author thing. I was like, wow, because I'm like, didn't this last episode she had a book event and nobody
A
showed up?
children's
But
book.
yeah, a children's book,
You sold
and
a TV show off of a children's book, and your name ain't Taraji P. Henson, and you ain't already been in the damn business for 20 years?
they said she the next Tamron Hall. That's all I know. That's all. Y'all watch
Tamron
Tamron Hall
Hall
every
been
day?
working for 23 years. What are we
I
talking
know.
about?
I know. They
Like,
just gave
I do
they
not
just gave it to
care.
live.
I
They
don't
gave it to
care.
live on a platter.
They give everything to her on a platter. Everything. And when I
Yeah.
tell you I don't want to hear a goddamn thing from a Spalivian, don't tell me shit. I'm going to sit over here and stew. Y'all got what y'all wanted, and I don't have to like it.
Oh, the sweet Spalivians. Oh man. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, that's
I
all
mean,
my
I mean,
problems, and I think I got very valid counterpoints. I don't think I gave any
I mean,
frivolous counterpoint.
yeah, yeah. I mean, you're right. Some of it's definitely not realistic. Spencer is extremely rare for a rookie to become an MVP and win a championship. I think the only person that may have done something similar to that was, I think, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, or either Kareem or Magic. I think one of them ended up winning the MVP their rookie year, but not a championship. So I can understand with that part right there. When it comes to Olivia becoming a best-selling author and Spencer, becoming a MVP. If you give him championship, cool, but an MVP, yeah, it's kind of difficult, especially being a rookie.
Hey Mac, welcome in. Let me go ahead and patch Micah and Kofi. I gotta get you. I know you studying, so come back in so I can put you in real quick. Um, Kofi, Micah, Mac, and the Lawrence Report are currently on the call. I mean, I don't watch the NFL, so I don't know how likely it is. I feel like the NBA is a little bit easier for a rookie to come in and stand
Yeah.
out because we've had LeBron James. We've had, well, Kobe didn't do all of like what LeBron did his very first season. Like LeBron, I remember hating LeBron so bad because of the way he was marketed as the goddamn savior for the NBA. I feel like the NBA is a lot easier for a rookie to come in and make a difference versus Spencer to come in and fucking rookie Super Bowl with these clean ass like, you know what? Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
Why? Yeah, they definitely was giving XFL jerseys. You know what I'm saying? That's the vibe it was with. But I look past it. You know what I'm saying?
But see, now you asking me to look past too much. They actually look past like 17 things this episode just to get the happy
Yeah,
ending. And if I gotta do that, I don't want it.
I feel that.
What's up, E?
Hey, Kofi.
Hey, just putting out my demo reel together. Tomorrow's my last class, and a week from tomorrow, I walk across that stage. So
Come
it's gonna
on.
be fun.
Okay,
Yeah,
Kofi, what's the real about in sports? Is that what it is?
yeah. It's all the
Broadcast.
stuff it's all my best work that I've done in the past year and a half. So I'm putting it together. It's like something you use to get a job. So
Oh, Kofi, you know I work in broadcasting, right?
oh,
Wait,
word,
so
you do
on July 2nd, Kofi?
July 3rd.
July 3rd, you graduate?
Yep.
You gotta send this reel out, Kofi, to all the news directors, baby.
I'm gonna do that stuff. That's the plan. God willing, this works out. So let me
I
talk
got
about
you.
this episode.
Yep.
You know what? I gave it a 9. I felt like the writers owed me for that BS that they did last week for Spencer not to get drafted, and I needed a good concrete reason why, and that leaked video or recording, I think is plausible. My only complaint is I wish we would have gotten a follow up to that before we fast forwarded to him getting drafted. Like, are we ever gonna circle back to that? That's one thing I really wanted to know. Who had it out for him so bad that they decided to leak that? That's one thing that I wish it would have dived into, but that's neither
Same.
here or there. Yeah.
Well, if I
Same.
know
Real
All
quick, let's
American,
let's
that's
sit
never
here
gonna
real
get
quick,
back up.
Kofi. Hold on one second, real quick. Spencer not getting drafted. That is probably the I was really excited by the episode once I saw that was the reason, and that's where they started at. I thought that was a very great choice that I did not think about, and I have been trying to think about all of the reasons that could possibly happen, and I felt like this was really great because it tied into who Spencer used to be and like the roots of who he is. Somebody needs to mute. Hold on. Somebody needs to mute. If you're not speaking, mute for me. 'Cause I'm getting a little bit of feedback. But it sucks because they don't give us any. They don't tell us who did it. They don't let us know if Eric is even still around. Spencer Spaz is on him, and I'm like, but also I think that he did what he should have done because it wouldn't have helped you anything anyway to know that they were gunning for you. But I also would have loved for them to actually explore that. And the one issue I had about that whole setup is why did you have at the end Coach Mr. Montez being the one to do it, and then you also have them win and he's still not there. Like, I get the trying to like tie Coach and Mr. Montez in there, but then we don't get a visual from him. So now he's not at a Super Bowl game where he's coaching, and he's also not at a national college championship that he's coaching. Those are my thoughts around it. What are y'all's thoughts around it specifically that? Spencer not getting drafted to him getting drafted.
If you recall, this is a wild theory I'm going to put out there. You remember in the last episode when that dude who Spencer was talking to and his agent was like, "Yo, don't talk to this dude right here at the combine, whatever." It's obvious that there was somebody in the room recording Spencer when he was just talking up with the boys, and they passed that tape along to one of the GMs, and one of the GMs was like, "Oh, he's trying to shut down the Good Old Boys Network. We can't let it happen. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna make an example out of him." That's just my theory that it could have been that dude, or it could have possibly been somebody else.
I mean, I think that it could have been a dude that took his spot as the #1 draft pick for the wide receivers, but they still needed to confirm that. They gave us the flashback of him saying it. They should have gave us a flashback to us seeing him, because I don't even remember him being in the room.
Right. See, that's why I'm trying to remember if he was in the room. I can't remember.
I can't place him. He was there for the signing of the stuff for like draft week, but in the actual combine, we never saw his face.
I mean, that's just a wild theory that I was thinking about, but it really could have been like any of those dudes, you know what I'm saying, who basically were jealous of Spencer.
Of course. But again, they need to give us more definitives if y'all are into some shit. Micah, Kofi, what's your thoughts on it?
Yeah, immediately when the episode started and they said what they said about the speech and everything, immediately I thought Colin Kaepernick. That's the first name that came to mind when they did it. But my thing was, what Colin Kaepernick did and what Spencer was doing, it's not on the same level that I think was a valid enough reason to give that Spencer went from a top 5 pick to second or third round. I don't know which round he got picked in. But I didn't think that was a good enough reason for it, because if you're trying to make it seem like he did what Colin Kaepernick did, Colin Kaepernick outright kneels. He went out on the field, kneeled during the anthem. He did it. Spencer was just talking. He was just talking with his friends in the moment. And yes, I get like the NFL is a business and they don't want anybody to like come in and try to take over their business or ruin what they have established for years. But at the same time, I just don't think the reason they gave was valid enough. And then, I don't know, I love the scene of him like getting drafted. It was great to see his hard work paid off. But it being Montez, I felt like it almost gave like, well, he knows kind of, and so it's almost like a handout or it wasn't like, it's not like, because I already know you and I probably know your family, know your friends. It's almost like it's not fair in a way. I feel like in the way that they did it.
Yeah. Mac, Kobe.
I think that's a plausible reason. Yeah, like Micah, I immediately went to my boy Colin Kaepernick. That's the one thing that really stuck out to me in this, and justice for my boy Cap. So I will never forget. As long as I do sports, I'm gonna forever bring up that brother's name because he got screwed. But anyway, going back to this, like Montez being the coach, that was an interesting choice considering what happened to Mr. Montez. So I don't know why they decided to go that route, but you know what? I don't have an issue with it because my boy got drafted. And, you know, Spencer's story is probably going to end after the end of this season. So for me, it wasn't really that big of a deal.
Man,
All American is going out sad, at least for me. Because like, I'm looking at, like, I was looking at this episode as a whole, and, like, we're talking about, like, Spencer's, like, the leaked tape thing. when it comes to the writing in All American, that's never going to get picked back up again because we had what, like a 10-month time jump going into the Super Bowl. Spencer won Rookie of the Year. He won MVP. They won Super Bowl his first season. That I'm pretty sure they're never going to circle back to that, and it's just going to be like another unnecessary hurdle that Spencer had to jump over in order to finally get to his dream. Because like Spencer, since season 1, this man has not been able to catch a break. He's not allowed. He's not allowed. Like,
Yep.
maybe Daniel. I honestly feel like Daniel left because can you imagine if we went into a season 7 and he's still a series regular and they're like, oh, he blew his knee out. We're gonna have to bring him back to Crenshaw and he has to mentor Dion or something. Can you imagine how terrible that would have been?
I feel like he's leaving for the same reasons that Tay left, but Tay had a little bit more coming into it. They all signed 6-year deals. So Tay probably didn't have to sign a 6-year deal because he came into the show as Tay Diggs, right? But the rest of them, we didn't know them. So I think that Daniel was leaving for a similar reason as Tay. And while they gave him stuff to do, like he had a couple moments this episode where he was able to like, show his acting chops. It got down to the point where he wasn't even expanding or growing. Like we hit a wall with him because they were just so fixated on the story not actually being about him anymore and servicing Olivia. So I would not be surprised if between the toxic ass fans that won't stop trying to put me with my co-star who I don't want to date, but she might be a very nice girl, and these damn writers who are giving me little to nothing to work with, I'm only here for the directing opportunities. You know what? Let me just direct.
Speaking of Olivia, I've had enough of Olivia. How is it okay that she is just milking her dad for all that he's worth? We got a children's book. We have a book series. We have now a TV show in development. Leave my man alone. Like, how much revisionist history for Billy are we gonna give? Like, it's crazy.
It's revisionist history for every goddamn body at this point.
I don't pay attention. I just anytime they bring up Olivia and successful, I just ignore it. I move on. I close my ears off. I don't believe it. I don't care. I don't believe it. Y'all want her to be this successful, talented person with no work. I'm not believing it. I don't care. I don't believe it. To this day,
I hate to say it. Olivia was at her best when she was relapsing. I'm sorry. That's when like her writing was the best. Like none of this like all the writing stuff, like sure, the writing stuff was cool at first, the podcast was cool, but man, Sam's acting was at its best when they gave her like elite good material to work with.
Elite. I was trying to hold it and wait, but now that we're closing up on the end, you are 100% right. 100% right.
Like in my opinion, All American as a show peaked at Olivia's relapse. That's where I think it ended, in my opinion, writing wise. Because immediately after that, you have like the Tamika Pratt storyline, which if you're watching week to week, that went on way too long. Like it was good in concept, but man, did that drag too long on a week to week. Terrible execution. Like I get what they were going for, but it became like all consuming. And then after that arc, like the show doesn't know what it wants to be anymore at that point. It loses its identity. It completely falls away from being about Spencer. And it like what you said, Erica, it just becomes Olivia's show at the end of the day. And everybody else is just like window dressing for
and the craziest part about them even shifting it to being Olivia's show, you also strip her of all the things that make her the most likable and the most interesting. So you then center a show around the person who's the least likable and not interesting at all.
Wow.
Yeah, she went from underdog to top dog, and nobody liked her.
Welcome to Full
But she
Line.
wasn't. Kofi, mute.
All right, my fault.
You good?
I'm trying to multi.
I'm like, what is playing? But the crazy thing is, I don't want to make the correlation between her being top dog automatically meant that she was being hated. It was because they used her as top dog to now shit on everybody else. So we didn't even get to enjoy her winning and like getting past the relapse and like getting to a healthy space, because they then didn't allow the character to be accountable for anything else, because I guess her being on drugs and then kicking it was enough. But Spencer has to like deal with 16 different
Yeah.
ailments and or struggles each season. And Olivia gets
Like,
that one
even
over the
with,
course of 2 seasons, and now that she's had enough, she gets the win moving on.
even in this episode, Spencer said something about Olivia being like the light that holds everybody together, and that's the problem.
She's the
That's
bomb.
really the
She
problem with
I
it.
don't even remember the words, but I said it on the live reactions. He called her something, and I gave the exact opposite, because that the language is so ridiculous. The revisionist history is so ridiculous, because Olivia is the one thing, the person since season 4. She's now has every answers for everybody's problems, everybody's issues. She can solve it, and only she can solve it. Not only can she solve everybody's problem, but she's the only one who can hold everybody goddamn accountable. Meanwhile, she's actively terrorizing everybody. And it was interesting because Laura in this episode, she's like, I don't, Lucas, whatever that damn man's name is, he don't have to come. Like, I don't want to take any of the shine off of Jordan. I don't want to put anybody in an uncomfortable position. I said, okay, Laura, where the hell was this at when you were raising these kids? Because they don't have it.
Mm.
Liv sat there, and I know that she's like thinking about her, but like the fact that you can't even fathom your mama putting her feelings aside for this one day because it's not about her is telling. And y'all not even trying to show us that. And it's so clear, because she's been like, the way that y'all have prioritized her as a character in the worst ways, it still comes out and unconsciously. She could not fathom Laura coming to this wedding without this man. Because, girl, this is your man. Like, girl, go for it. What do you mean you don't want to take any attention off of Jordan in his day? What do you mean? That's how real normal people love each other. Girl, what are you talking about?
So
I
when
watched
you
it.
so I was gonna say, so when do y'all feel like Olivia completely took over All American? Do you think she took it
The
over
Season 3.
season? I was about to say season 3.
when
Season
she
3.
the video stole it from her mom, did that whole thing. That's where, that's what she did.
Oh my god, yeah, because then after that whole video leaks and everything with that, Spencer and Olivia essentially become like these icons in the public. Like, they're known all over the world. You mean to tell me that Olivia Baker and Spencer James are so important in the world that when they go to Brixton in that backdoor pilot, Damon is just like, oh yeah, I saw you guys on the news. You guys are really making a difference. What difference? What are they doing? They didn't do anything. What is Olivia doing that's changing the world? Her podcast that gets like 40 views? What's she doing?
And
I don't.
the shift happens at that moment with the body cam footage specifically, because that's where she hard launches her pedestalization of herself. That's where we no longer have her actually reconsidering any of her desires, any of her actions. She don't reflect. She's right. Everybody else is wrong. If y'all asses don't see it, then you're the problem.
Yep. That's where the shift happens. It happens in season 3, but that's where it was clear as day. You could see the shift from Spencer to Olivia in terms of All American as a story.
Tell you what, that shift hurt my soul. I watched it. I watched it happen live. I saw it go from Spencer and grappling with his injury to then immediately hard pivoting into being about Olivia, and the whole show being about her and her journey. And it just like, why? Like, I'm sorry.
Trust me, Mac.
don't
I
think
feel you.
Olivia
I
is-
was lit up about it. I lost hundreds of subscribers. I started to be harassed, sent death threats and essay threats because I was clocking it in real time as it was happening. And looking back,
oh my.
2 years
Yep.
later, Erica's ass was right.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, yup.
Honestly,
That's
yeah.
facts.
Watched the episode and I was just smiling the whole time. I just said, beautiful gowns, beautiful, beautiful gowns everywhere. Leila was beautiful. I actually liked the wedding. I'm I liked the wedding. I liked Jordan and Leila. They were cute. They were cute.
I think that they could have played it up more. I like the wedding, but they could have played it up more because that was not a venue. Like, and I said this on my members only live. California is pretty, y'all. Like, I be live on my personal channel walking cold, and people are like, oh my God, look at the sunset. Oh my God, that looks so cool. And I'm like walking in a regular ass park that I walk in all the damn time. So for me, if y'all are trying to make this goddamn, oh, this venue is available in a month and it's the most gorgeous venue ever and it's utterly amazing, that wedding needed to be bigger. And if y'all give me bigger for Olivia, I'm throwing the fucking TV. No, I'm not gonna break my own shit. I'm going up to the WB, actually. I'm going up to the fucking WB again for a final time.
You know NK's gonna do it. They're gonna, like, Olivia's wedding is gonna be the royal wedding part 2. Like, it's going, they're gonna go all out. They're gonna do
you
it.
know
Like,
they're getting the production value.
The episode titles for 14 and 15 are I Do Part 1 and I Do Part 2. It's the whole
Stop
2 episodes.
lying.
No, I'm serious.
So they gave Jordala this basic ass California wedding because while it was beautiful, it was basic California beautiful. It was very small. The goddamn reception, I could have threw that shit. I ain't even gonna hold you. And then while we're doing the damn officiating, Spencer James, and y'all rewriting the whole goddamn history of the show, we're also interjecting goofy ass points that point to the indirect toxicity of it all. Olivia, shut your ass up. You don't get to say shit here. What are you talking about? Well, actually, y'all all fucking on each other. You should not be here.
All American, they do this so many times. And it's not funny. They did it in episode 20 of season 4 with Leila when she kissed Jordan, where they say all the things. It's like they go on Twitter, they go on our social media, take everything that we talk about, and then put it in the show, and think that doesn't make it better. Just because you say it doesn't make it better. It's still a problem. They like the wedding. Leila looked good. Jordan looked good. The wedding was anticlimactic at best. Like
they turned it into a punch line. Y'all didn't even save these little stupid ass anecdotes for the reception. Y'all, they up here about to say I do. Spencer got a 14th Martin Luther Spencer fucking speech of the episode because he gave 62 of them hoes. Olivia's chiming in, Asher's chiming in, and they haven't even said I do yet. Y'all want me to take this goofy ass marriage seriously?
Like, actually, they had Jordan. Leila said, "I'm missing my mother," and Jordan said, "Spencer, come officiate," because that's what she needs. Her ex in her face on her wedding day because she misses her mother. I couldn't believe it. Like, I thought they were gonna make it be like, oh well, the pastor canceled, so Spencer had to step in. That was the most ridiculous reason to have Spencer up there, just so Spencer could be at the center of it all.
And go back to himself of like, you know what, things ain't, and sometimes they don't work out, but it'll still be okay because I need to pick me up because I'm freaking attached to the bitch that's always going to win and I'm always going to lose. So I'm going to take this moment at your goddamn wedding, Leila, after I already done dragged your ass through the mud and you had to heal from this to make sure I give a nod to my goddamn self and how I'm going to be all right. Writers, stop. Please stop it.
Another thing about that wedding.
They had the whole everybody in the reception's phone go off. It was so, I was like, no, y'all could have waited till after. Y'all, they were wrong for that.
Yeah, they definitely ruined Asher moment for sure.
I mean,
Asher don't get no more moments. I'm sorry, Kofi. I want you to tell me what you think in reference to the whole, you're saying that his moment was ruined, but Asher doesn't need no more moments. He done had 80 of them hoes. On a show about a black man, the white man has had the most moments. He don't need no more moments. But what were you saying? What was the moment that they ruined for Asher?
Well, I think Asher was getting ready to do his speech. All of a sudden, bam. This is Coach Montez. You may want to pick it up, Spencer.
All of them. The whole damn vortex needed to shut the hell up. So I'm not mad at it.
That speech was gonna be cheeks anyway.
Asher made the speech about himself. He made the speech about himself, so it was just whatever.
They played in this damn wedding's face. The wedding looked amazing, but they turned it into a goddamn joke.
I'll say this: exactly. The wedding itself was shot well It looked really good. But here's my thing. What's the most important thing about a wedding? You know, when like before you say your I do's, what's like the most important thing that happens between
Their
a husband
vows.
and a
The
Where's the
vows.
vows? If you mean
Spencer
to
said it
tell
for
me you mean to tell me that this relationship has become so important? It's become like one of the most the whole show at this point has just become Spencer and Olivia and Jordan and Layla's relationships. That
Oh
is
yeah.
essentially
Oh
the
yeah.
whole show at this point. You mean
Without a
to
doubt.
tell me you mean to tell me you can't even give them vows? I get that their relationship has been rewritten as hell to make it seem like that they've been in love since middle school, but you can't even
Layla
make
was on
vows?
Jordan's vision board in middle school.
Where's
crazy.
Jordan ain't even with a vision board. Jordan don't even have no vision. He has no goals. He has no dreams. And you mean to tell me he put Layla's pretty ass up on a vision board back in 7th grade and then proceeded to allow Asher to drag his nuts across her forehead left and right while she was fighting for her life in that relationship? Then she gets into a good relationship with Spencer and struggles with her mental health, and he's still running through all types of white hoes and letting that go down. Then Spencer gets back with her again and then drags his nuts across her goddamn forehead. All the while his vision board girl is cool to just suffer.
Jordan, especially Jordan that we know in season 1, would have never allowed for Asher to be with Layla if he truly had a crush on him. He would have been a menace to their relationship.
A menace from the jump. Jordan swings on niggas, and you mean to tell me that this is his vision board girl and he smacked none of these niggas for her?
They used to play Mary. They used to play Mary with Olivia.
Hey,
Can
Mr.
I
Science.
interject? If I may interject,
Hi,
just
guys.
for a little bit.
Kofi?
Yeah,
Go ahead, Kobe,
mean-
with your interjection and your positivity. It's fine.
it's
You the
not.
balance.
I mean, it's all good. It's good vibes, but I do have to call out some things. I mean, it's wild to me that. I mean, I'm happy Jordan and Layla got married, but
Oh my god.
the fact that Asher was the best man and George Spencer was the officiant, that's an interesting choice considering the collective history.
It's emotional
between the
warfare. That's what it is.
I
It
mean,
is.
but Kofi, you
That
gotta
was
think about
horrible.
everything. You gotta think about everything Spencer and Jordan went through with each other this season. So I can understand him going with Asher. He been knowing Asher longer
so
than
messy.
Spencer.
He's saying that they should neither one of their asses should be up there because both of those men dragged their nuts across Layla's forehead at one point in time.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not even talking about sexual innuendos. I'm talking about these niggas were disrespectful to her.
Going on? All these people
Well,
talking.
Asher more so.
Jordan,
Spencer was a good boyfriend.
CTE. Is he?
Spencer was not a
Up
good
until-
boyfriend. Spencer
Man,
lost the
Jordan
being a
was-
good boyfriend thing when he decided to double back behind some goofy ass Olivia stuff. He messed
Jordan,
it up.
that's-
He should have let that shit ride and say, you know what, we can't ever be back together again. That would have left him with Spencer was a good boyfriend to Layla. The moment he got back into a relationship
I'm
with
talking about the
Layla,
first time.
nope, that you
talking
cannot
about the
erase
first
it,
time,
Kofi.
the
You
first
cannot skip
relationship.
over the second time as if it didn't happen, and then had a man officiate her goddamn wedding.
Acknowledging the first
Jordan
one.
should
Not the
just
second one. That's
Jordan
my
should just
point.
ask GW to be his best man.
Jordan is an idiot.
I agree.
No, they should have.
Let GW be your
This
best
is partly
man, Jordan.
Layla's fault
Yes,
too,
I
because
agree.
Layla, y'all said that y'all wasn't having best men and best women, so y'all shouldn't have had it. I don't give a damn what Olivia wanted. The only reason why they actually have a best man and a maid of honor is because Liv made herself maid of honor. Girl, fuck you. This is my day. You get all the wins.
Hold up.
Fuck you.
Well, hold up. They're best friends. What, you telling me she can't be the maid of honor?
Best friend.
Yes!
Layla-
Jordan and Layla decided, Kofi, that they did not want to have a best man and a best maid of honor. They decided that for their wedding. Olivia came behind her, guilting her because she decided that's what she wanted to be, and basically Layla's like, all right, I don't want to take it from her. So if they decided that that's what they wanted to do, that's what the fuck they get to do. You can still be best friends and sisters and not have that. If I decide tomorrow I'm getting married and I don't want to have none of the hoes that I love dearly as my damn people on the right, then they not gonna be on the right. That's it.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Mrs. Stein. Sorry, we just hollering and very unhinged. Go ahead, babe.
Okay. Hi, good evening, everyone. Listen,
Good evening.
I feel like good evening. I just feel like my it's an insult to my intelligence. I feel that this was a slut, almost like a slut shame thing for Layla. How in the world is will she be able to explain this later when she look at her wedding pictures or down in history? 3 men that, I'm like, they should have had all the women that Jordan got with. Let Simone be a
You said it.
bridesmaid. Let what's them Buffy and Uffy, all them girls that he used to have. Let all of them be there. I think that was really, really in poor taste. It was in poor taste for them to have Spencer officiating, Asher to be as the best man, and her marrying Jordan.
Don't get me wrong. I would love it if
crazy.
Simone showed up. But the thing is now, though, the writers are just pretending Simone didn't exist at this point.
They
Yeah.
are.
Like,
No, they're
like,
not. They're not pretending. They've literally erased her from all.
oh yeah, she's
memories.
erased. Where is she in the canon? I have not, like, all we get now for Simone is Homecoming. And, like, that's it.
Well,
That's
I
all you
heard
get.
that when Homecoming comes back on, that it's going to connect, and they're going to see
Oh
why.
God, I am weary. I'm not
That's it.
getting
Yes.
back up. You can stop beating my ass, All American. I'm not getting back up. I'm not fighting back. I don't need you to have a crossover shit. I don't want it.
Yeah.
Please.
I want to
Crossover.
show that the reason why Jordan was pushed in for this wedding to come, because they basically is going to show that she's with Damon, and he really got in his heart, like that's over and that's it.
Somebody said they saw Simone in the trailer for the next episode.
Wait, what?
Huh?
They said
The
they
writers
saw
remember she
Simone.
existed?
I don't think she was in it. I think it might have been somebody else, but they were at a part. It was like a little bachelorette party, and somebody said they think
I
they
can
saw
see that.
Listen, if
I can
Simone,
see
I don't
that.
want to spoil
that would be
anything.
nice
I don't want to
because-
spoil anything, so I don't know how true your sources are. But I know a few things for Homecoming, and I don't think that Jordan is tied in that way. I'm not saying that he won't appear, but he's not tied in that way. From what
Let
I
me go look at.
Well,
Let me go look at his trailer
specifically-
again.
see, I can't say too much because if I say something, I'm going to spoil the whole fucking thing.
Don't. Yep.
Keep going, y'all.
Spoil it, because I'm done. I'm
Shout out
done.
to everybody on
Spoil
Homecoming.
it.
Shout out to everybody on Homecoming.
I'm
And-
done with.
Oh, and
done
I'm
with
only saying
all of
spoil it because I know who she picked. That's it. But I'm not
Oh,
saying it because I don't want to ruin that for y'all.
Wait, how
You
you
can
know?
ruin it, because I'm done.
I know
No.
because
Erica
somebody I'm
can't
cool
give
with
away her
told me.
sources, y'all.
No,
Erica
don't
can't give away her
spoil.
sources like that. She can't spoil
I'm
it.
not gonna tell you who told me, but you
Yeah.
know, a very reliable fucking
I'm
source.
done.
It's the guy
You
that
can
plays
tell me
Damon.
because I'm done. I think the whole thing that we've been vested in this for like 6 years, and I think it's like lazy storytelling. You don't do things like that with people who have been on a journey with you.
Mm-hmm.
Like you
Mm.
explored these characters that we helped develop these characters, create a whole universe for it. And I just think that the writing just it was just ridiculous. It's just all over the place.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I don't even care at this point. If Thea is not in it, I don't really care about Homecoming. I don't want
Thea
our
is
black
in it.
shows to be
Thea
taken
is in
away.
it. She's in it.
But she's not like, if she let her pick Damon.
What I will
You know,
tell
if
y'all is look at the poster. Pay attention to the poster. That's what I will tell y'all.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think we.
Zoom in on
I
the
hated
poster,
that
y'all.
poster.
Zoom in on the poster.
The poster tells you a lot.
I think
Yep.
everybody
Yeah, I
else
see
figured
that.
out- figured out
See,
what-
Yeah.
My feelings were hurt.
after the news of like Caitlyn and stuff, and what's the other lady? The principal lady.
Oh,
Amara.
Mhm.
Yes.
Here's
Yo,
my thing.
Yeah.
Here's my thing.
gonna-
If I really am not invested, but I'm gonna be calling shenanigans on the writing if Simone picked land over Damon. But that's just my opinion because of based on the scenario that was presented to me. I mean, like I said, I don't really have a dog in the fight, but I'm like, dude, this is your last season. Are you really gonna drag this out? I mean, come on, let's plead for real right here. But to each
Kofi,
his
I don't
own.
know if I think you forfeited your right to call shenanigans on anything because you gave this episode a 9.
What do you
gonna-
mean?
But
I
I'm
think
not
that
allowed
you-
to have an opinion.
I think that you forfeited the shenanigans button. Give it back, because I don't think that you were able to clearly see when shenanigans are actually afoot.
Oh
I
god.
did see that. Didn't I acknowledge how I thought it was messy that Asher and Jordan were there, or Asher and Spencer were up there with Jordan and Leila? I acknowledged that.
I couldn't believe this was gonna be the series. The series. This could have been the series finale.
This
was
was
what they
going to
put
be
on the
a
opening.
series.
Like, I can't
Can you
believe that.
imagine how terrible
Like,
this series finale would have been?
Y'all wrote that
Oh
down.
my
and said,
god.
yes, this is how
But
we're gonna end.
but y'all, we're getting a 2-part wedding. So like technically
That's
this
why
is
they
it,
got
and
the
y'all
two
just
extra
added extra Olivia edits just for funsies. Like
Oh
this
joy,
this is
another
this is
wedding.
terrible.
This is
I can't
horrible.
wait. Oh
Bad.
man, I can't wait to sit through another
said-
wedding.
I was
Oh
like,
my
I
god.
was like sitting there, and I see 10 months later. I'm like, y'all really? One season was 3 years.
That-
If y'all think
I
about it,
think
was
they're
3
gonna try to
years.
make it. I think they're gonna
Season
try to
one.
make like a big celebrity wedding, like when Kim Kardashian married.
They are
all
not
her other husbands.
celebrities.
But in
But-
their mind, that's how they. He's like NFL football player.
Hey,
It's probably gonna be like the best man type thing.
Hey yo, all I can say is NK definitely made sure that this Olivia wedding is going to be big. She talked to the people at the CW. That budget is going to be popping. This is going to be a big wedding for sure.
If that,
they
I'll
gotta
tell
be
you what.
Olivia
If-
gotta be praising NK right now. They should
They need to
never
be
say-
apologizing. They need to be getting on their damn computers and write 4-page letter apologies for how they dragged that woman.
Y'all got it.
You know
Y'all,
what?
They really got it.
They
They
can
got
take them back to Vegas.
Spencer.
They can go back to Vegas for their wedding. To me,
Oh, they will be in
Take them
Vegas.
back.
They're going to be in Vegas next week. I mean, the week after.
Yeah, but let them go to Vegas and find JJ and let him marry them.
Oh,
You know,
Lord.
so that's what they should do. Just like when they messed up when they started their fake relationship and all this stuff like that. I just think it's not true to like you like a writer knows that you take these characters and the people who are on this journey with you, they grow with you, they learn and things like that. They learn about themselves through the characters. They can use the characters for like something in their life, a metaphor for something like that. But I just think that this is like they treated us like we're teenagers.
Wow.
But then that makes me honestly that note, Mrs. Science, really pisses me off, because even if you are regarding us as teenagers, I'm not even worrying about the mismanaging my intellect. Cool. But why would you want to tell teenagers this story? Are you trying to help them or not? Because this is not giving them a good example. It's not showing them emotional awareness or emotional intelligence. It's not helping them do conflict management. It's not giving them nothing but fantasies that are not actually real life. So when they get out here into the world and they're running around here thinking that they're going to go find their Spencer or go find their Olivia and get dragged through the mud hanging on by their goddamn edges with some ill-fitting ass partner that's abusing them, whether emotionally, physically, whatever, they're not even going to know there could be better. I need to choose myself. You've taught them nothing. That's the part that pisses me off the most. It's like, I don't give a fuck if you taking it to a 4th grade level, a 5th grade level, a teenage level. What are you telling the people that you're trying to speak to? You're telling them that if you biracial, everything that you say and do is going to be perfectly fine. But if you a little nigga from the hood with a little extra melanin, it's going to be hard for you. But attached to a biracial and you're going to be all right. What?
Our biracial butterflies.
I agree. I just think that it wasn't. I think as a writer, I would sit down and you sit and you plot and you say, okay, where am I taking this story and who's along with me on this ride? And I think that you bring valid points about there are a lot of teenagers looking at this, and it's not something that they should have like a blueprint. And I'm not going
to blame every single thing that a lot of the toxic children that follow the show have done on the creators of this show, but they definitely reinforce it with the lack of showing of accountability of the major favorite character. I literally received death threats and SA threats behind this goddamn show. And y'all are letting these people ride off into the fucking sunset unchecked about real shit that they're doing on the show. So of course these children think that they can do whatever the hell they want and say whatever the hell they want.
Erica,
was
and when
honestly,
you
it
got
was
those
all
type of
just
things, I
love.
wish that you would have forwarded that to me. Boy, I would have handled them. I tell you what,
Yeah, it's not good.
ridiculous.
It's not good right now on the Reddit sites, man. They was going crazy over
There's
NK
one
and
about
all
me. I never
this.
seen it, but apparently there's one about
Yeah,
me. Fuck them little kids.
There had to
They
be
ain't gonna
something.
fight
But
me.
There had to be.
They not gonna
but
fight me. Like,
But
if
it's like
but if I'm
people
gonna be
like
honest, at least for last week, I felt like that them coming for the writers on the Reddit on the Twitter and whatever, that was I had no issue with that because I hated how that episode ended.
but you
Just for
have to
me
take
as
issue. You okay? So this is the thing. This is like a life growing moment, Kofi. You have to take issue
Yeah.
with it because even if you agree with the specific criticisms, you have to. If you stand for something, you have to disagree with the mechanism and the way that they do it. I heard they was
Yeah.
calling that lady 5 types of bitches and F you every other. That's not how you do it. I get on here and I disagree all the time and I do curse, but it's not outwardly in reference to like derogatory towards other people. I don't agree with a lot of the shit that NK does, but I'm going to respect her as a person because I want respect and I know what it feels like. Again, I have never read the 4-page letter Reddit that's out there about me. Some of y'all have, so y'all know what it fucking says. I don't think that
that's
actually is conducive of anything.
I hear what
You know,
I mean, I don't condone that. I'm not out here trying to advocate for people to be calling people out their name. I guess maybe for me as a guy that's been invested for the last 6 years, I did feel some type of way about how that went down. I really did. So maybe that was just me being emotional and like I didn't personally do anything. I just I kept my thoughts to myself. I mean, I did
Lawrence, mute for
DM
me
more.
while you're
I mean, I
working on
did.
something.
Yeah,
Go
but
ahead,
I did
Kofi.
DM
But
Lawrence.
I understand how people are vested in these. People are like art. People are invested in their art. People are invested in their sports. They go crazy on owners. They go crazy on coaches for sports. I understand because that's our escape for reality.
Hell,
But
I
I
go
think that
crazy
the
here. I
owners,
be very unhinged here, but I
yeah,
have yet to write NK any goddamn thing.
yeah,
Y'all, they
yeah,
spent the
no,
last
there's a
7
bit. There
years
is a bit.
not only disrespecting the writers behind the show, but also damning Samantha's boyfriend, anybody that's not Daniel, to hell. Like, attacking Greta for 3 out of, like, y'all only stopped attacking Greta a year and a half ago. Like, let's be clear.
that's
Yeah.
true.
This shit is not okay, and y'all actually like promote it. Y'all promote this kind of lack of mental awareness, stability. Because look at one of the main characters that y'all sitting around the show. Olivia's unfucking hinged and unchecked, and now look at all her goddamn minions running amok.
Yeah, that's
Man.
true.
My
That
I'll
was
tell
the
you-
only way they got off water
and
to
they all
give her the
got
Jordan.
I'll say this. From everything I've heard now, I am so glad that I disassociated from All American in general. Because now I just tune in, I watch the episode, I'm disappointed as per usual, and then I go about my day. Like, I'm hearing all this stuff now about, like, we're attacking the actors, we're attacking the writers. It's like, guys, these characters are not real. Olivia doesn't exist. Samantha exists, but Olivia is fake. There is no Olivia in the world that you're supposed to be obsessing over. Why
Well,
are
that's
you?
Look
that's
at people,
that's
but people, that's true. But you also have people do the same thing with sports. Like people literally, like these players would never be able. Like most of the people can't even afford to go to this game, but these people get so vested in it, and that's how we are socialized almost, and we're socialized.
But our
in a way
media
that
is
we
also a
we
way
have
to
escape.
counter socialize us. And All American started off as a beautiful way to give a different level of socialization, to show you something else, to like take very relatable circumstances and show you exactly what you can do with those cards if you were dealt those. And then it decided to just stop doing that. And I don't understand.
Man, we got.
I'm about to play for y'all real quick. This is a very quick. This is recent, and this is about sisters. But somebody tried to call me on Instagram, and then when I didn't answer, which I don't even log into my personal account that
I don't
often,
even know how to.
but when I didn't answer, they decided to send me a voice note.
Oh dear Lord!
wow.
People call people on Instagram.
That's crazy.
Bitch, I hate you.
Can y'all hear it?
Motherfucker.
No, not really.
She said, "Bitch,
Wait,
I
I think I
hate
can hear
you."
it a little bit. Yo,
Is that
Oh
what?
my god.
Wait,
It's
what?
something else. I
Good
couldn't make out
Lord.
this. I couldn't make out the other part of it. Like,
What you say something about Zach, Erica?
Bitch, I hate you.
Oh my gosh.
this is a
People
regular
are
occurrence for me,
bad.
y'all, and this is for a whole other show.
Motherfucker.
This is a regular
Ridiculous.
occurrence for me,
Sisters.
and for
Sisters
me,
with Tyler
that's
Perry.
different. That's Tyler Perry. So okay, cool. All American, you shouldn't be dealing with this. Like, and I get similar shit from both of these shows. That speaks volumes to me.
Like I have
Yes.
to comment
That's
on one of the
serious.
posts. I was like, I understand, but at the same time, it's not that serious because they were going in on NK. Like it was like talking about her sex. It was bad. I don't want to go into exactly what they said, but it's never that serious.
Yeah, I'm
Do
not
you
for
get
that
that? Did you
either.
get that from Homecoming as well? Do people come after you for Homecoming like that?
No,
I feel like because people
Wow.
don't watch Homecoming as much
that's
Right,
anymore.
that's
Homecoming
part. I
isn't
think
as
it's that. I
long.
think that not as many
I don't think
people,
it's
not as many crazy people. Not as
Yeah.
because
Right.
I think
like
it's
I think that the most toxic fans are like really stuck on the Spolivia-ness of it all, specifically Olivia Baker, and that's who they latched onto. So most of them didn't go over to Homecoming.
yeah, yeah.
Mm.
I mean,
Wow.
all the social media teams, all they care about is the ships too. Because I would like for them to talk about a storyline on their pages, but nope. All we talk about is a Spolivia moment, a Jordala moment. It's like I don't care. Talk about the episode, bruh.
Yeah. Hey, Toy, welcome up,
You know
boo.
what? What's up?
Hey, I
Look,
am
I
Hold on,
honestly
Kofi.
think
Hold on
that
1 second.
my fault.
I
My
am
fault.
flabbergasted what I just watched. What the fuck did I just watch? And
You wasted
it's the
your
reason
time.
I wasted my time. And what
Yeah.
really pissed me off is because like I'm a writer myself. So when I watch TV and it's like, what am I watching? It really pisses me off. Because you had something good from season 1 to season 2. And don't get me wrong, like a little bit of season 3, I'll give you maybe the beginning.
Half of
Okay,
it.
like yeah, the half of it. Yeah, half. Okay, at best. Anyway,
The prologue.
but and don't get me wrong, like listen, I loved Olivia as a character, and I don't think that they should have did all of this. This is just ridiculous. I did love her as a character. I thought she was a dope ass individual. I liked the storyline that they gave her, and then all of a sudden it was just like, what are we doing? What is this? Because they could have did so much with that in itself. And I mean, I was asking you, Erica, what would you do if you had to write All American? Like, what would you change in the sense of the Olivia character, everything, to make it tolerable?
And we're gonna be
Honestly,
here
I
all
would
night.
go back to season 2 and I would start from there. Honestly, like it wouldn't. I don't know how I would try to salvage it from here because they have done so much. But if my back was against the wall and they was paying that WGA rate, so it was $32,000 a script, and they gave me 6 scripts. Let me think. Kofi, go ahead and say what you about to say. I'm gonna think about my 6 scripts real quick.
Look,
And
I
I'll tell you
understand
when
people. I understand people's frustrations. You know, you want to tune into a good show for if that makes sense, specifically the writing. Like, I'm just gonna say this: it feels like we're truly coming to the end of an era because after this season, I anticipate we already know Daniel's leaving. I don't know what's gonna happen with Samantha Logan. I can't imagine her staying on either because if Spencer's leaving, why would Olivia still be there? So I
I,
feel like she's.
I
What
fully
were you gonna
expect I fully expect Samantha Logan to announce her joint next week from Deadline. Watch what happens next week. Watch. Go ahead, Kofi.
But
My
Right,
where
bad.
is
that's
she
what I'm.
going? Where is she
Yeah,
going? Because Daniel is going to be directing. Samantha Logan, you don't really see them on any, and that's the problem I have with CW stuff. You don't really see the people go out on other things. They haven't even been in like an ad for like these girls are young, they're gorgeous. They should have had like agents having like like deals with all of this stuff like that. I don't see her going anywhere because where is she going?
I don't know.
just-
I think she
I
will
feel
go
like
somewhere
there's
though.
like obligations. I feel like when she like being a series regular, I think for Greta, Mike, Daniel, and Sam, the four of them for a while, like I don't think there's much they could do while they were still filming All American for these
Yeah.
6 seasons. But now that it's kind of ending and they're shifting to a new generation, I'm sure we'll see her at least like going for other roles. I
Oh
can
yeah.
just say that.
Yeah, and I'm trying to, like I said, I think I don't see her sticking around because Spencer's story is going to be done. I feel like the end of the season, and they're getting married, so I feel like they would be together. Even my boy Cody Christian, Asher's story feels like it's also resolute too because
Yep.
about to be the assistant coach
Yeah,
at Beverly. So I feel like
Here's
he's
one-
gone.
I
think
think
the
that
only
Jordan and an actor, they're gonna become rivals for Crenshaw and Beverly High as coaches.
that's-
I
and
still
that's-
I
see
was
them.
actually gonna say that. I was actually about
That's
to say
what
that.
I
I was gonna
I,
say that. Yeah, that's I can see that.
Yeah.
I think they probably
Here's-
keep Jordan and Leila and make them Laura and Billy. I've been saying this. Make them like Laura and
Mhm.
Billy. You know?
Yep. Here's how they're gonna keep Olivia though. They're definitely gonna keep Olivia because they don't want to get rid of Samantha Logan at this point.
They're not
So what
getting
I
rid of
think they're gonna do is Daniel is gonna still be in the NFL, like he's a Bobcat, I guess. He's gonna be doing that. And what they're gonna have Olivia do is they're gonna have her be the English teacher, and her whole curriculum is gonna circle around Billy and talk about her book and use Billy to correlate to English lessons. I'm telling you now, if
That's
we
smart.
go into season
Nah, they
7,
gonna
I mean, her grandma was an English teacher, so that
they
could
just
kind of
gonna
work.
let her.
Yeah.
oh my god, they're definitely gonna do it
Let her
too.
sell another book. She's gonna write another book and be another bestseller. That's what they're gonna do.
What's she
I,
gonna
I
write about?
think they're
GW?
trying to make
They might
Olivia.
They might
You know
Wait,
what?
so-
I don't.
So
I don't
are we
think so,
saying
though.
Jordan's not going to the league? He's going to be the coach of Crenshaw next?
Yes,
Yeah, he
Jordan's
ain't
not
going
going
to
to
the
the
league.
league. He's
He's
going to be a
Jordan ain't
coach.
going to no
10
damn
months-
league.
10
No.
months
Jordan's going to be a
No.
coach.
Same as
10
Cam.
months later,
Jordan
Jordan
is
is
going
a
to
Ewan
get hurt or
Bradshaw.
something.
10 months later
Jordan
means
is gonna
when
get
you
hurt.
watch season 6, 10 months later means that his senior year is over. So
Mhm.
Yeah.
out of college, he should be. If the
Yeah.
time jump to the Super Bowl, so that means we skipped the whole senior year. There's no going to
That's
the
wild.
Okay,
there's
I'm
no
ready.
getting drafted.
Yeah, I don't see how he
Oh, you
was
got
a
my
Heisman
answer?
candidate.
I got
and
something.
doesn't even
Barely.
go to the league. It
I had
doesn't make
about
any
4
sense.
minutes. So
Erica gave us
Like,
an
he's
essay.
a
I'm
good
ready.
quarterback.
take this with a grain of
Hey,
salt, y'all.
hey,
Okay,
bet.
let's go, Erica. Go.
I got
Let's hear it.
six scripts. Okay, my immediate thought was to focus on a different person each episode. First one, well, this is if we weren't knowing that Daniel was leaving and he was staying. So for the next season, this is the season finale. We make up in season 1, episode 7. Spencer realized that all was a fucking dream. All of it.
Not
So you gonna do a Dallas?
It
You
was
gonna do
all
a
a
Dallas?
dream, and he has to go try out for teams. He did not get drafted, and we
I like
unpack
that.
all of that
I actually like that.
in that
I like
episode.
that.
I got to figure out what the supplemental character's doing, but the tent pole plot of that episode is that Spencer got to figure out how to make this dream shake. Part of it that could be in it is still the reaffirming fucking conversation from Olivia, like, you're just so great and you don't have to go kiss these people's asses. It's like, that's not how the world works, baby. I got to get out here and get it, and they can have a little bit of tension about
You
that.
gotta kiss them
Cool.
asses.
He's taking his ass all around in the United States to try to get picked up. Episode 2. Leila wants her marriage to look different than her unmarried life. She's ready to fucking go. Everybody ended up back at the damn beach house. So Leila moves into the damn beach house while they're looking for their post-marital house. Jordan's dragging his fucking feet about picking the damn house. And he don't have no money. But he's dragging his feet also because he don't know what he wants to do post-graduation because the nigga don't think and don't be wanting shit. So he's dragging his feet for very real reasons. And he got to process what the fuck he's going to do. This is the start for like the build-up of what his focus episode is going to be. So this is not going to be worried about that. But Leila, as Asher moves his ass back in because GW is back up this way and he didn't move back into his house, so Asher and Jamie are back at the goddamn beach house. Leila then moved in. Spencer and Olivia there. Even though Spencer's coming and going, Olivia's there, and maybe Olivia's getting on her goddamn nerves, whining about how things are not necessarily working out because she's used to everything fucking winning. And Layla's like, listen, I am running 2 goddamn businesses. I am a wife. I ultimately want to have kids, but I want this to look different, and I need to start showing up for my motherfucking self. We need to move out so that we can create some distance. And Jordan don't want to do that because moving out means that he's actually going to stand up and be a goddamn husband, and he don't know if he can do that yet because he don't know what he want to do with his fucking life. That's that whole episode. The other shit is happening in the meantime, in between time. Okay, episode 3. Jordan is nervous about having to be a fucking husband. Don't know what he's about to do. He's about to graduate. Don't know what the fuck. I know y'all want him to be coach. I'm not giving him coach fucking Crenshaw immediately. I think he still needs to earn that shit. And he needs to go on the whole journey of like figuring out what it is that he likes. Maybe he could be revisiting shit that seemed to pique his interest while he was in college that we never got to see because we never got to see them in class. Maybe he fucking meets somebody that exposes him to something, but he needs to start the journey of figuring out what the fuck he wants to do with the rest of his life, because being a little biracial cute ass black boy is not going to be enough. Marrying a bomb ass black girl is not going to be enough, and she can't make it a damn enough. So that whole episode 3 is about Jordan figuring out what the fuck he want to do and how he's going to be the man that Leila deserves. Sprinkle with a little bit of you are not good enough for her, sir, because we haven't got enough of it. I need him to feel it. I need him to start to feel the pressure of like, Leila is a fucking boss and I lucked up. Now I need to go. Like, I wanted to feel like Leila is dragging his ass. She's a big ass 18-wheeler and he's almost a scrushed ass Corvette being dragged by her because she's a whole fucking force and he don't know what he wants to do with his life. And that's what the whole episode 3 is about. Episode 4. Olivia takes a trip to London and realizes that she misses that motherfucker. Yes, we're going back.
Not London.
We're going the hell back. So she realizes that she misses it. She applies to grad school over there. And yes, that's what we're setting up for her to take her ass back by episode 6. She's going the fuck back there. And they're going to have to figure out how to make it work. But let's not skip over episode fucking 5. Because Spencer's still doing whatever he got to do to get on the goddamn team. Episode 5, Leila finds a house in Echo Park. Y'all might not know where Echo Park is, but it's closer to downtown than it is to like Beverly Hills. And it's nowhere near the goddamn Malibu. So Jordan would be able to get to Crenshaw if he starts volunteering there or whatever. And that's where he started to get the coaching bug, blah, 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 blah. But it's far enough. It's LA far enough from everybody and what they know. It's a nice little eclectic, real cute, high-end area, but not too much drama, not too much whatever. A nice place for some people to build a home. And Leila basically steamrolls his ass and makes him move in. And now it's like, it's not about you don't know what the fuck you want to do. You're going to have to figure it out as we go along. And then more tension is building because he's not paying for shit. And she's paying for everything. And she don't necessarily got a problem with it, but he got a fucking problem with it because he looks like a bum ass nigga. And he's still trying to figure it out. Love that. Episode 6.
Oh my goodness.
Spencer makes a team. And Olivia decides to go to grad school for London, and they got to figure out what the hell is this finna look like, because neither one of them are giving up their goddamn dreams. And they have some little bullish ass fight, but it's a very real one. And they decide to fucking do the shit long distance. And then, I don't know from there. That's all I could come up with in 5
That
minutes.
was great.
That was a good one. Good answer. Good answer.
I'm
Loved
gonna
it.
tell you this. That's better than like how many episodes of this season have we watched? 13. That's better than like the last 3 seasons.
So actually, with the whole Ashley thing, what they should have did was they could have prolonged that to make it look like this man. Because how in the hell we never even got the vibe that this man even wanted Olivia. So where did that even come from? So it was just like literally they could have did so much to make that actually work. Because then it would have made more sense why she said what she said to him. Because it was like they were skipping pages in the book that they wrote. I don't know. It was weird. And I was just like, okay, so how is he the bad guy? I'm so confused.
I think the reason
I found it.
Yeah, I think the reason why they did that whole Ashley thing is because I think they wanted some sort of love triangle, however half-baked it was. It made no sense, but they wanted some sort of love triangle because they wanted a promo where Daniel is getting protective, or where Spencer's getting protective over Olivia. And that way, oh man, all the Olivia fans can be like, oh my gosh, Spencer is going to be going to bat for Olivia and he's going to protect her and be like, oh, that's his woman. That's why they did that. Because they wanted to
exactly why they did it.
When the more powerful moment is Spencer actually letting the girl do whatever the hell she wants. And then maybe make it into a character development moment for Olivia of like, why don't you feel away?
I don't do that anymore.
But I actually loved when he put her to the carpet, though. Yeah.
The thing
I
that you
really
said
would
I
have
about
love when the
loved
Charlie
Jordan
to
stood
do.
up
in
to
the house. The thing that you said
I
about
really
Jordan
would
and
have loved.
Leila in the house. Sorry.
I really would have loved for them to continue to explore a friendship between Spencer and Olivia. Like that could have
Thank
been
you.
so powerful.
Thank you.
They don't all have to fall in love, and you have love for your friend in another type of way. He could have been a brother that she didn't
Mm-hmm.
have in Jordan, and that could have helped her with her demons that she's fighting. She can explore, and they can explore different people. I think it's very toxic that they make it like the regular thing is always a triangle, and then it's like a
Mhm.
Stockholm thing. I'm telling you, you made Greta, she has to come and be inside the abusers' homes and now get into their family. Are you kidding? Like, to me, that was horrible writing.
And
Layla
to
Yeah.
go
Riley.
back to the whole happy ending of it all, you also do not ever get every single child marrying somebody from their goddamn childhood in the damn friend circle.
Crazy. It's
Exactly.
crazy.
Wait,
It's crazy.
No,
you
they
actually
rewrote
that
that.
doesn't
They
happen in
rewrote
real
that.
life,
There is
though.
no way.
Like, you don't think childhood
You know
friends
what
could
I think,
actually
baby?
fall in love
No,
and get
it's not
married?
that. It's
Not
they
all of
rewrote
them
that
if in
shit
the
'cause they ain't no
same
way in hell.
circle, Kofi. I'm not saying no
Ain't no
childhood
way.
friends can fall in love. I have people that I have known and they have fallen in love and like stayed together. And then there's also people who have gotten together, gotten married, now are already divorced because I'm in my goddamn 30s. And there's people who don't even know each other. They don't even know their childhood best friends. So they're not
And
doing a
then
great
too,
job
in
of
the
actually
beginning-
topically showing what this is like because it's very unrealistic statistically for this shit to happen.
Well,
And
I
then
mean,
in the
not
beginning,
everybody.
It was
Coop
like
and
a
Patience,
CW
Coop
ending, though.
and Patience, Spencer and Olivia, Jordan and Layla.
Unrealistic.
Yeah.
That-
Yeah.
And then
that's
to
the
act
only
like
one
Olivia
that-
Everybody
didn't
found their
even
one
know.
true love in high school. Stop it.
Got married.
Well, with
No.
the exception of Asher.
No.
He
No,
found
but
his-
Everybody
my thing
didn't
is
even
this-
graduate high school. Spencer didn't even get
But
to
my
walk,
thing is this
and he's a
even-
damn genius, athlete prodigy, and Coop got a goddamn GED. So you mean to tell me statistically, it was more likely for them to not even for 25% of them to not even walk the stage or get a goddamn high school degree, and 100% of them marry who they knew?
Ridiculous.
Wait, this is the
Mhm.
funny. I just have two things to say. And I'm gonna back out. In the beginning, they Olivia, Liv act like she didn't know Leila. She said, "Oh, I heard." It act like they wasn't even friends when she was
Thank you.
introducing her to Spencer, right?
I thought I was
So
the only one that
they
seen it.
yeah, so they are playing with our intelligence like that. Like they just rewrote that whole thing. It was like some girl
They
that
did.
she's a popular
Well,
girl.
they were
and all of this stuff
estranged.
like that.
They were best friends, and then they were estranged because Olivia got on the drugs.
Right, but it was the way they
Drugs.
did it though, Erica. If you
Yeah.
watch season 1 over, the way that
Mhm.
they did it was like she didn't. Oh yeah, that's Leila Keating, and like,
Yeah,
it was
word
like-
is she
like,
vacations with the Obamas and da 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 da. I remember.
Because
Because I will never forget. I will never forget the iconic sachet Shantae across the goddamn quad that had a man's neck broke while y'all pretend like he
Okay.
never loved Layla. Okay?
Oh, he
I
loved
remember
Layla,
episode 1,
but
baby. I watch it
Fate
often.
had other plans,
Apparently,
so.
he
Well, you
always
loved
did it
Layla.
better
I
than
mean, no
Layla was.
doubt, but Fate had other ideas, so.
Apparently, Spencer always
Jo-
did it better than Layla.
Kofi, you do not get to substitute fate with these goofy ass writers with an agenda.
I'm just saying.
Because
man,
fate only works out if it's
Yeah.
actually written well and is serendipitous to that. This is given organized, orchestrated bullshit. Okay?
Okay, look, it's
Go
YA
for money.
shows. Okay,
That's
they
just,
do this.
Kofi, go watch Friday Night Lights and then come tell me about a YA show. I just restarted Friday Night Lights
That's a
and I was
good
already
show,
crying.
bro.
Like,
I was crying in
love that
episode
show.
1. Tim Riggins,
Love
my
that
nigga.
show.
Leila Garrity,
Riggins.
Tara, Child.
Mhm.
One
Come on,
Tree
did you
Hill,
like
anybody?
Smash? Did you
One
like
Tree
Smash?
Hill?
Smash
Not
was so-
in the
love Smash.
beginning, because
Yeah,
Smash
me
was so
too.
raggedy. Smash was so arrogant
Yeah,
and
he
ridiculous.
was
I was
in the
like,
beginning.
sir,
He
relax.
was in the
Calm your
beginning.
goofy ass down. But everybody was
Still like him
distinct.
though.
Everybody was distinct. Everybody was fully fleshed
They
out. So
all
y'all
had
don't get to
different
say,
characters.
this is what YA is, because that's some bullshit. That's what YA is.
What about One Tree Hill?
No,
I
One
haven't
Tree Hill
finished
is a
it.
whole
Swap
different
partners
story.
in One
I
Tree
haven't.
Hill.
Let me
I haven't
explain
finished
something
it.
to you. With
Kofi,
One
the
Tree
problem
Hill, the way
isn't
they
them
did
swapping swapping partners. I want you to stop trivializing my
One
takes.
Tree Hill.
That is not the problem. The problem is the inconsistency and the poor writing when they do it.
There you
The
go.
shit makes no
Okay.
sense.
One Tree Hill.
All
All
right.
American
Somebody
too
was
much.
gonna make a point about One Tree Hill.
So One Tree Hill with One
American
Tree
too
Hill and
much
how
like
that
it.
was is because of the fact that first of all, they had at least a story and you like rooted for people and all kinds of stuff. They didn't just focus on one character or they didn't just focus on one couple. They had a whole bunch of situations. However, it is realistic to sit here and be friends and everything and sometimes you get attractive to someone. That's fine. However, it's just the way they did it in All American. They did it where it was just like, oh, we never went together. It was especially at their
Ever.
wedding. Oh, we never went together, and I'm gonna officiate her wedding.
Lila would,
No.
Layla would kind of be, and I gotta rewatch the whole series to like fully dial into it. But I feel like
Yes.
Layla is giving Lila Garrity, and she was always accountable to being in love with Jason Street and then falling in love with Tim Riggins. Like she didn't just pretend that she had never loved the nigga best friend.
Yeah. If we're comparing One Tree
Exactly.
Hill and All American, Layla reminds me of Brooke. She just gives Brooke to me. But I feel like if they wanted to make it Brooke didn't end up with her best friends. Brooke ended up with somebody completely different outside of the friend group. And Layla should have ended up with Trey, but that's a different
So is
conversation.
Olivia Payton in this?
I don't know because I
Most
haven't finished One Tree Hill.
Most
so.
definitely, only because
Yeah,
of the
she's
fact
Peyton.
that she's Peyton. Because the only difference is though Peyton actually went through things, and she actually had
From
to
what I
work.
saw, and
Like,
I only
she
seen
went
about
through
8
some
episodes.
stuff.
Sis was going through. I only seen 8 episodes, and sis
She
was going
went through
through.
some stuff. Her mom died. She was on drugs. All
You know
kinds
what's
of
funny
stuff.
about
Yeah.
it? I always felt like Layla was actually a little bit of Brooke and a little bit of Peyton. In the way that
I can see
Peyton,
that.
he suffered the abandonment issues just like Layla did.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of like the love triangle, you could say that Liv was the Peyton in the scenario and Layla was the Brooke. But in terms of like what they went through, Liv doesn't really give any of them, honestly, because Peyton went through a lot.
Because
Question.
she's one of a
Yeah,
kind
she did.
and
Yeah.
some bullshit. Her character might not align with really well written YA because her character should not exist in the way it does.
Exactly.
Like
Have you guys
when
watched-
Spencer and Layla broke up, they should have bought that guy. The way I would have written it, I would have had Layla running her record label. She would have had like a young attorney, like an entertainment attorney who helped her get clients. That's how it could have been. And they could have had a beautiful story. Not like Layla is too smart to me.
And
the
no,
way that her
yeah.
character, like she's very
Yeah.
worldly.
They had 2 opportunities,
And
one of
she
which
should
I
have
didn't
never-
even like. They had
Clay.
Christian and they
They
had
had
Clay.
Clay.
And the
Right.
crazy thing is
Right.
I don't know if he's gonna be mad that I say this now, but I had a conversation with the actor who plays Christian, and they actually had shot scenes where their relationship was progressing, and because I think he said because of the pandemic and how things were like changing or whatever, and people couldn't get there and certain things were adjusted, they dropped those scenes. So when we saw Clay, I feel like a lot of the storyline that we saw with Clay was stuff that they had originally did with Christian, but they created something new as they were like ushering in new characters. So they literally had that in mind and were going that way, and for whatever goddamn reason, bang that hard ass left. And maybe it was also because they decided to center everybody's story around Olivia. I feel like that was a true Layla storyline that had nothing to do with Olivia Baker. And Lord forbid any character don't lead back to her.
I mean, I think they didn't want to pay for it. They probably didn't want to pay another like actor or something. Maybe it was. In nowhere.
I know COVID probably messed up a lot of stuff. I know that it probably did. But to me, it just shows that the issues that the parents had, unfulfilled lives, if the kids have the same exact thing. Like Grace has to be ingrained into the life of Billy, the guy who didn't pick her or she didn't get with. And she has to sit and look at him with his white, rich wife, and then she has to go back to her Crenshaw thing. It's the same story over and over, and you see like the same patterns that the kids don't learn
Grace
from
won.
the life of mistake.
I think that Grace actually won.
I always had a question about that. Did anybody feel like we kind of saw like what played out between Spencer, Olivia, Jordan, Leila, like any similarities between Grace, Billy, and Corey? Like,
Absolutely.
did you see shades of
No,
that? Because I feel like
I
that's
did.
what it was. It was like another
Yeah.
chance. Like it went one way, but it went this way. You know what I mean?
Yes, yes,
Oh, wait a
but
minute. I have a
If
question.
so,
What
I
did-
haven't thought about that, but if so, Grace only won when she decided to pick outside that goddamn group, and she got fucking Carter.
No, but she still picked somebody that they went to school with. That's what I'm saying. Like Grace, they could have taken.
Well, in
Grace
your older age,
so
I
many
get that.
different
I
ways.
get that. I totally get that. I am very much so weary about picking a nigga off the street now. Like, I'm 100% weary because y'all are crazy. So I'm not
But what
in
does-
her 40s and like seeing a man who has gone through some things, have learned. Like, we got to see Carter actually have a whole arc, reveal himself. He's a widower. Like, he has all of the qualities. Them going to school together is less about it being a toxic, like, oh, I can't date anybody from outside my high school. He's already gone out into the world and become a person, and now she's like dating him. That's different.
But it was somebody that was an arch enemy of Billy's. That's the problem I have with that.
But I don't think
would've
that she did it
loved for
because
her
of
to,
that.
No, but it could. To me, they could have explored more. Like a person at like a Grace age, she became a college educated woman. She could have had a whole nother life that they could have explored with that. Like,
Well,
she
then I
started
think that
getting
you
involved with
might be
other
asking for
social-
too much then, because she's
I
not a
know.
main character.
Yeah.
She's another character. So you don't
Yeah.
want. Carter served two purposes. He's able to be afforded to be on the show because he's an antagonist for Billy and potentially a love interest for Grace. We go get somebody else to be the love interest, then you just have Carter being the antagonist. Now you got an extra person that you got to pay for. Nobody's doing that for Grace specifically. Like, you cool
But
and
let
all,
me
girl,
ask
but
you,
girl,
I
don't
like
nobody
how
care that
Carter
much.
was, because in the
I don't
beginning
like-
you didn't like him. You didn't like Carter
Right.
only because of the fact that the way he was acting and the way he was moving, like, it was like he had this vendetta against like everything that has to do with Billy. And then it was when you
Yeah.
find out why he has the vendetta, you're like, okay, writers, you finally came. I'm so happy. What the hell? And then it was just like, then all of a sudden he just like disappeared and you didn't see Carter anymore. So I was like, are they not married? Are they not
So
together?
what does
Like, what
Spencer
happened?
mean? So to my
Yeah.
point, what does Spencer last night when Spencer thanked his mom? He didn't use like her
After
new
he
name.
thanked
He
the
said
best-selling
Grace
author of a children's book.
But he didn't say Grace is
Never
married.
in any Super Bowl celebration has nobody ever calls out their wife or girlfriend. Never do they call them out by name. I've never
I don't
seen
give a
that.
damn that you called her out by name, but the fact that you called her out first when you have literally been, since you were 6 years old, waiting for the moment to shout your mama's goddamn name, and you say the best-selling author of a...
That's crazy.
So why
That's
didn't
all American.
Spencer say why he didn't call Grace married name? He said Grace James. And he left it like he didn't say like she's still married. So that's what I'm wondering. What happened to her?
I mean, we have.
I mean, he was there, so he's there. I don't know. I didn't think that much into it because I was already checked out. The moment that he hollered out Olivia Baker's name on that world stage, I was already checked out. So I don't give a fuck what he called Grace at that point.
It is what it is
For
at this
real.
point. I mean, I'm
Well,
not
that,
tripping.
this,
The only
Well,
thing
don't they
that
always thank God first and then they thank their mama?
Well, when Olivia
Yeah.
Baker is God, he's on the right track.
okay, not too much, Erica.
What you mean not too much? I didn't write the show. They wrote the show. Has
I
Olivia
agree.
Baker not been
No, I
written as
agree.
God in this series?
has.
She is the backbone, the light of our lives. She gives us bread from the up above. Like, they literally have for the last 3 years.
Don't be
They have
blasphemous.
literally for the last 3 years positioned this girl like she is God sent for all these people.
All right.
These are
I'm gonna
really
let y'all have it. Look, the only thing that made that moment a little bit bittersweet for me is that I know Tay left in season 5 because he wanted to do other projects, but that's a moment he should have shared with Billy. Winning the Super Bowl, wearing his number. I mean,
Why does he need
Or his
Billy if he
neck.
has Olivia?
no. Let me finish. Let me
I'm
finish.
sorry.
Let me
I
finish.
should have been like,
As somebody who
Let me
watches the
finish.
NFL,
Hold on, y'all. Let Kofi finish his thought.
Yeah, I was just gonna say either Billy and I really wish either Billy or Corey would have been there because I mean, this is a commentary that I really have avoided talking about because I don't want to be bashing a show. But the one thing that really rubbed me the wrong way was the fact that they were getting rid of these significant black men in Spencer's life. They did it with Sean in season 1, they did it with Corey in season 2, and then they did it with Billy in season 5. Like that really, I was looking at. I mean, I was really looking at the show the wrong way. Like, yo, you got 3 significant brothers that had an impact on Spencer's life and growth, and they're not there with him at the end when he gets his, final, destination where he makes it to the league and wins a Super Bowl. So it's like that's one thing that has rubbed me the wrong way. If I'm speaking as a black man myself.
I appreciate that, Kofi,
understand
and I
your
hear
point,
you. Hold on one
Corey.
second, real quick, y'all. I appreciate that. I agree, Kofi, that I mean Corey needed to go for Spencer to go through the journey that he went through. We got some really great moments for Spencer for that, but it still sucks. Same with Sean. I agree that I wish that Billy was there, but what do you need strong black male leaders for if you have Olivia Baker?
You're joking.
I'm so done.
I'm being serious, and you want to take it back there. Okay.
We're supposed to learn something. We're supposed to take something away. Why do I need a daddy if I have Olivia Baker?
That's what they showed in the show, though. That is what they showed in the show.
It was just a bad scene. Like him, it was broad daylight. The uniforms looked atrocious. There was a couch under the tent. Spencer wearing number 22 is another unrealistic thing because, Kofi, as somebody who watches the NFL, what wide receiver other than Sky Moore, who's trash, where he wears 24? Nobody wears 24 as a wide
I mean,
receiver.
that's not far-fetched. I mean, they've changed the numbering rules where receivers can wear, like, from 1 to 29, so that's not far-fetched for me at all for a wide
The
receiver.
whole scene, though, of the Super Bowl.
Real quick, y'all, pause. Just me B needs a little bit of spotlight. They said, still an Olivia hater. Laugh out loud. I haven't been in the live in over a year, and you still hate Liv. What do I need for hate for? If Olivia Baker exists, why do I need to hate? If Olivia Baker exists, why do you even need to be in the live?
That's what
I was trying to get a rise out of you, though.
Last time I checked, I'm just pointing out the facts. You call it what you like, babes. It's because you're of a misinformed generation and you worship at the Church of Olivia Baker that you are misguided. God bless you, love.
No, not the church.
Kofi up here talking about I'm being blasphemous. Meanwhile, her minions are in the damn chat right now on some bullshit. It's giving cults, Kofi. It's giving All American created the Church of Olivia Baker and all these hoes got in line.
Can I ask you a serious question? Like, I need to know what do you get more hate for? Your takes on Olivia or your takes on Zach from Sisters?
Ooh.
It's gotta be.
No, actually, it's like neck and neck for Olivia and Fatima because they take me saying she need to leave Zach as Fatima hate, and they're kind of like neck and neck because I get them. This is the first time that they really have overlapped this heavily.
Yeah, because
it's kind of like the same. Like that whole I just played y'all the girl calling me the bitch. This was just 2 days ago. Well, actually, she did it last month. Because I didn't check this account and I only checked it 2 days ago because I was like getting my birthday messages or whatever, and I was clearing out my inbox, so I saw it. She actually sent it on May 7th, which was wild because Sisters didn't even return until May 29th. And I'm like, girl, maybe you was going through my catalog, you just got pissed. But it's like kind of neck and neck, honestly. But I will say it might be more Olivia hate, but I blocked so many. I haven't blocked as many Sisters fans as I have All American fans. So I might not even be seeing a lot of, like the Reddit thing. I haven't seen it. So part of it is me setting up things so I don't get exposed to it. I don't know why this person subscribed to me to come for every year just to check and see if I'm Olivia hater. But maybe I will. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna say I get more Olivia hate because I get to see more of the things that said about me about Sisters because it's not as many blocks set up, but it feels like they're even. So it must mean there's more Olivia hate.
Yeah, because I don't really watch Sisters like that, but I've seen your videos on Zach and Fatima, and I'm like, yeah, they really be coming for you. Is that do black male viewers be coming for you hard for
Hell
Zach, or is it
yeah.
the female?
Hell
Okay, I was
yeah.
about to say.
But
I
I
was
don't
about to
really
But
take
say.
them
Zach is
seriously. Like
annoying.
so many black men are so emotionally unwell, and it's not y'all's fault. So like
Yeah.
I don't, not that I don't take it seriously, because I do take all of it seriously. Like I don't like it. Like I've definitely had to in the last year and a half heal through being a type of person that wanted to be liked by people and like really be okay with being accepted and or accept that I'm not going to be liked by people. So that has been a journey. When it comes to the men now, I'm at a place right now with black men that I don't give a fuck what you're saying. So it's like very few of y'all. Like it's y'all that I talk to regularly. Like it's like you, Kofi, Antonio, like Don, like it's the people who I regularly talk to and engage with. But outside of that, like a black man gonna tell me something on the internet, and I'm gonna be like, okay, bro, bless your heart. Like I've seen so much like red pill stuff and so much ridiculousness that I've kind of like turned off my meter to it, because it got to a point, at least
Yeah.
for me, in the last year, it got to the point when a lot of the red pill content had got real heavy. I care about us. Like I want to marry a black man. I'm very deeply like invested in black people, which is why I center black shows, even though I watch a ton of stuff. And I care about black men specifically. And to constantly be beat over the head with the rhetoric of like, you don't want to see us win, or you just hate black men, all because I'm holding you accountable no different than what I would hold my best homegirl accountable to, or you holding you accountable to your potential, it starts to wear on you. And then to see some of the rhetoric that I've seen around black men talking specifically around black women, I've had to really turn the dial down for y'all in general online, because I wouldn't be able to function. It's so toxic.
Oh, see, I'm sorry that you got to deal with that. Like, I'm not a
That's
weak.
oh.
I'm in a weak-minded brother where I can take constructive criticism from a black woman and say, okay, I can see that side. Maybe I have to do some self-evaluation, then look at it from a point of nuance. But that's just something I was curious about. So, all right, good show.
Just my B says I
But
ain't coming for
people,
you at all. My bad. It's interesting to say that you're not coming for me, but you came in here to let me know that you have not been here in a year and you still feel like I'm an Olivia hater. You are definitely coming for me if you have watched any of my content, have listened to me for any amount of minutes, and have deduced that I am only simply just a hater of this character, because my takes are entirely too nuanced, too detailed, too passionate to just simply be a hater. I analyze this series, I analyze these characters, I analyze these storylines way too deeply to just be a trivial hater. I think I'm a truth teller.
introduce her to
I
block.
find, I find it so funny how they
No,
come up with lies. They
they actually
watch. They don't say
apologized.
anything. They just watch, and then they go back over to Reddit and then talk about it. It's
Yeah.
actually
The
But it's the
shipping
same
community
thing.
is
Like we're sitting here dissecting
toxic.
art. People do it the same way with sports. They do it with politics. They do it with all. I mean, I'm across a lot of. I love art. Art is a very escape for me. But I'm really deep in politics. Sport. But people do it the same way. But you cannot take this stuff outside of that. That's really, really dangerous. And this is Erica. This is her livelihood, how she's trying to make her living, and she's an artist. And people really have to be careful with things like that. And I think it's because they're not understanding their life. Like life is so many different things. Go
No,
ahead.
I think the shipping community. Go ahead, keep going. You were saying.
No, I just think that people, and I think it really bothers me because she creates these platforms for us to have an escape. And it really bothers me when people do things like that to her, because I've been a part of theater groups. Like I'm a part of a theater group that they had, like we've been following Rent for like years and years, and no one goes after like the curator of those things like that. And I'm telling you, they doing this to Erica because she's black, or at NK. They do it because they're black, they're creators, they're like that. You have people and who occupy the same spaces that they do, and they do not treat them that way like that. So I always, every time I speak into Erica, I'm always encouraging her. I'm like, sis, keep going, because this is bigger than you. She's curating like platforms.
Kofi, I need you to mute, babe. If you're not speaking, I need you to mute.
My fault.
I I totally agree, but I also believe that the shipping community is just toxic. It's not just All American. There's just a whole bunch of them out there. And it's very toxic out there. And it sucks that people can't just have their own opinion. Like, opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one. So I
Yeah,
don't understand why anybody
Right.
can't have their own
they
opinion. And
they
we
make
gotta
it.
get, yeah, but we have to get, mutilated for our opinion just because of the fact that we don't agree with what you're saying in regards to the show. And just because you liked it doesn't mean that I gotta like it too. That's just how it goes. And I hate that because I even told her when I was on Instagram, I told her, I said, that is so wrong that they are doing that. I do not agree. And I was a Bolivian fan at that time. But I was like, that is wrong. They should never talk to you like that. They should never be ridiculing you or sending you death threats or anything like that. And then to do that to NK, that's even worse because she's
Yeah.
the one that came out with it. She's the one that decided to combine this show so we can enjoy it. I don't really think it's the writers itself. I think it's more CW because watching all these CW shows and how they move, it's the same way they're
Yep.
moving with All American. That's what I see. I don't know
Yeah.
what everybody else is seeing, but that's what I see.
And the viewers,
I
they
think y'all
make
made a
it
really
so
great
crazy.
point about it being a ship thing because I do see the same thing over at Sisters, and it just happens to be another show specifically huge with the black community. Real quick, just me B says I subscribe because I liked your videos. My YouTube hasn't been showing me your channel. I didn't mean anything by the comment. I was being rude. My bad. I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. I want to take
Thank
a time
you.
to like say
Don't come for our sister.
I appreciate that.
No smoke. No
Because
smoke.
I don't even
no
get
smoke.
I don't even get the chance
Right.
to. The interesting part about it is I don't even get the chance at. It's wild to me that as the like height of the hate came, I have always been very open, and during the time that happened, I was also hosting Zooms where we were rewatching episodes together. So people had so much access to me, and there were so many people who became like really invested, like that really became friends with me. Like Naya came about from that, Melissa came about from that, I think Antonio also came about from that, of like us literally watching the show and them not agreeing with me and like asking me in real time. So I have always been so accessible, so it's so interesting to me to receive the hate that I do, but I have always been a type of creator that has been like on lives or doing these rewatches, and you could literally talk to me but you would rather berate me. That always was just like, okay, I guess. So I just said all that to say, I appreciate you actually taking the time to apologize in this moment and us be able to have this dialogue in this way. But going back to the point of like, it's happening with ships all over. I didn't know that. I had no idea that this was a thing until the All American ship sale. And then Sisters, and well, for Sisters, people didn't hate me until Zach and Fatima got together. And I was already still like, okay, well, maybe Zach and Karen gonna work it out. But I would like, if I would have been creating content when I was in the Twilight, Lord help me. Because apparently this is like really a thing. And if you don't go with what the fucking popular people want, they want to gut your ass for it. And I never knew that was like actually real. So you're right.
And
It's not
I don't,
specific to All American.
I
No,
don't
it's
even
not.
understand.
It's
Like, I don't
everywhere.
understand how, like, yes, you love Spencer and Olivia, but I don't, is it drug? Like, what is it that causes y'all to blur the lines of reality and fiction and make it so that this couple is your entire life? And if anybody says anything negative about any part, either of them in the couple or the couple themselves, it just turns into a whole attack. I don't understand. Like, what could
I don't
cause your
have the
mind?
answer, but what I think, what I
Boredom.
have allowed to like become the thing that helps me accept it and give a little bit more grace, and also just press the block button very quickly. Because for me, I always question how people could be going so hard for a person who's not real, but then disrespecting the person who is real, i.e. me, as if I'm not. That never made sense to me. And only thing that I could take from it or like kind of make sense of is that they resonate with her story. They resonate with the wallflower. They resonate with the girl that's being overlooked. They resonate with wanting to be chose. And I am the big bad wolf who has my voice. Olivia didn't have her voice. I am passionate and proud and very outspoken. So it puts them in a place if they are really identifying with the characteristics that was given to Olivia from the beginning. Because I believe most of them are on the ship only because of what they gave in the beginning. And then the okie doke happened and they just committed to the shit because they felt so seen.
Yeah.
Erica became the antithesis of that. And then she had the nerve, because before she was speaking for this girl. Oh, you don't see her. Oh, you need to do this. If you go back to my original videos, I was 100% like, Olivia, they need to do right by her. They're not paying attention to her. They're not doing this. They're not doing that. And then the moment when I realized that she shifted and I shifted, that's the moment where the separation happened and I started to get the hate because I became I stopped being, I guess, their protector and their voice, and I became their villain.
And that is unfortunate.
I always
because,
liked
again,
Olivia. I just didn't want her to be with Spencer. That's it. And I really hate the fact that I couldn't stand. That's what was my issue. And it really bothered me that they took, like with Leila and Spencer. I think that they were great together. I think that he could have helped her better than Jordan or any other guy that she was with. And then I also hate the fact that they messed up the relationship that they could have had like two girls. I don't believe when they talk about you're my sister and all of that. They could have been like that.
Yeah.
But they sat there and they spoiled it. And it was so much story that they could have told with that instead of making, because sometimes we have people that join our families and they become like a family member. That's what I wanted Spencer to be. I wanted him to be a brother to Olivia.
That's what it was too in the first two seasons. Like, at least to me, like when Spencer was living in the house, that was like when the show was its best written, in my opinion, because that was so unique to me. Like the fact that Spencer had to move to a whole new community and like he got to live with this whole new family and like you bought it. He feels like a member of the family in the first two seasons. It's really only in season 3 when like you can see the shift happen in real time, where in just one summer, Spencer and Olivia fell in love. Now, I actually would have liked it better if we had like little flashbacks, like during summer break, where we could have seen Spencer and Olivia fall in love. Because if you go back and you watch season 2 to season 3, it's jarring because you have Spencer's injury at the end of season 2 coming back, and then we come back to season 3, and like we just see Spencer is just like eyeing Olivia, like he's ready to steal Asher's girl again, and you don't know where it's coming from. It's like there's so much missed opportunity in the writing where like they could have done good things with the whole brother aspect, but you see them like hard pivot like very quickly, and
you know what
what
just came up for me and listening to that real quick. Don't lose your thought, Michael. What came up for me while you were talking, Mac, is actually also piggybacking off of what we were talking about before you started speaking. It feels like the shows with the toxic culture around their ships, because Nia Love brought up a really great point about Janine and Gregory from Abbott, and I want to talk about that. But it seems like the shows with the most toxic ships have a correlation with that being their plot. The moment that All American decided that Olivia was going to be the plot, that is when the shit goes left. Zach and Fatima are not a plot. Their troubles, struggles, whatever, coupledom should be something happening within the world, but should not be the driving force. Shows that depend too heavily on the conflict coming from the ships are the shows that are not actually leaning into really great writing. Because if you were to go over to Abbott Elementary, I think that Janine and Gregory are written beautifully. I just finished this last season. And I'm like, listen, and it was touch and go. It was touch and go towards the end. I was like, damn, they're not gonna get together because they worried about if they like work together in HR and this and the third, and that's very valid. But all of the angst and the conflict comes from outside of them. Their relationship itself isn't the conflict, and Abbott as a show is not hinged on Janine and Gregory, which makes it great. Like I was talking to a homegirl about this, and I was like, what I really, really love about the Janine and Gregory story is that they chronicle them getting to know each other. Too much of our media has people falling in love off the initial interactions because you like the way that somebody look and maybe how they smell and maybe how they move into space, but you don't even know this person, and now you're madly in love. Gregory and Janine are madly in love with one another, and they know each other's quirks, they know each other's likes, they know each other's rhythms, they know each other's speech patterns. Like, they know each other. Where the hell is the ship conversation around that? So to me, we're only having a problem with ships as it pertains to Sisters and All American is because the writers decided to stop at that goddamn level and put no goddamn effort into the actual writing. The ship should be secondary, tertiary, if you will, to what's actually happening. It should not be the plot. I'm sorry, that just came up for me.
I love that.
Okay, real quick, we're gonna go to Micah, and then I think Toy was saying something. We're gonna go around like that.
So like he was saying something about like not seeing Spencer and Olivia. I had a different viewing experience of All American because like a friend told me about it, and then I saw a clip on YouTube. It was literally the clip of Olivia running into Ashley's arms, and Spencer was standing there. And I watched that, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna watch the show. But I started at season 2, and I didn't watch season 1. Started at season 2. When I watched it, I never saw. I don't know. I just always thought Olivia and Spencer were like there was a brother sister thing at original first watching it. That's what I always saw. I never saw the romantic thing that people were saying. I was like, oh wait, it's just brother sister. But my problem with Spencer and Olivia was never like they got together, and I never had necessarily a problem with the getting together. I think once they got together, the problem for me at least was that it gave that Spencer loved Olivia more than she loved him, and it almost gave with everything that she did like to get Spencer. Once she got him, it gave that she just stopped trying, and she did everything she possibly could to break down the relationship that she fought so hard for. And that was my problem really with Olivia, at why I kind of fell off of them as a relationship, because that like it was a fun like seeing like the progression and everything, the love confession in Vegas and everything. That was fine to me. It was once they got together that the relationship started to go bad, in my opinion.
So
Toy.
I have a different opinion, and you might not agree with me because y'all, it's fine. I've been a Bolivian for quite some time, and I've seen it differently only because of I've seen it from
Differently
Liv's
to
point of
who?
view,
From what Micah
right?
just said or what I said?
What Micah said,
Okay.
in the sense of like, you never seen them as being together. I've seen it from Liv's point of view. I get where y'all coming from most definitely, and I agree with y'all. I'm just saying I've seen it from Liv's point of view. So if you watch, like when I watched from the beginning of the show, and how like it was like she like automatically wanted him, right? Didn't even know him, but also he seen her for everything, like everybody else didn't see her. So like when he was asking her like, oh, is it? And then she was like, nobody ever asked me that. So you know what I mean? I felt that they would be connected. I just didn't think they were going to connect like that, but I thought they would connect in another way, in the sense of like you're friends first and then you turn into something like the Janine and Gregory type of situation. You know what I'm saying? And
But they didn't give the story for that.
That's what I'm saying. The writers had such a good like opportunity to do that, and they didn't. It was like it was a flop right then and there, because they could have did that way, and it would have made more sense to people. Be like, oh, I see it now.
But I don't
Okay.
even know if they ever planned on doing anything more. If I'm gonna be honest, it feels like all they had in the canon was her relapse, and from there it's like, I get it, girl. You on drugs and you struggling, but you don't get to now go through the rest of your life and nobody gets to call bullshit on the shit that you do. You still have to be a fucking regular person that gets checked on shit. Like, so for me, when I go back and I saw, like, I love Leila and Spencer immediately. They were not polar opposites. They were very much so the same person in different worlds. So for me, Spencer basically is the Leila of the hood. And I loved it. And I felt like they could learn a lot from each other in reference to the smarts and the popularity, their position in the space that they're operating in. I thought that it was brilliant. I saw immediately that that Olivia was interested in Spencer, but I saw immediately that she couldn't handle Spencer because you can barely even handle your fucking self. So for me,
Yeah.
I got on board with the whole Olivia thing, but y'all never continue her story to put her in a position to actually be ready for this other phenom character in Spencer. But you take him away from somebody who is outside of his community, is outside of his scope, but still on his level, only to then spend the following 3 seasons forcing him to downplay himself and dim his light to meet this girl where she's at. Why wasn't the story to get her to push to figure out how she can be what Spencer deserved? I don't understand.
But that's what I'm saying. When I said what I said is that they had an opportunity to where she was like, you know what, I want this. This is what I want. You know what I mean? I need to change myself, do whatever I need to do because this is what I want. Like if she's seen this is how they showed it. If this is how it really was, then they could have basically had it where they actually delved more into her story and everything like that. Again, I still seen it only because I seen it from Liv's eyes. Once I started watching it even more, I was just like, no, absolutely not.
I don't think that there was ever, I would think there was ever a plan for her. I don't think that there was ever a plan for her to.
Killed it for me. That car accident was the one that killed it for me. Because when you said that you wanted him to switch seats, honey, it was a done deal for me. I was like, wait a minute.
And all of that was evidence towards they never had a plan for her to actually be equally yoked. They always had a plan for her to think that she's supposed to get the things she wants because she wants it.
Yeah.
And that's reinforced by her twin because he's operating in that same space as a male.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Jordan.
Jordan and their father. They took after their father, Billy, because Billy always tried to get what he couldn't have.
Here's my thing too with like Spencer and Olivia and All American as a whole. I actually, this is probably an unpopular opinion, I actually think the Netflix deal was the worst thing to happen to All American. Because when you go back to that deal, when you go back to All American getting put on Netflix, yes, it allowed for the show to like practically like survive, but it also like put way more eyes on All American than the show than even on the network than they've ever seen before. So and now everybody's like, oh, I like Spencer and Olivia. We got to get them together. We need them together. And I think the writers succumbed to that pressure too early. Because they
then it's not a Netflix problem. It's a writer's will problem. I think that Netflix is the best thing. We wouldn't even have anything past the season 1 if it wasn't for Netflix. So I'm not. Netflix was honestly a saving grace for the damn show, and I probably wouldn't have found it had I not found the first season on Netflix. Because they didn't market it. They didn't market the damn show at all.
They didn't market it well at all. They didn't market it well at all.
And I think that's a thing of like putting the writer, like not necessarily putting them on the spot, but like we need to give accountability where it's due. It's not Netflix's fault. I mean, you can still feel how you feel, but it's not Netflix's fault. If you as the writer decided to succumb to the fucking fanfare, that's on you, because I don't think that Quinta is going to do it. And I was getting pissed off watching a little clip of Tyler James Williams over on the damn Jennifer Hudson show talking about you know what, they just need to stay platonic, talking about Janine and Gregory. Yeah. They just need to stay platonic. I'm like, there's plenty of people that need to stay platonic, but not you and Janine, goddamn it. I don't want to hear it. Like, so I really believe that Quinta is staying true to what the hell she wants to do. And that it's a tricky thing to navigate. I haven't been put in that position yet because my shows have not been acquired. But I tell you one thing, I'm taking away from this fucking experience with covering All American is that once my shit does sell, I appreciate y'all watching, but I'm going to do what I came here to fucking do. And it's to uplift my people, help people process and heal through their goddamn trauma. So if you're seeing traumas for a goddamn reason, we're going to give you some goddamn resources. We're going to give you some damn examples. We're going to do something. I am not here just to give you more of what you want when you want fucking McDonald's. Bitch, have a damn salad.
It becomes fan fiction. Wow, it becomes fan fiction because I don't know if y'all watch Outer Banks, but They have
Yes.
in season one, it's set up perfectly. Everything is great, and you have these two characters that they maybe interact once or twice in the whole season, and fans like gravitated towards them so much that they
Mm-hmm.
started shipping them,
Yep.
Deja and Kiara, and they started shipping them, and the writers had no intention of putting them together, but because of what the fans said, they just completely changed the story to make it seem
Yep.
like they were supposed to be together. And there's other
Yep.
plots that fans bring up and they're like, okay, let's put that in. After a while, it's not your show, it's fan fiction. You're literally writing a Wattpad story
That's
on the
interesting to
screen.
me because I feel like if I
Mm-hmm.
was put in this position, I would take it as a challenge. Like now I gotta win over 20,000 people who really think that Olivia belong together, but Spencer needs to stay with Leila for at least 2 more seasons. Like that's how
Hmm.
I would look at it as a writer. So
That's
what
how I
do
would
I
have
need
seen
to
it too.
do
Like, I
to
think
get
that's
y'all to
what they
see
did.
it?
I think that's what they
And I
did with
feel that
Jordan and Leila
also,
too.
how
It's
many more
like,
stories that you could have told if you would have had Spencer and
Yep.
Olivia stay platonic, for the simple
That's what I'm
fact that
saying.
I love the situation that Spencer had an opportunity that was given to him, and it changed the course of his life. It changed the course of his
Mm-hmm.
mother's life, his little
Yep.
brother. It's so many stories that could
yes.
have come from that. Olivia would have had another
Mm-hmm.
ally, that this is their sister, that they're trying to protect her from protecting from herself and her
Yep.
self-destruction. It's so much, as a writer,
She would
that would
have
have
an
been so
ally,
many
but then
more
she also
stories.
would have an accountability buddy that's not
Exactly.
so worried about
There you go.
losing, being able to stick parts of her. I mean, parts of him and the parts of her, and he can call her on her bullshit. That was the only thing I
Exactly.
actually needed from Spencer. As the series progressed and Olivia decided to get in her menacing bag, I needed Spencer to be like, girl, if you don't calm your coochie, what the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
And
it
that's
never
Yeah.
happened. I had a
Never.
homeboy going into college. I wasn't wild as hell until I got to like junior year because I went to school in New Orleans. But I was a student athlete. So my first year, I was like straight in there, real cool. I had a homeboy that was like, have you lost your goddamn mind? This is not how you behave. Multiple times. Because sometimes we be tripping. And I think that more young women need to see that. More young women and men actually need to be able to see investing in a woman not because you want to fuck her. What the hell?
I agree.
Now I'm getting pissed again.
I agree.
They did it with Jordan and Layla, I feel like, in terms of giving the fans what they want. Because I remember I quit All American after season three. I kind of was not watching the show, and then I saw a video of like, oh, Jordan and Layla kissed, and I'm like I was shocked. I was like, when did this ever happen? As much as the writers want to change the history now, the truth is Jordan and Layla were never had feelings for each other at any point
Jordan was
for
paying
season.
Layla no mind for
No, and I
All
feel
about
seasons.
like
Simone.
the writers
It's
just
about
remember. I
Simone.
remember the one time I ever remember people actually like there was a big shipping of Jordan and Layla was when one people wanted to get Layla away from Spencer in that Cotillion episode, and I think they took that and said, okay, we're gonna put them together because that's the fans. That's the fans said that. Let me put them together. Have Spencer and
Yep.
Olivia together, and we would just have the core four of them being ships on the show. Like it
Mm.
doesn't make any sense.
I think that Layla never had anyone. She never had anyone, and when
She had
Spencer
Spencer
came,
for a second.
it was
She had Spencer for a second. I won't say
yeah,
that. She had Spencer
She
for a
had
second.
Spencer. She had Spencer.
he had her for a second, and it was so much beautiful stories that they could have told with that, and so many other people that Spencer could have reached. His story could have reached. It could have helped, like people bringing kids, bringing them to their homes, giving them a second chance. Because I can't imagine if I had a kid, and then I'm gonna let their friends stay here, and I'm thinking back later. Wait a minute, was this person screwing my child? Was this going on in my house that you can't trust people to be in your home? So that's what I'm saying. They should have kept that as
But we
friendship.
act like that's not even a thing because all the parents are just so complicit in whatever the
I
fuck the
know.
kids do. It's like they're not even parents at this point. You want to go and blow up a bank? Okay, let me go get you some dynamite, baby. Like what?
Right.
JP,
Exactly.
he showed up. I forgot JP existed. I was shocked when I saw him in the episode. I was like, JP exist. Like JP King is actually a father. I forgot.
Did he have dialogue? I actually don't remember if he talked.
He
He
said
didn't say anything.
Jordan's the lucky guy,
He
and
didn't
that was
say
about
much.
it.
They look
Okay.
like they got his suit from J.C. Penney. Um,
I can't.
yeah, he's supposed to be a
The whole wedding,
multi-millionaire.
okay, the whole wedding was. It looked like they got sticks from the beach and a cloth that they tied up around the sticks. It was
They
bad.
It
could have
was
just had
pretty,
it
but
in the
it was
backyard
basic
of the
California
Bateman's.
pretty.
They could have had it in the backyard of the Baker's
Pretty.
house, pretty much,
I
if
mean,
it
if
was
they
that
wanted a beach
serious.
wedding, they could have did it at the beach. Uh, That's just
They
me.
could have did that too. There's so many things they could have did, and
But
again,
you have to think about Layla doesn't really have a lot of extended family, and not neither does the Bakers. So
no,
who
it's
were
not
they? I
that.
don't know who these people were.
But it's not that. It's the fact that first of all, you there was no dance. There, there was no,
How many players are on a football team?
no
Ain't it 50
vows,
players? Ain't it 50 players
nothing.
on a
And then,
football
right,
team?
they know people. They know people. I
No
mean, they're
coach,
not
no
just in
coach
the
Kenny,
vortex. There's not just the
nobody.
vortex. That was the other thing that was
Oh,
not
the
realistic about this
vortex.
show. First of all, the vortex. Let me say something.
Oh,
And maybe it's just me. Okay.
Kofi is tired of us lighting up the vortex. Kofi, was that you
I
that
just-
did that?
oh no,
Oh
that's
no, it
me.
was
I hate
Mac.
the
It was
vortex.
Mac. Okay.
They suck.
So
Oh, I hate it.
let me just say this. That is so unrealistic. First of all, even in other shows, if somebody goes and dates somebody, they don't date someone that's in the actual group. They date outside the group. They either marry that person, whatever, but they do not date inside the group like that. Like it was like a pass along. They were passing along Layla. They were
Yeah,
I
and
think
passing
that they
along.
do. I don't know if as many people do it. There are people who do it, but it's not that many people. It's not so many people in close
No.
proximity. Because again, I go back to Lila Garrity with Tim Riggins and Jason Street.
And Jason.
Right. But even with that though, so they go to college, right? When you go to college, first of all, you're gonna meet new people. It doesn't matter who you've known in high school. You're still gonna meet new people. And they didn't even meet nobody. Like, how is that? There was no classroom. Come on, you didn't have any homework. We didn't even talk about a final. Nothing. What?
Exactly. That's my. I mean, Jordan's
In
supposed to be
school.
this short
I'm in
quarterback.
school, and I can tell you that is not true. No, it is hard as hell. Where the hell school are you going to?
And
And
to
any other
piggyback on the
school
point
class-
of the meeting other people, to piggyback on that really quick, I think that's another dangerous messaging that they push forward with this series as we
Yeah.
gain more and more seasons. Because they had the vortex so codependent on each other, they also were trying to push this romanticized version of like, all I need is this person. So all Spencer needs is Olivia. All Olivia needs is Spencer. And that is very, very dangerous because if you do not have community as you get older, you will struggle. If you are relying on one person for your everything, and that person ain't you or Jesus, you will struggle as you navigate through adulthood, and it's very unrealistic. So whether it sounds nice on the ears, it might sound very pretty and very flowery of like, all I need is you. That's a fucking lie.
Okay,
From the
but
depths of
y'all
hell.
think-
Very,
y'all
very
think-
toxic.
y'all think
It's
that-
not realistic.
that-
It's toxic.
Y'all think that, especially going into season 7, y'all think Jordan and Layla is gonna last? Like, is there a divorce? I feel like if they center them in season 7, they're probably gonna do something bad to them. Y'all think they get a divorce?
Which is so, I'm just so over it already. I'm so over it. Like, Layla just deserves so much better. And Erica, I love you down. Erica James, I love you down. I don't know if you're still in here, but that's also part of the thing that's happening in the back of my goddamn mind, because you got your wedding, your beautiful ass wedding. They going into their marriage. If they stay on the show, that means they don't stay together.
Yeah, you know all Americans.
Mhm.
If they stay, and especially I saw some people like they were so happy that now Spencer's gone, Jordan and Layla can be centered. I was like, do y'all know what they do to the main characters? Y'all in for a rude awakening.
Layla Keaton is not Olivia Baker. Layla Keaton is
And
not
not only
Olivia
that,
Baker.
Jordan
And
has
they
a
are
wife.
not going to preserve her for nobody. Okay? The character that gets preserved in this series is Olivia Baker.
don't-
Everybody else is up for goddamn grabs in reference to
Jordan
struggle,
has a-
strife, and
no.
trauma.
Look, I don't know, because like I said, the way that they did the whole thing was just, it was a no. I mean, if you watch any other show, you know that they don't do that. they usually find somebody. I mean, 90210. There's so many examples.
Well, I'm saying that the
that's
writers are
out
going out
there.
their
That's what I'm
way to
saying.
make this happen. So, like, Layla, it's up for you, sis, next season. Because you're not Olivia Baker. They're not going to rewrite the laws of fucking writing for you. They will only rewrite the laws of writing for Olivia Baker. And you ain't her.
Okay.
Especially with Jordan, like I don't know where they really dropped the ball, and I'm not I don't like Jordan, okay, but
Can't stand Jordan.
what is what is Jordan doing? Like what is he like? I don't believe I'm not buying the coaching thing because we've never seen Jordan have any inkling to want to coach or be like Billy. So if y'all are gonna make it so that he's Billy 2.0 coaching at Crenshaw, y'all are gonna have to sell it like in these last few episodes, really sell it that he has this passion. I'm still not gonna buy it, but y'all can sell it. It just doesn't make any sense what he's gonna do next. Now that because he's graduated college, given that it was 10 months. Yeah, 10 months later.
You know, there's
It'd be
one
more
character
believable
that,
if Spencer did that.
you know,
I mean, Jordan, come on now, really?
yeah, there's one character though that I think is getting off a little scot-free in terms of all these like random good things happening, like the laws, like history being rewritten for them. Patience, I cannot stand Patience. How is Patience still a character in this show? I don't understand it. She's not a good singer. Like she's not a good singer. Like she has a random stalker. Like I don't understand the stalker. The stalker case made no sense. How is she so famous that her entire like story is all over the news and all that, and she's being talked about in the same light as like all like famous celebrities? Patience, in my opinion, like when they went down the route to make Patience a full-on music star celebrity sensation, that's when I felt like the show lost the plot for me. Because how are you gonna say Patience is like the most important like figure in this entire show, but she's not a good singer? And now you want me to believe that she can be a Broadway actress? Like, what are we doing?
I
I
agree with you
I
100%.
respectfully disagree.
We're being all American. That's what we're doing.
I mean, I don't think she's a bad singer. Now, I didn't really comment on this because I was submitting my final stuff, but I'm kind of indifferent to the ships. Like, I don't watch All American for that. Yeah, it's cute and all, but that's not why I watch. But if I'm gonna be honest, I kind of saw Spencer and Olivia a little bit from the beginning. The only thing that I hated about this whole thing was how I'm just gonna be real about this. I felt like Olivia gaslit Spencer in season 3, especially in the beginning, because writers didn't do a great job of setting it up where like what because especially that first episode will always get me so tight. And Erica loves to mention how this Olivia freaking ran across the Black Lives Matter mural and jumped into the arms of that white guy. And me as a viewer, yeah, and me as a viewer, I was never a fan of that. And then I felt so bad for Spencer, especially when I saw watching Vegas and how it played out. How that woman basically broke my man's heart. And as a guy, I had fucking PTSD because I never declared my love for someone, but I did. I had a crush on a girl one time, and I told her one time, and it didn't go down that way. But she pretty much she read me for filth, and I felt for Spencer in that moment. And that I, Olivia just annoyed me in season 3A, especially with that whole back and forth, and then 4B. But for the most part, I mean, yeah, 4B, especially, yeah, and then in season 5. Then back end of 5B, and then this season a little bit. I mean, she hasn't really given me a reason to hate her. I mean, I don't pay attention to her much, but she hasn't annoyed me, so there's that. Jordan and Layla, I kind of saw it, but then I didn't think they were gonna go there because I felt like they were gonna do something with Layla and Clay. Then for me, something shifted. Two things shifted for me to think, oh, they're actually gonna go with Laura, Jordan, and Layla. The first thing was when she had that conversation in season 4 with her dad about him not wanting her to focus on her time and being a mogul and putting herself out there. And that phone call, she could have called Clay, but she called Jordan and asked about the seasons of dating. That told me. And then the second thing that told me was when Simone came back and pretty much told Jordan what it was, and Jordan, well, I don't want to say gaslit her, but I will just say he was in denial, and all the foolishness that incurred in the next episode with him, you know, being a player and smashing for random white girls. And that's another thing. Why is Jordan? I don't have time to get into all that. I mean, whatever. So, for me, I mean, I'm not into the ships like that. So, as far as I'm concerned, do I think Jordan and Layla will last? Yeah, I do. Because I do. If they center them in season 7, I think they'll last. Are there going to be bumps along the way? Sure. Because what marriage doesn't have that? I mean, that's life. But do I think they would break them up? Nah. I think they're gonna be fine. So that's just me. And last thing,
Kofi, real quick.
yeah.
You are 100% right to your feelings and to your thoughts and to your hopes for the series. What I kind of like struggle with is you believe that they won't break up, but you don't offer any call to the specifics around the characters that you think is going to keep them together. So much of what you say in reference to they're gonna be all right, is just based off of well wishes and high hopes and your optimism. But it is no call to this, because you can say this is how I knew they were going to get together. What have they done in reference to the storytelling to show you that they're going to stay together?
Okay, see, and that's a fair point. This is me being an optimist when I say that, but also, I just think that any time, at least that I've seen on screen, when they've had an issue with each other, the two of them, they have a fight, then in some way they talk it out, and then the issue is solved. I don't think they'll do what they do.
But the issue has been solved majority of the time, still to this day, with Leila bending or pulling back or not sharing the whole thing. So just because they have come to amicable terms after some kind of conflict doesn't mean that they did so healthily in a way that's sustainable moving forward. Is Leila supposed to go the next 50 years navigating Jordan at this place that he's at?
No, she shouldn't. But I don't think, at the same time, I think Jordan, at least from what I've seen from these last few episodes, he's been really solid. Like, all I wanted from him was to be an equal partner to her and be equally
And you
yoked.
believe him to be an equal partner?
Right now, as we're speaking, yeah. Previously, no, I didn't.
Okay.
I always thought it was all about him. This time,
So what does it take for him to be an equal partner?
Oh, it just we talked about this when we were on a live a few times ago. What was it? What did I say? Something along the line. I just want Jordan to not center himself and put himself in Layla's shoes and be there for her and be a equal partner in this marriage and relationship. And so far, I mean, I feel like he's done a good job. I mean, there been bumps along the way, yeah, but he hasn't really done anything that I've seen as a red flag. He has the capacity.
Can I say something?
Only thing I will say real quick before you go, I think it's Mrs. Science or Toy. Kofi, I would offer you I would offer for your consideration you to reflect on the statements of I don't see any red flags, because to be quite honest, because you don't see any red flags does not mean that they're not there. And this is something that I think a lot of men are struggling with as it pertains to relationships and love and showing up in a way that's whole and full for somebody else to experience. Because you don't see it, you don't think that it's there. And I get that it's hard, of like, you don't know what you don't know, but you also have to stop resting in, well, it seems fine, or I don't see anything wrong, but you're also not interrogating it enough to even uncover if it is.
Okay.
And Jordan is a boy. Jordan is a boy. Layla would needed someone like Spencer going to the NFL, who's a pro football player. She is a mogul. He's still playing. He's still playing kid stuff. And if they took the college away, Jordan has any. He has nothing. He has nothing
But they
going for
have.
him.
That's it. That they have taken the college away, which is why I'm interested to see these last two episodes because he's not in college, which means he needs to get a job, and I'm interested to
Yeah.
see what that is because he
Something.
needs a job. So Layla can't be the one paying the rent.
Look, I refuse to think that they're really going to close his football chapter. Okay, because this.
Okay,
I mean,
so Kofi,
he was
at this point, you're delusional. That's what we're dealing with.
I'm being for real.
They had the man sidelined at the goddamn Super Bowl cheering harder than the damn cheerleaders. This man is not thinking about getting on that goddamn field.
Look,
Not getting drafted. He never
I-
really loved the sport, so it's understandable in that way that Jordan, not like Spencer, loved it and wanted it like Spencer wanted it. So he never Jordan never ever said, "I want to go to the NFL. This is my dream. This is what I want." Jordan only ever wanted to be married to Layla, which he has been. And now that he's done with college and clearly didn't get drafted, I mean, there's no NFL for Jordan in Jordan's future.
I
Jordan
just don't
wanted to be
think
married to anyone. He just wanted to be married. That like
Oh,
we
yeah,
look for
I mean,
jobs, we look for wives.
Wow.
Yeah, man. But if the show is going to stay focused on football, they need a football character. Like I don't.
But you
because
cannot
Dion-
now become like these goofy ass writers and just start snapping your fingers and making things happen because it's supposed to be that way. Kofi, they abandoned what it was supposed to happen 3 seasons ago. You gonna have to move on, babes.
I'm
That's
not.
why I
no,
said. That's why I
don't
said. I
want to.
thought. That's why I said.
That's
I thought
fair.
they
You don't have to want to. I didn't want
I
to
thought
suffer
they
as Olivia hell for the last 4 years, but alas.
All right, fine. So
That's
we're
why
on
I
the
said I
record
thought they
saying
would bring in
Jordan is
somebody.
not
Like
playing football anymore. Like he's done with football. I still think he'll
no,
be
I think
connected.
they're gonna make him. They're gonna make him the coach. This is all American. They're gonna do the basic thing, and they're gonna make him the Crenshaw coach and like carry on Billy's legacy, which is what I think season 7 will be.
How is an
kinda about.
unpassionate about a sport who is selfish as hell when he's even on the field going to teach young minds like Mo Young?
That's what I don't see Jordan as a coach. He never gave.
He
or
never gave
leader.
coach. He barely gave
Okay,
player.
He never
So
gave
Eric,
leader.
so wait, Erica,
But
you
in the
just asked that
trailer-
question, but how does he marry Layla? Layla is way above Jordan. Jordan is like,
But that's different. You
bottom
just
of
gotta
the
have the
barrel.
right parts. And Layla is also whether I know you're not gonna like this, Erica, when you catch us on the replay, Miss Mamas, but just know my intentions are great. Layla is also a character who has suffered through a lot of romantic ass trauma. So to even be picked by a man and him to stand tall and being picked was basically all the criteria that need. He has the tools.
That's true.
And then he chose her. That's it. He don't need to have no money. He don't need to have no sense. He don't need to have no emotional
So
intelligence.
she
He don't need to
just
have no
wanted to be
plan.
chosen.
He don't need to have shit. But to be a coach,
So
you
you-
actually, I've been a coach and I gave that shit up because it was not for me. Like them children, molding young minds, dealing with the shit that come with them in their lives.
I'm not
So
gonna.
she
I'm
just
not
wanted
gonna
to be
buy it.
chosen.
I'm not
Yeah.
gonna buy it. But I saw it in the trailer when he's sitting with the basket with the football in Billy's office. You just could see. You see exactly what AA is trying to do. They're so transparent.
Mhm.
Look,
Yep.
my only thing with this is that call
Oh
me
my God,
crazy.
they're gonna move them to Crenshaw. Oh God, Layla. Oh God.
Call me crazy.
Please,
but
no.
does it seem to me like with
I just thought about
Spencer
it.
leaving and everybody they're going in the new ring? Is it me or does this seem like they're positioning Jordan and Layla to be Billy and Laura for these next group of kids that are going to be coming
Oh,
up?
they
Oh
want-
God.
That's exactly
They
what
want
it is.
that. They
That's
want
exactly
that.
what it is.
Yeah.
Is that what we're doing?
That's exactly.
But
what it's
Laura
giving.
was
I
so
can picture it
That's
now.
exactly what
inconsequential.
they're doing.
Laura was
They're
so
gonna move-
inconsequential. So like,
They're gonna
so
move
Layla
them
is
down
just
to
gonna be this
Crenshaw.
Manila ass lady that's walking around telling
Yep.
everybody they could be great.
Yep.
I feel
Unfortunately.
like, if anything,
I
I,
think-
feel like Michael wants that more than anything. I know for a fact he would love to be in a Billy role because then like he could actually be a main character. I know like that would be like
He is a
let's-
main
let's be
character.
real- he's the main character. He is one of the main characters, but like, let's be real, he's not the best acted character out of all of them. I feel like he's like the weakest. So like, it'd be cool in one sense, but then I shiver at the thought that like we could be watching a potential season 7 and Mike and like Jordan is like the lead character. Like that, I feel like that would.
I don't think he'll be the lead. I think they're gonna, if they don't use Dion, which I
think he
don't
can be
see
a
how
lead.
they could. I think they bring in a guy that loves football, like Spencer loves football, and they just remake All American just with Jordan as Billy and then a new guy as Spencer.
Yeah,
I think that's what.
because I don't think Dion can be the lead because Dion is so boring.
I don't think Dion can lead because I feel like you lose the foot because Dion doesn't want to play football. It doesn't All American like you got to have that football aspect of a boy and his dreams. You know, you kind of have that football thing. That's kind of what people know the show as. When you think All American, you think football. So if Dion doesn't want to play football, he can't be the main character. It wouldn't make any sense.
I mean, they could do this. I mean, Dion's not the only character. They had some. I think if they had written it better, Khalil could have been somebody that his homeboy that could be somebody that they could write the show for. Like he kind of has a compelling story. Like if Sean didn't get shot and he's trying to get out the hood and get out this drug game type stuff, and maybe make him play football or something. I don't know. They could do something like that because I agree. It's Dion. I mean, I'm not no shade to the actor, but I wasn't really compelled with some of his performances. I mean, the Shakespeare episode, I thought he did a great job, but other than that, especially with his interactions with Khalil, I thought the two actors played off each other pretty well. So maybe build more into that. I don't know. That's just me personally. So
I think they have
it'll be fun.
to buy in.
I'm
They
very
gotta
curious how we navigate seasons. If y'all still gonna stay along, I'm very curious to see how they navigate season 7.
I
really
think
do.
I think for me, I'm viewing season 6 as a healthy jumping away from the show period for me, because like at this point, I've been watching All American simply because like I've been watching it like since season 2, and like I'm too invested now to like stop. So I can't. So like I feel like after season 6 ends, I think that's where I drop off, and then maybe I'll check in to see how season 7 does. But I'm bracing myself for the fact that season 7, more likely than not, is going to be terrible. Like I don't.
Yeah.
My opinion, but hopefully I'm proven wrong and it's a return to form. I would like that.
Yeah, it's not easy to kind of reboot a series 7 seasons in. And I don't know, like they'll have to really have to be able to convince us. Like they have to show these characters and get people to buy in for it to be successful. I feel like.
Yeah, 'cause it feels like to me they're gonna in these last 2 episodes. It's gonna because I seen the new girl that plays Preacher's daughter. She's in the preview for next week, so looks like it's gonna be Dion, Khalil, Preacher's daughter. I still think Preach is gonna be there because he's still in Crenshaw. Jordan, Leila, then maybe Laura a little bit, and that's it. Because I feel like Grace and Dylan don't need to be there. They could have really did something with Dylan, but Dylan's in college, so that's
Dylan is not in college. Dylan is not in college.
Didn't he go to art school?
High school.
Didn't he go to art school? Didn't he get accepted to Boston to
high school?
Didn't he say that he was
high school for art?
Yes.
Okay, Dylan did some foreshadowing. He said he might stay because Leila and Jordan might get divorced. He said that.
That mess was funny. That was so funny.
Yo,
I loved every minute of it.
Me too.
If I'm gonna give like the later seasons of All American anything, they made Dylan funny as shit.
They did. They did.
Like, that kid got
crushing on Leila.
really funny.
I just feel like that's trolling. That's like literal trolling. Because didn't he have a crush on Olivia?
Yeah, he had that.
But his brother is with her. He's not with this vortex mess. No matter how bad Spencer trying to make this shit work, he understands where he needs to step off.
He said it was messy. Wait, side note on that. I need to acknowledge this. I mean, Spencer's the main hero. I get it, but
Is he?
I never.
Is
Yes,
he though?
as
It
far as
doesn't
I'm
get better
concerned,
years.
up until
Really?
the end of up until the end of 6:15.
Why do you need a
he's
main
still-
hero when you have Olivia Baker? Okay, I just had to. Go ahead, Kofi.
You
I'm sorry.
you had to do
I'm
it.
sorry.
You had to do it.
Go ahead,
All right,
Kofi.
anyway, I'm just
She
saying.
had to do it for the one time. I see it.
I'm just saying. There's one thing that's really not set well with me. In 419, when Asher and Spencer have their fight at the party, yeah, they
God.
apologize to each other, but Spencer never really took accountability for how he did Asher. So that's the
Oh,
one
wow.
thing. My dog,
Oh,
you
God.
You don't,
you-
Kofi. I'm gonna say this for the final time.
Oh God.
Spencer don't owe
I ain't
Asher
letting
a
it go. I
damn
ain't letting it
thing.
go. I ain't
Did he
letting it
not
go.
ask
I'm
this
not-
man to tap dance like Bojangles and give him a crip walk
I
on demand?
don't give a
When the
damn.
white
You don't
man
do
comes
dirty,
with
Maxie.
his racist agenda and your girl happen to
dirty,
like you a
Maxie.
little bit better, it is not your fault. And you damn sure ain't issuing no apologies that you can love his girl better than him. That'll teach you.
He was
Asher
dirty,
Treat your
Maxie.
girl better.
And
You won't
Asher
have
was
that problem.
racist. So
Treat your girl better. You won't have that problem. Treat your
diabolical
girl
work,
better. You will not
Kofi.
have that problem.
You with African
Alright.
heritage running around here caping for this white man in his racist era is diabolical work. I ain't even gonna hold you,
You
friend.
better hope that you don't have a
Spencer tell
homeboy or
Asher to
homegirl
cheat
that
on
do you
Leila.
dirty like that. I'm just saying.
Well, I should hope that even if I am done dirty, his ass or her ass is not a white racist person, and then I won't have that to contend with as well.
Yeah, alright, fine, but whatever, to each his own. So
Kofi, to each
But
his
Asher,
own. We draw the
yeah.
line at racism, babes. It
No,
don't
I know.
matter.
I draw the
So-
line. I draw
So
the
we're
line.
gonna
I'm
talk
not- I'm
about
not
that
tripping on that.
episode. If we're gonna talk about that episode, Spencer was right. I'm sorry, Asher. You're basically living with him, and then you're using what you know by living with him against him, and put it in so you can win. I'm sorry, Spencer was
White
right.
privilege.
Everything
No,
he
Kofi's
said.
talking about Spencer taking Layla. Ain't that what you said?
Yeah, and
Taking
Olivia.
Leila and Olivia.
He took a. Oh God.
Well, he
didn't
never
take
had
Olivia
Olivia's
in.
ass. He was throwing Olivia's
That's
ass
it,
away. So
true.
how you gonna tack that on to Spencer Jackie? This is diabolical work, Kofi. My God.
Because wait a minute, didn't Asher mess around with Vanessa? So how can he talk about him taking Olivia? 'Cause I'm so confused.
Yeah,
on that one.
Vanessa
That is not
exists.
me, man.
Character. I forgot about
He
Vanessa.
said that, not me.
Yeah, what about
How
her?
can you
What
forget
happened
about the
with her?
boots?
Right, the boots.
What?
Guys, let me
I
see
thought-
this episode. This is going to be episode 14. This is going to be episode 14. I just read this from the thing. Spencer and Olivia are focused on pulling off the perfect wedding weekend. Jordan considers a new job offer, and his and Layla's search for a new home takes an unexpected turn. Laura and Grace go head to head to see who can write the best speech.
I'm telling
dear
y'all, they
God.
moving to
Oh,
Crenshaw. Oh
God.
God,
We're
they
done.
moving to
We're
Crenshaw,
done.
y'all. I'm telling y'all.
Why is everybody
No.
moving to Crenshaw? First we was all moving
And
to
you know
Beverly
what? I'm
Hills.
traveling.
Now we're moving
I
to
will be
Crenshaw.
traveling.
Make up your mind, people.
Oh, yeah.
That's gonna be on July 8th. I'm traveling, so don't call me. Don't do nothing. I don't want to hear it. I'm
I don't know how
done.
they
I'm
gonna
done.
I'm
I don't know how
I'm
they gonna
tapped
do it.
out.
They gonna have to
I'm
kick
so
Asher out the
done.
house. They gonna have
Wait,
to kick
where
Asher
did you
out.
read that from?
They gonna
This
have to
is
kick Asher
this
out
is
the
the
house.
synopsis. It's the synopsis of episode 14,
Yo,
and it's called
I'm
ID
a
Part 1.
They
Oh,
gonna
so
have
they're
to kick
splitting
him
into
out.
two parts.
yo.
Yeah,
Oh, so
I
they're splitting
guarantee
into
you,
two
it's gonna be
parts.
like almost like a Vegas thing.
I feel so bad for Layla.
You know what I feel like they're gonna do, which would be
I-
diabolical? I feel like
I'm
they're
moving to the
gonna.
moon.
You know what I feel like they're gonna do that'll be diabolical, but just fitting. I feel like
Bring
they're
back
gonna
some.
make reference to a movie towards the end of when the wedding reception happens. I feel like that's what's gonna be the last scene we see of these characters, and then we move on to the next generation. I feel like they're gonna do a best man wedding dance thing, and then that's it. And then I feel like that's what's gonna happen. Because if this is broken up into two parts, that's they definitely doing that.
Damn,
Go
this is
for
gonna
it.
They
be
definitely
whack.
could keep it.
It's gonna be terrible.
But I've been on the ride since 2018, so if I have to say goodbye to my boy Spencer, and I'll tune in on July 8th.
You are gonna.
So.
You are
I'm
gonna
gonna be
have to
tuned in
see
on July
Regal.
8th because I have to watch Homecoming. So
Yeah,
but
that's what I'm gonna do.
Homecoming.
Probably, and I'm gonna pick.
I'm so scared for Homecoming. Like,
We're
what
gonna
about
pray.
you?
Me too.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna tell you
It's
guys
gonna be
now.
cool.
Brace yourself. Homecoming is gonna be bad. I know
It's
for
gonna
a
be bad. I've
fact.
seen spoilers. It's gonna be bad. I don't think I can
Oh, yeah.
watch it.
It's done. Like the
See,
first two
but
seasons of Homecoming are peak. This season, like the fact that you cut your co-lead in Damon, like just out, like he's
he
just
didn't
gonna
cut
be
him. He
recurring.
left. He didn't get cut.
Oh, he left.
He
He
left.
left. Yeah.
Because
knows,
he
like,
wanted more
man.
money.
He
Probably
knows
trying to get
something.
more.
He knows something that our
Oh.
asses do not know.
Regal.
He probably watched Daniel Ezra get locked into that damn 6 years of foolishness, and he said, "Not on my watch."
Honestly,
I
yeah,
bet,
that's probably true.
And I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know if
That
y'all
part.
saw this. But Peyton has a new role where I think he's a quarterback coming up.
In a film, though, I think. I don't know if it's a show. I think it's a film.
Yeah.
Hey, good for my
Yeah.
boy.
Well, I hope if he doesn't come back, I hope that he runs off and he get with Thea. That's the only thing I want out of that, because I was Thea in college. I'm telling you. And I hope that her and David
I ain't holding
end
my
up
breath.
together.
I didn't already grieve Dia. I've already released it. Homecoming is gonna be just like All American. I'm gonna keep those 3 seasons, the first 2 seasons of
Well,
All American and the
is-
first season of Homecoming on a loop.
Well,
just
it
gotta
is
say,
the third season,
Cam
and you
can't
know how
stand
they
that.
are with third season.
Hey, what's up, Antonio?
Okay,
What's
Antonio,
up?
I'm glad that you came in here and you shouted out Cam because I was really sitting here thinking like, what am I going to grab onto? I'm not looking forward to nothing.
My boy.
In spirit, I love Simone, but like she's also like the dark skinned Olivia Baker or like the brown skinned Olivia Baker, so I'm not really fooling with
Nah,
her.
I can't give her that. Nah, I feel
can't give her
nah,
that
Olivia
either.
way worse than her. Nah.
Well,
I can't give her that.
Olivia's had more time. Simone is just getting warmed up. This season, I promise you, it's gonna be season 3 Olivia. Watch, like I can feel it in my bones. I can feel it.
It's not
I
like-
already know who she picked, so I just already know what time she on. Like I just know what time she on. So I can't get with it. So Cam is going who I'm going to gravitate to. I'm gonna latch on to his ass for dear
Who she
life.
picked now?
I'm not saying it because I don't want to ruin it for people. I'll tell you later.
I'm here for
Okay.
JR, so I'm here for JR.
Do y'all see Keisha and JR, or was that just me in the trailer? Like, it gave too many scenes. One scene
Keisha
too
can
many.
barely keep up with Cam. Y'all gonna go give him another fine black man? Like she is barely doing right by Cam. I don't
I mean, nobody can
understand.
really keep up with him,
Yeah,
but
But
she just
JR's with Gabby. JR's with Gabby. So how is
Also
that?
All American, it was very
I think
suspect.
JR gonna end up back in the hospital.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Because
please
they
don't say
got a
that.
young man who's going to be playing little JR now. He just came
Really?
on, and he's going to be on for 4 episodes.
A flashback?
Who?
Yeah, it's a young actor. He's going to be portraying little JR, and he's going to be in 4 episodes. They said so. Something I feel is going to happen to JR. I don't think that he's going to. I don't know. That's what's going to happen.
Are we under the premise that his aplastic anemia is back and he's sick again?
Yeah.
Is that-
You are the only one who really remember what the damn diagnosis was. So
Facts.
Oh,
That's just it. Him being sick.
For real.
Honestly, I forgot he
For none
got
of
sick again. I'm gonna keep
I
it
forgot
a buck.
the
I
name.
forgot.
I forgot the name too.
I just know
Yeah,
he was
I pay attention, so
not
That's what's up.
Kobe, not too goddamn
What's up?
much, okay? Not too much, because these writers are not giving us enough to pay attention to. They haven't given us enough with JR for us to actually care. At this point, we're literally
But I
riding off the
thought
vibes that Sylvester is fine and charismatic, because the JR character leaves a lot to be desired, okay? The most interesting thing about him is his sickness and Gabby. Let's be real.
I thought they was going to use his brother Damon to give him like plasma, something like bone marrow or something like that, and that's how I thought they were going to like get rid of Damon later on, like let him leave. But that's what I really thought that was going to happen. You know, I want Thea. I want Thea front and center. I would love for her to get back with Damon, you know, but
It's not gonna
it's a
happen.
I would
but
never
it's
forgive what
Unfortunately,
they did
not
to
gonna
Damon
happen.
and Thea.
I forgot
Me
no.
either.
Oh, me neither. Me
Me
neither.
either.
Mm.
They were perfect for each other.
They
What
They
were
happened
were.
to Thea?
They
They
had
actually were good together.
Thea Mays sitting
Because I don't
next to
remember
this
what
nigga courtside while he holler out, "There go my baby." These niggas will never,
yeah.
like, y'all will never know peace as far as I'm concerned. Never know peace.
I forgot
They were
did.
cooking.
I
What?
agree.
Yes.
And I
But what
remember
is that?
Erica called it. I remember Erica called it about Dia. Yeah.
Is Thea still in college?
Who
think
knows?
so.
They don't give a damn.
think
She's
so.
the Layla of Homecoming, and I hate it here. I hate it so bad.
Yeah.
Oh, yo, she is. That's crazy.
She
Yeah.
really is. Yeah.
And Simone
I
got
heard
to be Olivia. I'm telling you, you give Simone a
they
little
treat
bit more
Layla a
time.
little bit better though.
She has her
I
moments.
don't want to believe it, man.
Simone has her moments.
That's okay.
though.
Season 3
Simone
gonna
has
make
her
you a
moments.
believer. That's fine. You don't have to believe
you
it.
gotta-
I'm typically ahead of the curve, and I'm accepting that.
I'm-
I am making
I'm
peace with
like
the
you
fact
with
that Erica
Jordan
be
and
having
the
forethought.
sweaters.
I be
I mean,
like
listen.
I be having some kind of sight, and I call it. So I'm making peace with that. I'm not crazy. I'm saying it. I'm standing on it. Simone is literally the Olivia archetype in Homecoming, and you don't have to believe now.
Yeah.
Season 3 is going to make you a believer. Remember, I
It's
said
I
it.
agree.
It's
What's
feel
up with
like
Marcus?
you got some insider
That's
trading or something
depressing.
because I don't
Well,
think that's
I don't
gonna.
know. This one thing that I know in reference to who she picked, I still believe this to begin with. Like, I've said this before in previous lives, that Simone is being written just like Olivia is written. So this was well before anybody told me anything around who she picks.
But I don't think
Because
she's gonna be
Olivia,
menacing like Olivia though. I
She's
don't think she's
already
gonna-
menacing. She's
she
already
is
menacing.
menacing because all of a sudden she became the it person. She's gonna
With
pledge.
no
She's
work.
gonna pledge. She's gonna. All of a sudden that Thea was the girl the whole time. Then all of a sudden, like Simone, oh, we're gonna keep practicing. I'm gonna do this. She's gonna pledge. They had Thea. Thea was supposed to pledge. All of that, everybody just got pushed out of the way. And
Simone's gonna be
trust me,
struggling.
I'm done. I'm done. They messed up Simone. Simone, that was a good story they could have told. It could have been a lot of good.
And Thea is actually legacy to the sorority, so that's crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy work.
Yeah.
Crazy work.
Yeah. And with your legacy, you don't go through all that foolishness. And then they got,
And they still don't have her do it.
Like,
It's like, it's
Yeah.
so clear. Simone is getting the Olivia Baker treatment, which means she's gonna become the Olivia Baker girl.
yeah,
Oh,
No. Please,
Oh, make it
no.
work.
Look,
No,
I'm
don't
gonna
do that.
I'm not gonna wish that upon us. I'm claiming that in Jesus' name. So
well, you
I
don't
approve that message, Kobe.
Simone,
Bless y'all's heart.
she is
But these
Nah,
writers,
rebuke it.
these writers, the sideswipe my ass enough. My eyes is wide open. So while I don't necessarily want it to happen, y'all ass ain't gonna catch me slipping again. I tell you that.
Nah, rebuke
because you
it.
know what? You
I
remember
rebuke
that
that in
all
the
of a
name of
sudden
Jesus.
after Simone,
Mm-mm.
they had Mustang and the cops stopped them. She's the person comes out and she's the spokesperson. You can't
All
do
of
that.
it.
She's like,
Season 2 is
She's
terrible
like
to me.
yeah,
Hey,
Yeah.
people, I don't even remember it. I watched it that one time, and then that was it.
Facts. I never
Bro,
watched it. I
think
watched
that
it once.
there,
Never
there,
again.
there are two parts of season 2. There's the first part where everything kind of seemed like it was like going on the same track of season 1, and I think it flipped and it started to become Landor Damon, and that's when it just
Yeah.
That's when they screwed
I
up.
agree with
Yeah.
that.
Which
That's
goes
what
to
fell
my
off
point
for
I
me.
made earlier. The moment that a series stops worrying about actually writing strong ass storylines and starts depending all that conflict on a goddamn ship is the moment that shit goes straight to hell.
Thank you,
Yep.
CW.
I agree.
Mm.
I can't even watch. I used to watch Homecoming on Netflix. After they did what they did with Thea and Damon, I stopped watching it. I haven't even done anything with Netflix.
Mm.
Forget it. I'm done. I'm done.
Well,
because that
as for me, since this is the last season, I gotta support my people to whatever they're doing. So I'm gonna be watching season 3 with an open mind. On the Damon and Thea tip, I mean, I like them as a couple. I was mad. Erica will remember this. We had that live that day, and I was on Thea's neck for what she did to my boy Damon. But now that I have time to reflect, honestly, I didn't hate that relationship, but in the back of my mind, I just felt like this wasn't gonna work because I've always had the disposition that the only reason why they got together is because Simone shut Damon out and said they can't be there to rely on each other anymore. So I felt like it wasn't they weren't gonna. I'm not saying they weren't gonna last, but I always felt like he still carried a torch for Simone somewhere. And I'm
It's
telling you right
interesting
now,
to me, Kofi, that you can make peace with and root for couples that are not actually equally yoked under the guise of like they'll get there. But then the couples that are just so clearly equally yoked, you don't see it for from the beginning.
well,
And
hold on.
I made that
say
statement specifically because I'm actually trying to investigate now like what I think that is tied to for you and why is that
Oh,
the
boy.
case.
Look, I just was like, I didn't say they weren't equally yoked. I like they.
I said that. I didn't say that
liked
you
it.
said that. I said that. That's how I identified them. But you didn't
Well,
see it
but
for
that's
them. And that's interesting to me
No.
because you see it for Olivia, you see it for Jordala, but you don't see
I
it for
don't.
Dia.
Point of correction. I really don't care about Olivia, so don't put me in that camp. And
No,
I'm
I'm not
You
saying that
in
you're a super fan, but you are a person who, like, they're going to work it out. Every time there's a conversation around Olivia breaking up, well, no, you know, they'll stay together. Every time there's a conversation around Jordala breaking up, no, well, you know, they'll work it out and ups and downs happen. But when it comes to Dia, like, these are all your words. I'm not putting no words in your mouth. I'm not saying anything other than what you have said. It's just interesting. And it's not no shade to you. It's just something that I'm picking up on. I don't know if anybody else is picking up on it, but that's what I'm picking up on.
Look, I didn't say that I wasn't a fan of Dia. I just
You don't
felt
have
that
to be a fan. You just didn't see it. That's fine. I just
I
think
didn't
that there's
see it
something
because I
that
felt
to think about for you
that's
about
just my
that.
opinion. That's all. That's just my opinion. That's it.
I
I would have liked them to stay together, but the writers made it that Thea got in her own way and decided to break off with her.
Antonio, do you
So
understand
that
what
No,
I'm
they
saying?
wanted Simone. They wanted Simone to be the heroine.
Hold on
She
real
was
quick.
going to be everything.
Because I don't know if I Antonio is basically my male translator. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think so.
So that's a no. If you don't understand it, Kofi can't possibly understand it, which is
No.
why he's getting defensive. Got it. I just needed to make sure. I just need to check.
I'm not being
I
defensive.
see
I'm
you're
just
saying
this
that
is
he
my
can see it in the
opinion.
other two couples, but not but not in Thea and Damon on how they are actually meant for each other.
Right.
I didn't say they weren't meant for each other.
You
But
did.
I'm
You
not
said
a
that they were.
writer.
You said from the beginning you didn't think that they were gonna last. That's what you
No,
said.
here's okay. Look, okay. Then let me clarify. What I meant to say was I liked them together. I thought they were unproblematic.
Go.
But
I want you to
always
know that you
had
don't have
something.
to agree with me. I'm just making observations, babe. Like you don't have. It's not. You're not wrong for not seeing it for them. It's just interesting to me on a psychological level that the couples that you rally around and that you immediately see it for and that you come up with optimistic scenarios to pull them out of the what I believe is their toxic cycles and their toxic seasons. All of that happens. All of that emotional and mental effort happens automatically for you, but also automatically for a couple who is pretty much easy, pretty much well yoked, equally yoked, well aligned. That immediately doesn't get that same effort. That to me is interesting in general. It's not a assassination of
No.
your character. It's not an attack on you. It's just an observation. Does that
Yeah.
clarify, Antonio?
Yeah, I get it. But you know what? It's
Yeah.
neither here or there. We don't really need to relitigate
Because
this.
I
whole
don't think
thing.
he was saying that it was. I don't think it was mutually exclusive to him saying that they are perfect together and that he expected them to last. I think you can think two people are good together, but that doesn't mean that you expect them to last. I think those are two separate things, or they can be two separate
That's
things.
where I'm.
Right, but the next part of that
going.
is, Antonio, for me, and listening and like having extended conversations, is you don't expect them to last. However, Olivia has to last, and Jordala has to last at all costs.
Okay, even
That's
when
the part
they
I'm
are
getting to.
equally
You know what I'm
yoked.
saying? Yeah, that's what I'm
Okay.
saying.
Yeah.
That part is
Gotcha.
interesting to me. It's like you can see and you can walk away and you clean, but for weeks, for weeks and seasons, anytime I say anything of like, well, it's just you don't like them and you just don't this and you just don't that, because Jordala has to make it. Spolivia has to make it, even if you're not invested. So you say, you also are very invested in the narrative of them not actually breaking up, but working through whatever. But Dia doesn't get that same energy.
Because I've seen it in real life where people don't decide to take it the distance. They just say it's a sign of trouble where things go wrong. They just decide to quit and and not make it and just go their separate ways. So part of me is like, I like to see things is gonna be hard, but I like to see people try and work through their problems. That's part of why
you like to see everybody
I'm
but
going
Dia work
hard
through their
for it.
problems.
What now?
You like to see everybody but Dia work through their problems.
I didn't say that. I did not say that. And
But you
frankly,
know what, Kofi?
Dia is the
Dia
reason why
doesn't
that
have-
relationship ended, not Damon. So that's
I don't
That's
know,
not
but
100%
Dia have
true.
no way of
Okay.
representing-
That's not 100% true.
We get to rewrite narratives for the couples we don't like. Got it.
Well, hold
and I
on.
say
Woo!
he was very much
Am I
a part of the
mistaken?
reason why
Didn't she-
that relationship
didn't she
ended.
put that
versus
into
the
the-
I
Denard
think
did. Yeah.
I think a lot of people didn't buy into Damon and Thea because the writers kind of threw Damon and Simone in your face from the beginning, and so a lot of people had in their mind
That part.
developed this thing that Damon and Simone were gonna be together, and so whenever Thea came, a lot of people saw it as a mere obstacle for Simone and Damon. But as the seasons went along, and you saw as the episodes went along, and they were together more and longer, you could see that was a relationship that was building and that was growing, and so
And that's the part that I want to
I
get
can
to. And
understand.
specifically for you, Kofi, like I don't know you personally. We've never met in real life, but we've had a bunch of conversations. I hope that in engaging with me, you're able to open up in ways that you can actually see certain things about yourself. And if you want to change it, great. If you want to make an adjustment, cool. If you want to accept the newness, cool. But at least be able to see it. My whole point is what Micah was speaking to, of like, it's fine if they threw Simone and Damon up in your face, but are we ever going to develop any kind of mechanism within ourselves to not just go for the first easily, readily, convenient thing that's placed in front of us? Or are we going to actually assess the circumstances and look a little bit deeper of like, oh, what actually aligns? And I think that there's a conversation to be had about that as the fans ingest and process the show.
Okay,
That
I was
makes
about to
sense.
ask, was that like for
I
storytelling or real
agree
life?
with that.
Both.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. Yeah, there can be
Because
space
I
for
would
that.
I would credit like my 20s. I definitely went for people who, well, I'm very emotional. So, and I had the privilege of like knowing the niggas that I got most attached to from very young or from high school. So I did have that benefit, but like other people outside of that, there was people who I gravitated towards that I met about because I was sexually attracted to or physically attracted to, but because I've had the other things of like knowing a person, I guess I picked it up a little bit earlier than most. So much of like who you're actually meant to be with is less about what feels the most volatile, the butterflies in your stomach. Like all of that shit is fleeting. And I feel like specifically as it pertains to the All-American conversations, that's where we stop. And that's not it. And I think that Damon and Thea are a great example of that's not all that there is to be able to assess who belongs with who. And if you already have picked a side and you've decided that because this volatile ass couple was giving passion and fever, we got to go for them regardless, and they can never break up because it just seems like it's supposed to be right. But the people who are quiet and like easy and the tension is external, you don't even see it because you've already been conditioned or socialized to only recognize this as true love. That's something that you could possibly need to work on.
Right, because if you remember the start of their relationship, it wasn't any physical attraction or anything. It was just them being there for each other as friends.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Right, you have to
agree.
remember too that Thea didn't have a point of reference. Like she was new for everything. So that's
Right.
why I think somebody like she didn't know how to make friends. She definitely didn't have any romance thing like that. So that's why I really felt that they should have given that it's so much story that you can tell with that, you know. And that's what bothers me with writing these days. They don't look for the longevity of the stories that can come out of that. It's so many
Yeah.
lessons that can be learned. They take the easy way. So
Yeah,
Simone
and
is a
just
big
because
flirt
you,
and she's gonna get,
mhm.
you know.
I think that's also a
So those
Just
are
condition
because you
the
like
of,
start
I
out
think
with
that's
an
a
idea.
byproduct of the way Hollywood kind of works these days because they don't really give
Mhm.
shows chances anymore.
Right.
They'll cut something
I feel
off
like yeah.
quick.
I feel like writers just
Mhm.
because you start out with an idea doesn't mean that that's the thing that you gotta. So in your like original script of your pilot episode, you have in your mind, okay, Damon and Simone, okay, we're gonna put them together. But as you keep writing and as the seasons go on and the episodes go on and dynamics change and situations change, you don't have to stick to the same. You don't have to say since in the first episode we thought they were going to be together, let's just put them together, even though doesn't make sense for the circumstances that they're in now versus when they
Right.
first started out. They just think
Yeah,
they have to stick to what they started out with.
that's a good point.
They do
Yeah,
do
I
that
think
in
that,
certain shows though, because in certain shows,
yeah.
you these two couples, you always thought that they were gonna be they because of how the writing was, they made it seem like they were gonna be together, but they don't
Mhm.
end up together. They weren't the one. They didn't even date each other. I don't know if you guys ever seen the show. It's called Heart of Dixie. They never even
Oh
dated.
yeah,
They've
Oh
never even
yeah,
messed
yeah.
around. Nothing. Yeah, they
Mhm.
were literally. She was
Mhm.
supposed to be with that dude, and she didn't even end up with that dude. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And
It does happen sometimes. But I
I
also
love
think that I also think it has to do with the ships thing too, because again, you've got these people who are writing and they're like, "Well, I want my couple," and blah 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 blah
that was a
to the
CW show too,
writers
right?
because it's easy. Yeah, you
Right.
know it is, right? It's CW. Like,
I think
yeah.
to
and
Antonio's point about the
Antonio,
industry though, y'all, I think this to your point about the industry, Antonio, which is so sad. And honestly, part of what is like morphing into my mission here and like why I had the conversation. So Kobe, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I hope you don't feel that way. But part of what's becoming my mission is to help educate audiences because half of the battle is Hollywood needs to deliver what y'all actually want to see. But if you're allowing yourself to be conditioned to only accept this quick, no backstory, only volatile love, then they're going to keep pushing that shit out. And it's only going to be when you start saying, like, no, I don't want this. I'm not going to buy it. I'm not going to watch it. I actually need something more. But you will have to know that that is possible, first of all, which is why these conversations are important, I think. But it's only then that becomes a very real thing. But we're in an unfortunate space right now in Hollywood, and it's so tough. Like, just being on the inside and like trying to sell original shows that I've written and get certain things made. We're going up against tech people who have infiltrated the industry, who don't give a fuck about storytelling, who don't give a damn about art, who are really driven by algorithms and metrics. So a lot of times, like, it's not even the writers specifically, and I don't know about the all-American writers specifically, but I would imagine that some of this is pressure not just from the audience but from the studio heads and from the executives who are paying attention to social as well and are most looking for viral moments or engagement versus people resonating and staying with the story, because they're not even planning to give, like you said, Antonio, the story 3-4 seasons any goddamn way. They want as much engagement as possible, as quickly as possible. And it's going to be up to us to continue to have these kind of conversations. And I'm charging myself with like being more vocal outside of my little bubble here and like putting my clips on social and doing certain things and expanding, because this shit needs to be said, because our industry is going down the toilet and the audiences don't realize that y'all are helping them flush.
and our stories need to be told because we are like it's so many stories within our culture, within our generation that needs to be told. And I really see that and I think what Antonio was saying, like the industry just flushed these shows out, like they don't give them a chance. And that's we're not going to grow as a culture, and people not going to see that we're a monolith and things like that, and that really bothers me. You
I want to
know,
make a
that
note real
bothers
quick
me.
because I meant to mention it earlier when when we first got on the ships. I don't think that ships themselves are a problem. And an example that I will use is Tariq St. Patrick banging Effie, Diana, and Lauren over on that show.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
have yet to see people have picked sides and picked which girl they like best for him, but I've yet to see it really be a toxic thing because that is not the whole story. That's not Tariq's whole story. It is additional
No.
seasoning.
Mhm.
So I want to be clear
And
because
both
some people might take this and be like, "Oh, you saying love triangles can't happen or ships can't happen? They can happen, but they need to come again tertiary, ideally
Yeah, they should be
secondary
Yeah.
at
secondary.
worst
Yeah, they should be
to
secondary. Yeah.
the story at hand."
And
Yeah.
and even the
Can,
shows that do have that do center the stuff, I think like Vampire Diaries, for example, it does
great
center a
example.
love triangle around this story. But there are also
Mm-hmm.
so many other characters and so many other storylines that it doesn't monopolize the whole show as a totality.
There you go.
Mhm.
However,
Mhm.
it kind of did though, because everybody was rooting for the Damon and Elena
Yeah, yeah.
situation, or they were
Honestly, yeah,
rooting
y'all
for the
got it
Stefan
right.
and Elena.
Yeah.
However, it's interesting to me is that on TV, what we're missing is black stories that don't deal with trauma. There's so much stuff that goes on in
Mhm.
our lives, and we don't deal with that on TV. I think that's why we loved All American so much because it was a different type of avenue when it comes to black characters, right? And then the other thing is
Well,
that
real quick before you
if
go
we,
to your other thing, I don't know
mhm.
because All American seasons 1 and 2 is a bunch of trauma. I think it's the way it's
Yeah.
delivered. I am not
But
of
I
the
think
camp
it's the
of
way
like
it's
no
delivered.
black trauma because at the end of the day, I'm a writer. I know a bunch of writers, and a lot of us are writing what we know, and this is what we're
when
living.
I
So I
say
think
when
it's
I say trauma, when I say trauma, I'm talking about more like generation trauma, like slavery and all that stuff, because there's more
even
to
that
it.
like
We had, but we've had more than that when it comes to trauma. We've also had it where it's generational trauma in the sense of like the greatest thing about a lot of people like about Tyler Perry is because of the fact that he does deal with the stuff that we did have to deal with when we were kids, and the things are different now because generations have changed
we're
what
still dealing
it
with what
was from
Tyler
back in
Perry's
the
talking
day.
about. I don't actually agree with that.
No, what I'm saying is again, the stories that are being told on TV are not it it is not what okay, how do I say this? The stories that are being told on TV are very well told. Okay, the reason why we loved All American was because again, the story itself, when it was season 1 and season 2, I'm not talking about the rest of the seasons. I'm talking about this season 1 and season 2. It was the story itself. We loved Sean. We loved the fact that they had a big bad. Do you see what I'm saying? There was an actual story in itself, but it wasn't just about people getting shot or anything like that. It was also about the fact that this black young man in the hood, it just you know what I mean, he wants to better himself and all this other stuff. However, the thing about it is this though, a lot of shows that we do love, the ones that are actually not about gangs and all that stuff, those are the ones that are being canceled because we've got the one that what was it, the Black Wonder Years, that one was canceled. You have all these TV
Mhm.
shows. Swagger was canceled. There's been so many black TV shows that have been canceled in regards to a lot of people maybe not watching it or viewership or whatever it was. But I'm just saying our stories are not our stories are finally being told in the sense of not just he's a pimp, he's this, he's that. It's more, there's more to it than just one simple thing, is what I'm saying. There we have so many stories that doesn't deal with those things. You know what I mean? The black race in itself is a beautiful thing because of the fact that we are strong and we're independent and we move like no other. You know what I mean? Think about the inventors before us, the things that they've invented. Look at the things that they had to go through, the stuff, all of that. To show that on TV or show that in movies is a great up. It's a great thing because it shows people that we're not just ratchet or whatever. Do you see what I'm saying? It's more than that because a lot of the things that I'm seeing on TV is more about ratchet and all this other stuff. Not saying that that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that there's more to it. There's more things to it than just that. We're not just that. We're more than that. And that's why I said I like the fact that we are showing more in regards to those type of stories. It's not like the Queenie of it all. I don't know if y'all
Oh
watched that
God,
show.
no, absolute girl, child, please. I'm sorry.
I watched that show.
I don't
and
like
I
it.
was like,
I don't like it at all.
it's not like the book at all. But I'm just saying in the sense of the story itself.
Watching a gorgeous ass black woman pine after whiteness is not my cup of tea, and I will take a slave movie any goddamn day.
I totally understand that.
This is interesting. I think this particular point is interesting because while I'm like in the industry, when I'm having conversations with producers and writers and like all of them up in arms and they're like, the audience ain't showing up for the show and that's the problem. That's why we getting canceled. I'm always like, you can't blame the audience. You cannot blame the audience. You cannot blame the audience. And it's interesting because then I get on here and I'm talking with the audiences of various shows, and a lot of times being dragged for the shit I'm saying, and then I'm like, damn, some of this is the audience. For me, the executives need to take accountability for not being actual artists or storytellers or respecting the craft of artistry. We can see by how AI is being pushed like crazy. Like they're trying to replace that. They don't find value in us. So that's a very real thing. But also as an audience, it's one thing to speak about we have more things to say, more things we are, or whatever, other than ratchet and ghetto and this and that. However, that is the stuff that y'all show up for in droves. And then when Erica gets on her YouTube channel and starts to talk about a show like Sisters, which is giving the ratchet, which is giving the betrayal, which is not giving nuanced takes of black sisterhood, and she starts to point out all of the ways in which this is in a full scope of how we show up. It's not having any of the nuance. This girl was narcissistic because of this. This girl needs to do such and such because of this. I appreciate this man still showing up for this black woman, even if she's flawed and in love with another man, because black women will do that at the drop of a hat any day. I am dragged through the fucking digital streets about it, and I think that there's ounce that needs to go to the audience of like, you at some point need to ask yourself, is there some other way different to think, some other way different to be? Because it's a lot of people saying, kind of like in echo chambers, of like, oh, we don't want black trauma, we don't want this, we don't want that, but y'all asses show up for it. You show up for it. And then when somebody comes and says something about it, or comes and like points out like psychological things that are showing up that might not be the most readily available thing on the show, but like feels like the deeper criticism, I get ethered for it. When I'm saying like, yo, we deserve better than this and this is not enough, you just a hating ass bitch and Zatima is goals. Like, they're not goals. They never been goals. So I struggle with the idea of like the audience doesn't have any ounce in it, because I actually suffer at the hands of the audience often when I'm speaking about what we can even take from these shows who don't have everything. Like, we can add the nuance back into it. We can actually have the conversation, and I get fought about it.
No, I definitely agree with you, because when I went to shop my soap, they said that I needed more gangsters and all kinds of stuff, and I was like, but that's not what this soap is about. This soap is a black soap opera, and I wanted to do something different. I wanted it to be more like a old school Young and the Restless or something like that, but I wanted it to also be where we were all rich and we all had money, and it wasn't just about, oh, we live from the streets and all, like we were all poor. No, we all had money. And then it was basically just rich black folks and dealing with fashion or dealing with, whatever. And these are like Fortune 500 type of black folks. And I wanted it something like that. And they were like, no, there needs to be more drama. There needs to be more, we need more drugs in it. Where's the gangsters? Where's this? And I was like, whoa, what? And this was an audience who was watching it, and they're telling me this is what I need to put in it. But I was like, I don't want that in there though. Like, I don't want that to be shown. So I understand where you're coming from when it's the audience, because I do agree. It is us as the audience who crave these type of things. We may complain about it, but we do crave it. And I think more it's because the world is already so messed up. So we just need something to like take our mind off of it, I guess. I don't know. I personally don't watch reality TV, but I do watch certain things that I would say, like, because I watch Power and all that stuff too. But I'm just saying the audience definitely does have a part of it, because I mean, it can be a good show without those things, but I don't think we were able to see that. We had Insecure, we had all these other shows that showed us that, yeah, you don't have to have it where
I would
there's
argue that Insecure wasn't a great show.
Yeah.
it had its moments.
Insecure
Let me just
looked
say,
Insecure looked great, but it was not a greatly written show.
it was
I
not a
would.
greatly written show. However, it did have its moments. In
It
the
just
sense
showed
of,
it shined a positive light that black people love to see. It's, for me, I don't have a problem with the trauma. I don't have a problem, but I'm from Baltimore. I don't have a problem with drugs. I don't have a problem with gangs. I live in South Central LA now. Like, I don't have a problem with any of it. If you're just gonna tell a story, tell the story right and tell a story thoroughly. That's all my requirements are. I think that it's very unrealistic for black people to not want to see us in a certain light. Like, people come for Tyler like crazy, and I hate being put in a position to defend him, because I don't necessarily love defending black men like that, for real. Because y'all be tripping.
He tried to do too much by himself, and he could use help. That's all.
Okay, but like, I'm not even talking about that. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about the specific criticism of, like, why Tyler always telling a story like X, Y, and Z. When I tell you, I actually have a friend right now who is going through something that I literally see on a current Tyler Perry show. Currently.
Right.
Y'all keep living this life. Why can't he keep telling a story?
And don't they say write what you know? Like, if you look at all the stuff that happened to him in his life.
So yes, his writing can leave a lot to be desired. He might be taking on too much. But when it comes down to the subject matter, I will tell him to stop writing that shit when y'all stop living it.
Yeah. No, like I said, I don't have an issue with that either. I mean, I personally just said that it's just nice also to see that there are shows that are thriving without that. Because again, it doesn't have, I don't have an issue with the trauma itself. I hear a lot of people say that they want it, they need it. I get it. What I have an issue with is that's when it becomes, that's all I see. That's all I see on TV. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's no balance. There's no balance. It'd be different if I see.
Well,
like,
it's also we're black in
shows.
America,
yeah.
and we aren't necessarily the ones greenlighting our own shows. So when white people only see our value in the numbers that show up, and most of the numbers that show up for that is why you see a disproportionate amount of that.
Right, that's the point that I was about to bring up, because, I think there are plenty of people who want to see the opposite of the stuff that we get fed. It's just that they're not pushed or marketed, and there's not as much investment as on those stories as there is.
So then I'm wondering how bad you really want it. I love that, like, Antonio, because for me, how bad do your ass really want it? People were eating Tyler Perry's ass up in February because of Mia Coppola, and they hated it. Meanwhile, none of them hoes had ever seen Origin. Stop. Ava DuVernay dropped a masterpiece in Origin, and I can't even tell you. I don't even know how many people that watched. Yes.
I just heard about
failed at the box office and had to get reinvested in by AMC, and like, she has a push now. It's currently streaming on Hulu. For all the people who like, I want to see something different, and I want to see black people in the light, and I want to see this, and I want to see that. You also do not actively seek these things out. Are they supposed to be delivered to you in America, in the US of A? As a black person, you really expect for them to package up and send you positivity and some type of expansion, mind expanding media? Like, stop. Like, I can't take people seriously who are like, I want to see this, but then they don't search for it.
I was going to bring it up from a different angle, like, because, like, as a musician, I feel like people say the same thing about, like, mainstream music and how it's all garbage, it's all the same, they feeding us all this stuff. But I'm like, as a musician myself, I'm like, there are so much good music out there that talks about real life stuff and real emotions and real intellectual stuff, but it's just not marketed to people. And then if you look, and much like you were saying with Ava DuVernay, if you look for that type of music, you'll find it.
You will find it. And I'm going to hold myself accountable in that because I'm one of those people. I listen to, for the last 10 years, I listen to the same 10 artists. And then when they start to fade to black and do some goofy shit and I got to get rid of Aubrey Graham because he's a clown, I look at the landscape and I'm like, I can't pick nobody else new up because they're whack. All the mainstream is whack. All the mainstream ain't saying shit, but there's plenty of underground artists that are saying shit. You got to look for them, Erica.
You do. You absolutely do. Yep. I agree with you. But don't you think that also if we're talking about that, shouldn't the promotions be better then? If that's the case,
the promotions should be, but you can only control what you can control. Like we are not at the head of these studios. We don't get to greenlight ourselves. We don't get to give money to the marketing budgets. Yeah. But specifically for the people who have certain criticisms, okay, so what are you going to do about it? And I think that using somebody like me is a great example because you might not be ready to go and search for X, Y, and Z, but why is my Google Home going on? Anyway, you might not be of the mind of like to go and know what to search for if you don't know, right? But then also, if you come across a person like me, how about like let's not give somebody pushback that has different ideas than you, that sees story different than you, because those become opportunities for you to actually explore and open yourself up. I have been going through an evolution, I think most recently, with how I'm showing up and the permissions I'm giving myself for showing up, because I've been taking in a lot more political content, and I think that they have helped me make peace with the haters and all this other kind of stuff. But I had to be open to like taking in something else and figuring out how I can use it for myself. So like I am now rewording certain things and how I deliver breakdowns or how I have certain criticisms, because I saw a bunch of political commentary people talk about how they have to deliver their message on a 4th grade level. So I'm like, okay, Erica, you can't keep getting frustrated if you ain't gone a step above of like dumbed your message down and figured out 3 different ways to say what you're trying to say if you keep feeling like you're misunderstood. And at some point, again, the onus has to be on the person, because the problem is going to be the problem, but what are you trying to do about it? And I don't respect anybody who is doing absolutely nothing and still got all the shit to say.
I think that's kind of, it's surprising to hear you say that, because like as a person who've like had pretty extensive conversations with you for the past like 4 years, it doesn't really seem like the way you've explained yourself has changed that much. Like I don't feel like you've dumbed down a lot of things. I feel like you've given people more patience.
So the initial statement is going to be the initial statement, but now when I don't feel heard or understood, I'm actively trying to figure out another way to say it in a way that would be better perceived. So I'm going to give my initial statement how I say it, but the amount of patience and the amount of times I say something, that is completely new, because before I would get just frustrated and like, fuck it. I'm either going to argue with you and now we're going to hell together, or I'm not going to argue with you. And now there's more in between.
Yeah, I can see that.
I can understand that.
But again, that's the onus that I've taken onto myself, because I have an intention to actually reach people. Like I'm not sitting up here just so that y'all can hear my voice. I've come to love my voice. But I'm actually sitting here because I want to connect with the audience that I ultimately hope to serve in a similar way. And I would like to do my part in bringing my people forward in ways that I feel like I have evolved. And then also take what I can from whatever you guys decide to offer as well. So that also comes down to it too, of like, what the hell is the intention? If we go back to like the writers, and Mike was talking about how they can't commit or just stay with what they wanted to do. I think that you can stick with what you wanted to do if you're focusing on your attention and not the tactics, because the tactics always have to change and adapt based off of whatever the landscape gives you. But if we're coming into something with no intentions or ill intentions, then we doomed from the start. So random.
I definitely
another thing. Sorry.
I'm so sorry.
No. I feel like I didn't derailed us into some psychological shit. Go ahead.
It's okay. I'm in school for it, so I get it 100%. I love I love having these types of conversations. Sometimes I can have them, and sometimes I can't because it depends on the person. But I definitely love these type of conversations because I do agree with you 100%. But I also think that if we're gonna have a show come out, like, did y'all know that there's supposed to be a black soap opera coming out on CBS
The
pretty soon?
Gates. I was just gonna bring that up when you mentioned your idea.
Yeah. Right. So I found that out and I was like, well, I guess we're not doing my soap. But, you know, so
Hey,
I'm
you can
like, I
still.
guess
Hey,
that's
they
not
got enough.
gonna.
They got multiple white ones. You can get yours too.
We can get mine in there too, right?
Yeah.
I think that's so interesting because there's not as much promotion out there for it as well. You see what I'm saying? Like when I said it to somebody else, they were looking at me like, "What? That's happening?" And I'm like, "Yeah."
I only know it because I
Because of
watch
it.
soap operas.
What soap opera do you watch?
General Hospital.
Okay. We can be friends.
I don't really. I know that it's coming,
And some of
but
the
I
other
don't
ones too
really
before
watch
they canceled it.
soaps.
Same.
I stopped watching soaps a long ass time ago. Tyler Perry kind of tricked me because he's masquerading his fucking show as a 1 hour dramedy when it's really a fucking soap.
It's a soap opera.
It's 100% a soap opera. It is. It
Yeah.
should be coming on every
'Cause I
single day
used
of
to
the
watch the
goddamn
Happy-
week.
When I seen my sister watching For
That's
Better or
facts.
Worse, I was like, "Isn't that a soap opera?" She was like, "Nah."
Pretty
I was
much.
like,
You know
like,
what? If
but
you
like-
think
all of his
about it,
shows are
though,
written like
most
soaps.
of these shows are soap operas. Yes. Like,
Well,
Have
no,
and
I
Have-Nots
think
was
that Tyler
definitely a
Perry's
soap
Sisters
opera.
100%. I haven't seen Have and Have Nots, but Sisters is 100% a
Girl,
soap
so
opera,
good.
and not actually in
Yes.
theory, like 100% in how it's written, how it's structured. It does not fit the format of a 1 hour drama for weekly. It should really be a show that
It
comes on
doesn't.
every single day, Monday through Friday. I don't typically
I
watch
agree.
those. Again, I was bamboozled into watching Sisters because I was told that it was a 1 hour narrative. So I don't know if I'm going to actually watch this soap. But I actually 2 years ago I thought about making one. So like that's as far as it goes with that. I feel like now it comes down to, yes, they should be marketing it, but all the black people who watch soaps, are they just satisfied and complacent in having a bunch of white people on their screen for 30 years?
Right.
Or are they actively seeking out something else? Because now that it's coming to market, it's your time to shine. So yes, it's their job to market it to you, but also it's your job, if you
gotta
really
look for
want to
it.
see it, to look for it and to consistently advocate for it to be there.
I watched Bold and Beautiful, but that was because of, like, grandma used to watch it. We used to watch it
Right,
together.
yeah.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes.
Same. That's how. Yeah, that's how I got all of
That's
us.
how it goes. That's all I gotta say. Grandma,
I was a
man,
Guiding
she
Light
watched all
girl,
of that.
and my mother named me after
Love
Erica Kane.
Guiding
So
Light.
Oh man, I think One Life to Live was the
See-
first one I saw, and then
Oh, I loved One Life
and then
to
I went to
Live.
General Hospital once it got canceled.
I always listen to people and they say they don't watch soaps. And I was listening to my cousin. She's so ignorant. She was like, I don't watch soaps. I said, you watch Grey's Anatomy, right? She was like, yeah, it's a soap, heifer. It's just literally a soap.
well,
That's what it is.
I wouldn't say that Grey's Anatomy is a soap. Not in the.
It is, though.
It's,
It is,
it's
though.
not.
Only
It's
because
not.
of the fact it's a...
It's actually
it's a-
not.
First
With
of
that
all-
definition,
first
you would
of
be
all-
defining all dramas as soaps. Grey's Anatomy, by structure, is 100% a procedural drama.
It is a soap opera because of the fact that, once again, it's a nightly soap. It's just like Dallas was a nightly soap, and so was Dynasty. And if you look it up, they literally categorize it as a soap opera. And the reason why they categorize it as a soap opera, because for one, it's not realistic. It's definitely not realistic. Then two, the way that it is drawn out, of how it's drawn out, that's what makes it a soap opera. The soap opera of the sense is not because of the way it's written, it's more of how it's drawn out. And then the other one was that she watches is Empire. Do I need to say anymore? So I'm like, personally, those are primetime soaps. That's what they call them, primetime soaps. They're not daytime soaps, because daytime soaps are just in the daytime. The primetime soaps, they're more hourly, and then daytime soaps are hourly, or they're 30 minutes, because Bold and Beautiful is 30.
I knew about Dallas and them. I didn't know they still made like prime time soaps. I didn't know that was still a
They
thing.
do. Yeah, they still do make primetime soaps. And most people
Last
don't
time I
realize
checked,
that
Grey's
they're
Anatomy
watching a
is
soap.
100% a procedural, because I've actually submitted to like fellowships and everything, and had to fill out paperwork for my actual spec scripts, and I had to follow certain formulas specifically because it's a procedural.
Yeah, Dallas was the shit. I agree with that. Yeah, no, I totally understand what you're saying. I only know what they were telling me. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
I don't know who the they are, but okay. I understand the whole nighttime soap, and that's what I guess sisters will fall into. But to say that Grey's Anatomy and Empire are the same show is like crazy.
No, it's not the same show, because come on now, Lucius gets, you know, shot, and then all of a sudden he's actually alive, and yeah, all this stuff. Yeah, that's a soap. That is actually soap opera to the 10th power, because come on now, there's Dallas and Dynasty and all of them in one. And then if you look at Grey's Anatomy, the reason why I said Grey's Anatomy is a soap is because that's how they were categorized. When I was trying to do my soap opera, I looked all these things up, and that's how it's categorized. It is categorized.
You looked it up where?
I looked it up on the internet. I also spoke to someone who was actually in the business, and they explained to me that that was a primetime soap.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. But I get what you're saying. Yeah. But it's crazy to me, though, when people say they don't watch soap operas. I mean, I get it. You don't watch daytime soaps, but you do watch soap operas. Because, like, All Americans is a teen soap. It's a teen drama. It's a teen soap. But it's not played like that. It's literally played like I don't know. It looks like a comedy more than anything to me.
I agree with that part, especially this season. This season is set up like a comedy.
Mm-hmm.
Like a sitcom.
Like a sitcom. That's literally what it is. It's like a sitcom to me. I'm like, okay. Oh, I'm supposed to laugh. Okay, got it.
The way they try to finish everything up in a bow, and then yeah, it definitely feels like a sitcom.
They rushed it. They rushed it a lot. But I don't know if that was because of, you know, they did have the strike. Exactly. I don't know if that's the strike or what, but that could be the reason why they rushed it too. I'm not too sure. I wasn't in the writer's room when they did it, so.
Alrighty. Any last All-American words?
I'm so sorry, Erica.
It's okay.
I watched the episode while we were on live, and I don't know what happened.
Hold on, Kofi. Antonio talking.
Sorry, my fault.
I said, last thoughts, I watched the episode while we were on live, and I don't know what happened. That tells you everything I need to know.
We don't even know what happened. So
I do. Not a goddamn enough, I tell you that. And a bunch of more Church of Olivia propaganda is what happened.
It's so disappointing.
Jump up 100%. I say, stop lying to me.
So disappointing.
When he said the sales jumped up by 100%, where they do that?
What is 100%?
In what market? I'm gonna say, in what market? How do they calculate that? That's never happened in the history of any product.
If all I need to do to sell my show is write a children's book, I'm gonna go write a children's book tonight.
But it's a children's book. How does that work?
When what did Asher say? Jordan had something on his wall, and he was like, "Yeah, that's true." I'm like, "Stop lying to me! Like, why are y'all lying to me?" He did not have hots for this
Layla
girl
on his vision board at 7. Layla has been on his vision board.
Out with him. Get out of here! Stop lying.
They lost me because Jordan ain't never had a vision board in his life. Nigga been flying by the seat of his goddamn pants off his good looks and his mama money.
I mean, that's not far-fetched. I mean, he did.
It is far-fetched. He was chasing Riley's and Amanda's and Becky's and John. No, he was not looking twice at Layla.
I'm just saying, this is based on what he said. I remember
they lying.
They
lie. They think we're dumb. Kofi, I'm trying to tell you, the writers think we're dumb.
They lie.
They think we're dumb and not paying attention.
Olivia stopped being a reliable narrator back in season 2. Like, She's been lying. Like,
I feel like Kendrick Lamar. Like you lied. You lied.
You lied. You lied.
Oh, look,
that
he's the
because
one that said
Jordan
my
and
wish at the
Layla,
Zoltar machine came true. That you
that's
were
a
my first crush.
lie.
That came out of his mouth, not.
They
I
just
mean,
wrote that
they
in there to
lied.
retroactively fix
They
it,
lie.
Kofi.
all right,
They just
fine.
wrote
Y'all
that
got it.
stuff to
Y'all got it.
retroactively fix what
Y'all
they
got
messed
it.
up.
Y'all
It
got it.
Because
Y'all got
Layla
it.
and Liv were
it
trying
doesn't
to
make
build
any sense
Y'all
they
got
because
think
it.
they
It's
can just
cool.
add
Y'all got
anything
if
it.
to the
Man,
that's
we don't
the
need
story.
to
case,
worry about it anymore. So
if
y'all got
that's
it.
the case, then Asher is a terrible friend. He
Friend,
is a
terrible,
Horrible.
horrible friend.
horrible.
Horrible.
Holy God.
Horrible. Filthy.
That is
So, Asher, you
Horrible.
mean to tell me everything that Jordan says out his mouth is 100% the truth?
You stole your best friend's, the love of your best friend's life, the one that was
Which you
Right.
knew
supposed
at 7 years old.
Kofi,
to.
is everything that Jordan says out his mouth 100% true?
So are we accusing him of being a liar?
I'm
Yes.
asking you, is 100% of what Jordan says out his mouth true?
I mean, I don't think he'd have a reason to lie, so I'll
Okay.
take him at his face value.
You have never heard him
What
lie
are
on the
you talking
show.
about?
You have never heard him lie
Well,
on the
he's
show.
lied before.
So
Yeah, he
everything
lied.
that he says is not true.
Okay, yeah, he
You
lied.
don't get to pick and choose because you like how it sounds to make it the truth because you like how it sounds.
Okay, fine.
And you also
Like,
don't get to keep, like, you do not get to pedestalize this character and give them all of this, but meanwhile, some other characters, you're going to hold their foot to the fire and you're going to be able to clock that they're a liar. Well, at least you don't get to do that and then think yourself to be an objective, optimistic party. You don't get to have both of those. That's what I would say. Because you could do whatever the hell you like, but you don't get the label of objective and optimistic while also ignoring certain very clear things, but not doing the same for other characters.
All you have to do is put up what they said in this season up against what they've shown us in the past 2 seasons, and you will see that it does not match up.
Not at all. Not at all.
well, regardless, we
Oh,
here.
and they
So
they steal lines. They steal lines from past episodes and just put
Yes.
them back to Jordan and Layla.
Wait, the cast even said that when the writers had wrote what Olivia said to Leila in season 3, when before she got into the car accident, that all of that was not true. None of that ever happened. Leila did not set up Spencer. That right there should have told you that they've been making up stuff for quite some time. Because again, it doesn't gel well. Like none of it is coming together. Like where
They
did this
write,
crush
they
come
write,
from?
they write
Mathing,
whatever
mathing.
fits the narrative that they're trying
Napping,
to push.
napping.
But we all know the truth. They
Yeah.
write whatever pushes their narrative.
Yes. But if they really wanted to push that narrative, they should have
They
did
should have
that in like
committed to it.
season 5, season 4, or lead
They
up
should
to
have
it
committed
somehow,
to it.
Y'all
Man.
But y'all,
like,
let
Maybe
Kofi
even
finish
earlier.
whatever your last thoughts are, Kofi. Go ahead and finish uninterrupted because at this point we
Oh,
kind of
sorry.
interrupted you.
Sorry.
So
My
go
bad.
ahead and get yours
fine.
off.
well, that's fine. I mean, I don't really have much to say. I guess we'll see what happens in this 2-part season finale next week, man. I mean, and we'll get some insight to what's gonna happen. I would imagine they're gonna introduce some of these. They have to introduce some of these new characters that's coming. So, it would make sense to do that. And that's it, man. My boys
Kofi,
in the
real
lead.
quick. Pause real quick. Why do we have to make sense when Olivia Baker is our lead? Go ahead.
There
I
she
do.
goes.
Why you
I
stop?
don't think
There
she's
she
gonna be the lead. in
You don't have to
season 7.
answer the question, Kofi. I just had to answer.
Okay, fine.
There
But like,
she go.
there she
Why?
go. But like, anyway,
Because
like,
it's very
this one-
clear to me that the only thing that we have to do is protect Olivia Baker at all costs. Anything else that you're saying that we have to do because it makes sense? Do we have to when we have Olivia Baker?
Oh, Lord.
all right. I mean, I'm gonna let you have it. So I assume in season 15, episode 15, I'm saying
Hey,
goodbye to
not
my
toxicity.
boy Spencer.
No, not Fever 15. Oh
I'm
god.
definitely saying goodbye to Asher.
You didn't
And
had plenty of time, so you should be well versed in practice because his ass
oh
should have been
yeah,
gone.
yeah. I mean, I've made peace with it. I mean, I'd rather. I mean, I wish he'd stay because I feel like if he's
To
going to
do
Beverly and
what?
no. Hear me out. Hear me out. Like I
Okay,
felt
okay.
like if he was going to Beverly, and if they were trying to position Jordan to want to stay in Crenshaw and be the next coach of
God.
the Chargers, that they could do a rivalry thing. But if this is truly it for Asher, happy trails, my boy. Gonna miss you, but you've completed your arc, and then yeah, man, just give me something to look forward to next season. You know, that's all that I ask.
You can look
And
forward to Jordan and Layla.
That's it. You know, pretty much that's it, man. And yeah, so I'm a lot more calm and happy about this episode than I was last week. Y'all, for those who were here, like y'all should have seen me last week, man. I was ranting and raving and calling people out their names. So I'm in a
You
better
was ready to fight.
headspace right now. So
You was
yeah.
ready to
yeah,
Yeah,
man,
fight.
I was
Yeah,
like,
he
it's
was hurt.
serious.
it was a done deal. I was
He
like,
was,
oh
Oh
boy.
yeah.
he was heated.
Oh yeah, because I was so disappointed. It felt like I they played in my face, bro. So it's like, nah, we ain't doing
How I
that
feel
over
about this
here.
episode.
Well,
Next, final thoughts, because I gotta pee.
I feel like for them to have known that Daniel wasn't coming back before even the start of this season, and for this to be what they put out, 13 episodes, I just think it's sad for the character, for the actor. I think these 13 episodes weren't they weren't good. I don't think they were good 13 a good 13 episode send off to the character of Spencer James at all. So it's just sad.
Well, I
And real quick
say
to
to Eric,
before you go, real quick, sorry. And I just want to make a note because somebody said it in the chat earlier, and I meant to speak to it, but I didn't. NK did not create All American. April Blair did, and then NK took over
mm-hmm,
in season 2. So
mm-hmm,
just so that's cleared up, because somebody asked and was like, "This is
mm-hmm.
her vision." I'm like, actually, I would love to know what April Blair had planned out for 6 seasons of All American. Go ahead.
I know that she
Mm.
said that she didn't want it to be a lopsided show. She didn't want Prince Shore to be the big bad wolf and Beverly Hills to be the savior of it. That's what she said in the beginning when she right before when she had it, and she took over. NK took over, I think, season 2.
Mm-hmm.
So in the beginning, they had like a whole thing. But I would just say that, I thank you, Erica, for creating this platform for creators that we can come, we can talk, we can create this dialogue and all of that because our stories are very important. So I appreciate that. I'll be traveling, so I am. Listen, I'm getting off the train and I will not be watching the eighth. I'm interested to see who's going to be going on in Homecoming. But you all just let me know in the comments. I'll read them on my travels. But I'm getting off this All American thing. It's enough.
Well, you have
Yeah,
done great, and you've made it longer than we probably all should have.
I know that's right. I know that's right. But you all be well. I'm going to leave now. So thank
Thank
you
you,
all.
boo.
Have a good night.
Thank
Bye,
you.
Okay.
Giants.
Bye.
Um, I I don't know how that's gonna work though if Daniel's leaving though because like he's basically the front of the show,
Is he?
and if I was see, I'm so confused because when I first was watching NK and everything, she said she was like a fan of A Different World and she wanted it to be like something like A Different World, but not to that extent. Like basically more of a like a like a what did she say? Oh my god, I can't remember. But anyways, I was watching this interview on her, and and I was watching the show, and I was like, that doesn't give that vibe. So I was like, I don't know where we getting these vibes from. But personally, to me, I don't. Like I said, I don't blame the writers. I think I more blame CW because again, CW, and the work shows itself. CW has destroyed shows. So I don't want to blame. I blame the network because I think the network also had something to do with, how they want things to be in that show.
The
I don't think
mandates.
it
I
was
agree.
just
I agree.
yeah.
They done it with multiple shows. You look at the people like Riverdale; they was trying to get out of their contracts for the longest.
Okay.
Terrible,
I don't even watch
show.
it, and
First season
Terrible.
was great, but the first season was great, but the rest was
That
trash, and they
first
was trying
season
to
was
leave.
good.
And they was
Then
trying to leave the show, but they kept renewing it, and they couldn't get out of their contract.
Oh, I
Riverdale
remember that. Yeah.
season 1 and 2 of Riverdale were great. Like if they had
I'm going to the
continued that,
restroom, y'all. Y'all can keep talking.
if they had continued Riverdale with the whole with Jason and the body and
Yeah.
everything that happened, the story of that,
Mhm.
like that Riverdale. I remember I stopped watching it and I came back and I saw somebody melting. I was like, wait, what the? I was so confused. I was like, am I watching the right show right now? They
Totally
turned them
It
not.
into
was it
superheroes
was the
with
superpowers for
powers.
me. Yes.
They
That
gave them
I
powers.
didn't even get that far. I think the last thing
and
I
How do
remember
what?
was when they were playing the games.
oh yeah, the Dungeon and Dragon game.
Yeah, that was the last season I
So
watched.
I remember the last
So
like full
bad.
like episode I watched was the one when they all like they were leaving. It was like the end of like I think it was probably season 5 when they all like left town and promised to meet
Oh
back
yeah,
at
yeah, yeah.
the
Yeah.
shop, the milkshake shop. And then one day
Now
I just
I
like saw the trailer and I'm like they're
yeah.
witches and I'm like what the hell did y'all
Now I
do?
will say this because I was an Archie fan, but I will say this in
Me too.
season I think it was like the last season. I think that when they went to the 50s, it was better than when they and then they messed it up at the end. But it
Yeah.
in like when they went to the 50s, like when they went to their different time zone or whatever, I think it was better. And because the
I didn't
story was different and
More
everything
like
like
the
that. It
comic
wasn't
book.
about
I
exactly. It
didn't
was
watch
way
it,
more like the comic book.
but
Yeah.
I saw a lot of people complain that they didn't like that for the final season. They kind of erased everything that was built up. Like did Betty and Archie end up together? I know a lot of people wanted it. I wasn't really a fan of it, but a lot of people
No,
wanted that.
they ended up as a throuple. That's just
A what?
What? See, see,
so
just give me one or
I
the other.
watched
Like you ain't gotta. That's
A what? Who ended up as a couple?
Betty, Archie, Jughead, and Veronica.
Wait, that's a court. They all ended
that's a
up.
quad.
They end up all together. They
It's a
ended up
freaking
all together.
vortex.
I'm shocked they
Mhm.
didn't do
Mhm.
that. American.
That's crazy.
That's
Yeah, when I
crazy.
watched this, I was dying. I said, "Shut up! Shut up!
I
Shut
There's
did
up!"
no
not
Oh
see
my
way.
that.
god. Mhm.
I did not see
Mhm.
that coming.
Me neither.
Riverdale was
Me
peak.
neither.
Like Riverdale was peak comedy. That like if there was one show that you could just like
Laugh at.
criticize, it was that show. Like just laugh at it. It was a joke. Like it became a joke.
Mhm.
It was a running
Mhm.
joke. Riverdale was a
Mhm.
joke for sure.
Yeah.
It
But
was
that was
ridiculous.
another ship show too. That was another ship show.
It
It
Everybody
was.
became
was
a
I
ship
know
shipping
show
for
because it didn't
everybody.
start that way. Remember?
It did not start that way at all. Yeah, you're
I know
right.
for a fact
It did.
I was a Bughead shipper for sure. In those first 2 seasons, I was like, yeah, I don't want the Betty and Archie thing. I don't want to see it, even though that's probably what was gonna happen.
Me neither.
I didn't.
Me
I didn't
neither.
want that either.
I
I
never
felt
wanted
like
that.
Jughead and Betty were good.
They all ended up together.
I was a Choni
Wait,
They
shipper.
all ended up together. Y'all don't
Tony,
believe me? Watch YouTube. I'm
That's
telling y'all
crazy.
was like, what the
what happened to Tony?
Yeah.
Tony was pregnant
Did she
by
like die or something?
Fangs. No, she ended up with Cheryl, with her and her baby.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Okay,
all right.
that's fine.
Okay.
I said, what the hell did I just watch? Because I loved Archie comic books. It was one of my favorites when I was a kid.
I used to watch the
And so,
cartoon when I was a kid.
same.
Mm,
And so when I watched this show, at first I enjoyed it. I did. The season 1 was off the chain. And then
yeah.
season 2 was okay. It wasn't as good as season 1, but season 2 was okay. Then you get to season 3 and you're like, what in the world am I
And it's
watching?
like it's cult. It's about a cult, and they're like killing
Yeah.
people, Dungeons and Dragons, and all. I don't remember the
Dungeons and
name of
Dragons was lit. I ain't gonna lie.
like. I just remember there was like a cult, and like people, babies were like being
Oh,
offered up in the
yeah.
fire. It was done. I was
Mhm.
like, what did I step into?
Yeah. Cheryl's mom was wild.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Most definitely.
I think
That was
after a
a
while
good show.
they kind of played into the joke. Like they just kind of,
Yeah.
all right, y'all
They
think
did.
you can't go farther, and
That's because they ain't want to be on the show no more.
No, they was trying to get out of that contract for a minute.
Bro.
Hey,
For a
like
minute.
writers literally said, y'all think we can't get any worse? Let me show y'all.
I'm telling
They
you, I
went for it.
really think that CW takes shows and they just destroy them. They're not
Yeah,
good anymore.
they
After
run
them
them
2
down.
seasons, they give you 2 good seasons, and then after that,
Yeah.
it's a wrap. It's a
You know
wrap.
what I
They're
It's
got
not
like,
beef
good.
with right now with the CW?
Hmm.
They asses are
Okay.
promoting girlfriends in other
What?
Yes, they
black
are.
shows that they previously had on
On
the
Seed?
network. Yeah, they're
that's not
promoting
the
on Seed and on the CW.com. And I'm like, but you hoes didn't want to keep it. So how
That
dare you
part.
think you're going to cultivate some kind of goddamn audience now that you got rid of all your originals and now you going in the goddamn archives for some shows that you did wrong after you built the network off
Facts.
of black backs?
We'll come in,
Yeah.
chop it up,
Yeah.
and spit them
But
out.
see,
While
that's when
also
we had the
canceling another black
WB.
show that should be there because they're number 2 right behind your number 1 top show and not even top black show. Literally, All American and All American Homecoming lead the ratings.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
CW can kiss my ass.
Yeah.
I
Especially
approve
when
that
I got the
message.
superhero stuff no more.
Oh my god. I love Black
Yeah.
Lightning, but I hate
Flash,
that they canceled it.
Arrow. The CW has produced some actual like show like Gossip Girl is the CW, right? Or was that not?
Yeah.
Gossip Girl is the
It
CW.
was. Yep.
They produced some stuff. It's kind of
Like
But
some of
think
the
about it
early,
like this. Think about it like this. If
Happy
AA
Dixie was a
had
sleeper
came
though.
on a different network, do you think it would have been better? Because I think it would have been better if it went on a different network. Like if it came on Fox, like the OC came on Fox, I think that AA would have been better. It
Ooh,
would
the
have been a
OC
better
I
show.
don't know if they
Fox.
would have had. Well, maybe
OC
yeah,
is
it might have done well on
so
Fox
oh my god.
I think it would have did well on Fox
or
The OC
NBC.
or
is it too.
NBC. Yes, because you had Friday Night Lights on NBC. Yeah, so
Yes,
I
Yeah,
and
think
then
they would have done
once
better.
you
Friday
had
Night Lights
Parenthood on
ended,
NBC too.
that's it. The people who created Friday Night Lights created Parenthood, and that's the only way that I actually made the jump to Parenthood because I was just so
Oh, really?
encapsulated by the damn
Parenthood was
show.
my jump, and Michael B.
That
Jordan was
was
on
my
that shit.
I
show.
only
That
got
was
there
my
because
show.
that, and it has such the essence. It was a completely different
It's
premise
so
and
good.
everything, but it had all of the same
It's
heart that Friday Night Lights had. Those creatives,
Yep.
bro, and I think wait,
That and Brothers and Sisters.
that was
Friday
the
Night
other show that I
Lights.
hadn't watched.
ABC. ABC.
Like I would
Yeah.
follow that group of creatives anywhere. I literally, once they announced that like Friday Night Lights was ending, but they were starting with Parenthood, I said, I don't give a damn what they talking about over there. I'm going, and I'm so glad I did.
I don't know. Friday Night Lights, it just had that charm to it. It had that football was
He really built that
like the
world.
Senate. You go
Man.
back, clear eye, full heart, can't lose. You always go back to them. And it's
You
just
really
like it
felt
was
like you were there.
You felt like you were there. I don't even like football, but I was like,
anytime they
it's Friday.
That part. I
All the
personally
characters are
didn't
just
get
so
back
well
into football
developed.
until that show.
Mm.
I didn't get back into football until that show because I used to love football and then I had stopped watching football for a while. But once I watched Friday Night Lights, I was back into football after that. I was
The
like,
character voices were so distinct. Everybody felt very fleshed out and had their own backstories, their own motivations. Like that world was just so well established.
The story beyond stories.
The kids were kids.
The kids were kids and they were drunk, but they were in Texas.
But I'm about to say they was in Texas, so you know.
They was in a
they were like on the back of pickup trucks, right? They was on the back of pickup trucks in fields, not at actual bars in Beverly Hills.
That's right.
I love Landry. Landry was my favorite.
They had to sneak.
Landry was Jesse Plemons is like that's where I first met him, and I have loved him ever since.
I'm sorry, Tim Riggins was my dude. Tim Riggins was
raggedy up front. He was fine, but he was raggedy as fuck.
Matt Saracen was low-key raggedy too.
But this is what I love.
Matt Saracen was mediocre. He wasn't raggedy. Tim Riggins was like dragging his nuts on everybody. I don't give a fuck what y'all talking about. I'm coming to school drunk as hell.
He did, but I love his character.
Yo, Smash was caring.
His character growth was great. It was great, for sure. For sure.
He was Asher.
That's what I loved about him.
He was Asher without the racism because he made a point. The first episode, he's like, I'm not racist. I just don't like that guy.
That's
so real.
And then, Smash, it was a point though. Like, Smash, you're annoying. You're so loud and ridiculous.
He was such an asshole.
Smash
was such an asshole.
I'm gonna have to rewatch this now.
I started Antonio. I'm on episode 2. So rewatch episode 1 and tell me, then we can rewatch together.
All right.
I love that show. I would rewatch it too because it's such a good show.
I just started it again, and I'm like, why haven't I rewatched it sooner?
And you still feel in the feels, right? When you rewatch it, you're like, oh man, this is such a good show. Yeah.
That Jason Street hit. I was like, oh my god, you would have thought I never saw it before.
Jimmy M, bro. I was like,
yep.
And, I always hoped that he would be able to like walk again. I just really I felt so bad for him for most of the series.
I think what they were trying to do with Asher's story was trying to make it like Jason Street. You know how Jason Street had, he wasn't able to walk, so he was also assistant coaching and stuff like that. But that was more in high school. So I think that's what they were trying to do with Asher. They were trying to make him a coach because of the fact that he had that.
But All American wouldn't commit. They wouldn't commit to these gut wrenching moments. They kept trying to wrap everything up with a fucking bow. Like after season 2, well, actually mid season 3, they stopped carrying stories along, and they stopped letting like cause and effect happen. Like now, all of a sudden, everything gonna be all right. It's all hell breaking loose at the top of the episode, but by the end, everything gonna be all right. Freaking Friday Night Lights committed from the jump of like, no, this man is paralyzed now. You are a drunk. Yes. You are this. Like you are this thing. You don't get to be cleaned up. You don't get you have to work for the sanitization of whatever your thing is. And All American doesn't do that.
Put like a pretty little bow around it to make it like so happily ever after crap. Like the whole Asher thing, like where he's basically doesn't have his heart thing anymore. Like what? That's not realistic.
But then he comes back. In the 100th episode and plays unrealistic. Unrealistic.
And sorry for the spoilers, y'all, but also Saracen was delivering pizzas post graduation.
He's the perfect guy.
Realistic.
Relationship, bro, that boy ain't know what he was doing though. I'm like, yo, my guy.
And then with this show, with Friday Night Lights, even though there was, relationships, you weren't even worried about the relationships. You were more worried about the characters than anything. That's the greatest thing about this show. It wasn't about ships. Yeah, it wasn't the big thing.
It was not. Like, it really wasn't.
Mm-hmm. That's what I loved about that show.
The ships were there, and you knew they were there, but it wasn't like in your face every episode. The plot is about who's gonna be with who and who's not gonna be.
Mm-hmm.
It was the perfect balance of like drama, relationships, football. It was perfect.
Exactly. Yes. I love that show. I would definitely rewatch that show. Dude, I would watch it right now. I don't even care. I watch that show. I loved it. I watched that show in 3 days. No lie. I watched the whole show in 3 days
My
because
only
I
thing
could
is
not stop
like,
watching it.
what happened? I didn't watch it when it came out like live on TV. What
Me
happened
neither.
after season like two? I think did something happen where I felt it felt a little choppy to me. Like so season two ended. And I think season three started, and Tim and Lila were together, and like but there was no like I felt like something was cut out in between those two seasons, and I never could figure out what it was.
I'm not sure because I
No, we
remember
got to see
I
them
know I
fall in
watched
love and like her fight it.
Yeah.
I watched
I
the
remember
last few
that
seasons
actively.
live, but I
Yeah,
don't
I remember that
remember.
part. I think there was like a part where she was with this church guy. I don't like he had a radio station and she was with him.
Hmm.
But then I don't know what happened. Like it immediately like the season ends and it comes back and we're at season three and they're sleeping together. And like I was like, okay, wait, what just happened?
I don't remember specifically, so I can't speak on
And
it.
wait, she went out of the group and dated someone else. Oh my God, shocking. You know,
A
just
lot of them
I'm
did.
just
A lot of them
yeah.
did.
But that's the whole point. That is the whole point. It's just hilarious to me. I'm sorry, but
It's
yeah, no,
wild.
it's so funny to me. I can't. I don't know how that works, but okay. It was okay. But yeah, I definitely did love that show. Like I said, I watched it in 3 days. I didn't watch it when it first came out. To be honest, I was like, I don't know if I want to watch this. I don't know. And then I watched it when it came out. I don't remember. I think it was on like Hulu or something, and I watched it. I watched the whole thing. And I was like, oh yeah, this I love this show. This is a good show from
It's
top
to
to
rent
bottom.
DVDs from the library
For you.
to watch the season. That's how I first
Hmm.
started.
Yeah.
Just Danielle, you said the Shy is losing you. I gotta do better. I'm watching the Shy, but I am not talking about it consistently enough. And a lot of people watched my last breakdown of it, so now I feel
I'm
bad.
waiting for it to end.
The
I'm
Shy has
waiting
a
for it
lot
to
going
end so
on.
I can watch it. I'm gonna wait for
She
it to
said
end
she
and then
was
I'm gonna watch it.
ending it.
No, it's
LL
not
Cool J tried
ending.
to
It is
convince her not to
No,
when
It's
she
they
not
was on
just
the
ending.
shop.
renewed it.
They got
They
renewed.
just renewed it.
They got
No,
renewed.
because when she was on the shop, she was talking about winding it down, and then LA Cool J was trying to convince her not to do it.
No, they got renewed.
They
They coming
just
back
renewed.
for season 7. And this season has 16 episodes.
She must
Or
have changed her
15,
mind there.
16 episodes. Versus the 10 that they typically get.
Yep.
I think I
Changed
think
her
that they're
mind.
doing a little bit too much. I think maybe they thought that this was going to wind up being the final season. They were trying to rush a bunch of stuff because the strikes, because that ultimately delayed their filming of this, which is why we got the split season that we got, and I think why we got more episodes because they probably thought this was going to be the final season, so they're trying to rush a bunch of things. But I think Lena should keep it going as long as she possibly can. Because I think that it could be really good for the culture, and with that, slow down and like flesh out the stories that you have, because she's shoving a lot of shit into an hour each week, and it's getting borderline overwhelming.
Pretty much what he said. He was like, "You think you still got more story to tell?" And she was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "Well, then you should keep going."
That sounds about right. Yeah, I stopped watching it only because I want to binge watch it. I don't.
Well, girl,
don't
you're gonna be
like
waiting
watching
years,
it
honey.
sometimes.
You might as well go ahead. This episode, like I said,
I
season
didn't wa-
6 has 16 episodes in it. It's an extended season, so that's already 16 hours in addition to wherever season you stopped at.
Yeah. Oh, 6. I'm on season 6. That's the one I'm on. I'm on the.
Oh, you're trying to binge this season. I thought you were trying to binge the whole show. I'm about to say, girl, couldn't be me.
No, no.
Could not be me.
No. Once
Not
I
100
watch
some
the
hours of
show and I enjoy the show. Once I watch the show and I enjoy the show, I'm watching the whole damn thing. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But you have to get me in that mode. If I'm not feeling the show, you could tell because I'll be like, I ain't watched that in a while, you know. you know. But if I actually love this show, that means I'm gonna watch the whole thing. The whole thing. There is no stopping whatsoever. But yeah, I said I'm just gonna wait until the whole thing of season 6 is done. Then I'm gonna watch it. Only because I don't.
Well, that's next week. Next week is the finale.
I noticed.
Yep.
The 30th. Yeah, I'm excited.
Well, I'm going to be
Just like
adding in. Oh, is it next week? No, Power got 2 more.
Power 2?
I'm going to do Power Lives. Yeah, I'm going to start them this week. I'm doing Power Lives because I got to put breakdowns on the channel as well. And then I'm going to do House of Dragons lives, not lives, lives as we transition out of this All-American moment, maybe forever.
I don't know when Belair comes back.
August 13th, I think. Wait, what'd you say?
Up for you. Give me a second.
Kristen Cole's head all season.
You're on whose head?
Kristen Cole.
I'll tell you just a minute.
When I tell you men be so
August
stressful.
15th.
15th.
August 15th.
When I tell you men be so stressful, and it's the men like Christian Cole that are the fucking worst. Because what do you mean, you goofy ass man? Like, you see problems with everybody else but yourself, ho. You sending niggas to their death. You literally are the epitome of failing upward with your mediocre ass. I hate a jealous man. I swear I do. A jealous, vindictive ass man. Sir, stop acting like a bitch. What is wrong with you? Like, Sir Kristen Cole is ridiculous.
He's living the life that he said he didn't want.
House of Dragons.
Oh, alright.
He's living the life that he said he didn't want with Rhaenyra. He didn't want to hide in the shadows.
He refused it for Rhaenyra.
But you literally doing it now.
And then now she the wretched queen? Oh, really? She told you at 14 she would figure this out and you just gonna have to be in the shadows. And now you running behind a 25-year-old, 26-year-old with a devious ass daddy, with a usurper on the damn throne.
You know isn't rightful.
You know it. What'd you say, Micah?
Did you watch the Challengers movie?
I did.
I didn't. Was it good?
I want to. I watched it and I left. I don't know. I felt I didn't like it as much as everybody. I've seen everybody say.
Me either.
I didn't like it.
Me either.
So I shouldn't watch it. Because I mean I could watch it today.
Watch everything black. That's what I tell people. Watch everything black.
Now you sound like Issa Rae. I'm voting for everybody black.
But I went to go see Challenges last Tuesday because they had it back in theaters, and I went to see that before I saw Inside Out, and I was so grateful that I watched that first and then Inside Out because I would have been so pissed at my experience at the movies if I would have did it reverse. Challenges was hard. I don't give a shit. I really don't give a shit about your love triangle with these two mediocre ass white men who don't know what they want. One can only figure out that he basically wants you, but I don't know why. And the other one is a piece of shit from the depths of hell of piece of shit. And it's literally on a vendetta and will never amount to anything and is going to tear down everybody because he knows he will never amount to anything. Like, why did I watch that? I don't understand. Like, when we got to the end, I said, what was the fucking point?
That was literally me. And apparently I'm shallow because a lot of people were saying, you just don't get it. There's depth to it. It's not about the love triangle. It's about the tennis and it's about the guys.
Even the tennis, Zendaya doesn't look like a tennis player.
They said that it was actually like Zendaya loves tennis and the guys love each other and it was about the friendship and I was like, I didn't.
But I don't care. That's the tea. I don't care about these two mediocre ass white men finding out that they could potentially be bisexual and attracted to one another, but they also attracted to the same little biracial woman. I don't care.
I left that movie just feeling like it didn't give. It just didn't give.
That's how people were lauding it. People were lauding it like it's the best thing this whole goddamn year. And I was like,
Zendaya Oscar. I was like, oh, I gotta watch this. I didn't get it.
I don't think that her
It
performance was
wasn't.
bad, but I also don't feel like the script was strong. I just felt like she sat there and scowled most of the fucking movie
So the
and
writing
smashed white
wasn't
men.
that good.
Like,
So the writing
what was
wasn't
the
that good.
point? To me,
Yeah, the writing
no.
wasn't good at all.
No, the writing wasn't.
The story was. I don't even know what the story was.
Oh wow.
You asked
If
10
you
different
shallow, I'm
people.
shallow too. I also don't like Queenie, and everybody is screaming about Queenie is just so amazing, and I'm just like, where is the amazing in the room with us?
10 different people will give you 10 different like explanations as to what challenges is about, but at the end of the day, it just isn't like you can explain it all you want. It didn't give what y'all said it was gonna give, and it was just a letdown. Like I love Zendaya, I'm
Well,
gonna
I
support
also
her in
didn't get my
whatever she
hopes up, so I didn't get let down because when I saw the trailer, I felt like it was some kind of weird bisexual love story, and I just don't care. I think I'm having like a really interesting aversion right now to being like pushed for the last like 5 to 7 years with all of this interracial ass love, and I don't feel like I'm getting reciprocal representations of black love. So I'm very skeptical in looking at interracial love in media, and not because I don't believe in interracial love. I personally am not dating outside my race right now. It's not a on I'm not that's not for me. I don't believe at this particular season in my life, but it's not because I hate white people or anything like that. I just think that we put interracial relationships on the front and we're pushing this shit, but we don't ever create the conversation around what is required for a white person to date a black person from America. That is completely glossed over. It's like love conquers all. But does it? Because if this person is not actively anti-racist, now I'm in a terrorist ass emotional relationship. Like absolutely the fuck not. And for me, I go into certain things like that. Like, okay, I'm about to walk in and watch this bitch have to deal with some white mediocrity. Great. Like, I'm immediately. So when I saw the trailer and in the trailer they had them like both kissing and like fighting over her, I'm just like, I don't know if I give a fuck because y'all not gonna have a real conversation that need to be had. It didn't discuss, like, it displayed the mediocrity of the one boy, but then also still try to highlight his greatness because he kept beating the other one who was the champion, or not the champion, but who had amassed a whole career and like made something of himself, but he was still second best to the nigga who was sleeping in his CRV. But they both gave mediocre
I'm
ass
sorry,
white man, and they couldn't beat her on their best day. But she just she got injured, so then she was taken out of it. But then also she was a shitty ass person, so it's like, girl, I can't excuse the fact just because you're an amazing fucking tennis player that you're a shitty person in real life. So girl, I don't even want to root for you. Like I don't give a damn about none of all three of you niggas. I don't care about anything that y'all are doing. That's my
Yeah,
take.
it was just I don't know. The guys like you can't convince me that just because he has natural talent that means he's better than the guy that has won like so many things over the years. And then Zendaya's character, I mean, I'm still questioning who the father is of the child. I'm still like, okay, given what she did multiple times throughout the relationship,
She was a terrible person.
she was
And I
horrible.
couldn't sympathize with you, girl. Like the injury made me sympathize a little bit, but you just proceeded to like drag this man through the mud, and he seemed like he really liked you. He seemed like he was really invested. He seemed like he cared from the beginning, but you also picked a nigga who was basically like coveting you as a trophy versus the person who valued you as a person. So that already tell me where your mindset is at. And then you repeatedly cheat with that man over the course of 15 years. Girl, go to hell.
It's crazy.
I agree. Yeah, that sounds like something I don't want to watch.
So for that to be like people saying that you're shallow, like, oh no, I was paying attention. It just isn't good. Like, what is good about that?
Like I was talking to my friends, one of my friends about it, and because she watched it, I watched it, and I was just like, she liked it. I personally, I was just like, I love Zendaya too, but that wasn't a good movie. Okay, it just wasn't, and I feel like she secretly only said that because she's a hyper Zendaya fan. I was just like, no, no, that
I
was
can
just
see that.
bad.
I can see that. If it was all black people, they would have said this was a Tyler Perry movie.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
sounds like it.
I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to Bel Air season 3, though. That trailer got me
Yeah.
hyped. And
They got
Erica,
us
I
in
don't
Fast
know,
and Furious, so I'm excited too now since they want to be taking us
Erica,
all the
I
way to
know, I
another
don't know if you
genre.
noticed this. I
Man.
don't know if you noticed this, but I rewatched it. It looks like Jackie's the one that was raising that dropped
I
the flag
rewatched
for
it.
the
That's
race.
not her.
You sure? It
I'm
looked
pretty
like her.
sure it's not Jackie. And I was
Okay,
Oh,
thanking
yeah,
my
I was
lucky
about to say.
stars.
I was
Hillary
about
better
to say.
come
So,
back.
but yeah, this don't know what's gonna happen with my boy Jazz. I hope he alright, man. Oh God,
I'll
I don't
never
need.
forget my face. They
I
played in my face.
I do not need
You
that man
know,
to be seriously hurt.
all I remember is Jazz going to Hillary and professing that he liked her and wanted to be with her and
It
stuff,
was
and
the
then she
worst
ends up
profession.
on right,
Uh,
and then she
I don't want
ends
to
Oh
be
up being
dragged
God.
on the
back there.
doorstep with that dude. Yeah,
I don't want
that's
to
all
be
I
dragged
remember.
back there, please. Let's not bring that
Kofi's
up.
not going down that road, Micah, because he does not agree. It's so, I, I have very strong
Oh,
opinions about the men's, but I really do. I love the men's that's within my circle, y'all. I love y'all.
yeah, but it's just that. But I
OG.
will be like, it's gonna be. I'm kind of low key looking forward to their interactions in this season now. Like she's been gone for God knows how long, and I guess he's been doing his own thing. So I'm very interested to see what that first run in is gonna
Well,
be like, man.
I was
Awkward.
really asking a
I don't.
question. Is that what really happened? Because I don't remember the last episode. I was
Oh,
asking.
she goes to Paris with old boy. Um,
Okay. Okay.
or wherever the hell
I
they go. I
thought.
don't know if it's Paris or what. But she goes on a fucking trip with old boy
Paris.
and leaves
Okay.
Jazz where the hell he had her fucked up at, as she should. Okay. Mm-hmm.
I heard you.
Um,
Yeah,
My eyes was on my fish. Yeah.
Kobe and Antonio. How do y'all
yeah.
select the things that you're going to watch?
What do you mean?
Usually, they're in the realm. They're in a similar realm of a genre that I already like.
Yeah, I agree. I'm more of an action drama junkie. So shows like Power and The Shy, and I mean All American to a certain extent is kind of my viewing habits. So yeah.
I don't think my viewing habits. I'm more of a fantasy, sci-fi, action type viewer.
Oh yeah, I'm there too because two of my favorite
Most of
shows that
myself.
were on at the same time were superhero shows. Luke Cage on Netflix, and then Black Lightning on the CW, which was my shit. So that's kind of where I'm at too. So yeah.
You asking how we choose like new stuff?
Just period. Because
Yeah.
I am like always like trying to understand a male's point of view around certain things, which y'all don't watch what we watch, and it's like, how do we get you to watch
Now,
what
you
the
know
fuck
me.
we
I
watch?
tried. Remember, we were watching P. We was watching P Valley.
I don't remember.
You don't remember that? Me, you, and Melissa, like a
Mm-mm.
year or two ago. You don't remember that?
You couldn't
Anyway,
get
you
into
guys
it?
tried to. Nah, you guys tried. We watched like 4 episodes, and I was like, "Dang,
I try to turn
they're
a lot
gonna
of
have to
people
do
on to
this
P
one without me,
Valley,
dog."
so I
Even
don't remember that.
what was the one we watched the other week? Dear,
Dr. from
what is the
Detroit.
show? Yeah. Even though I was like, I think it's probably because I missed the first episode. I wasn't like
Yeah.
completely in it. So
Well,
I
that
think
one I
that's probably why.
wouldn't. That one's not necessarily one. I be wanting stuff from men's point of view for specific stuff. So like Bridgerton.
I watched Queen Charlotte. I didn't watch Bridgerton.
Okay. Harlem. I've tried to get your ass to watch that for years. You won't watch it.
First season. I watched the first season. I just didn't watch the second season yet.
Did you tell me you watched the first season? What did you think?
Yeah, we talked about the first season
Did
on
we?
I think on when we were doing a rewatch for like Love and Basketball or something like that.
Okay.
But this was a while ago.
What am I thinking about right now that I want men to watch so I can ask them questions? It's a bunch of shit in my brain. Sorry.
Did you guys watch the first Wives Club?
I did. I didn't finish it.
That's the
It
one
fell
with
off
Jill
for me.
Scott.
The one with Jill Scott. Yeah.
I seen like parts of it, like when my mom and my sister were watching, but I haven't like sat down and watched the whole thing. But the parts the parts I saw, I liked.
It fell off for me. Like when they got to season 3 and she's actually marrying that man, I was just like, what the fuck is going on here? So I haven't finished
I
it.
agree
At
that
some
message.
point I'm going to, but I just didn't prioritize finishing. What the hell do I want you to watch? I had this in my
First season
brain.
was the only one I watched for that show.
Oh, Queenie. I want you to watch Queenie.
Oh, yeah, see, I had never heard of that until y'all just brought it up, and I was like, "Is that a show or a TV show or a movie?" I'm like, "I don't know what that is."
I need black men. It's a TV show. I need a black man's take, and it's a half-hour show, so it's short, and it's 8 episodes.
It's
I
based
need a
on
black man's take
based on a
on
book.
that shit there immediately. Like I need it for real, for real.
You know why I'm laughing, Erica. You know why I'm laughing.
Because the way I'm outraged, I need to know if they're going to be outraged.
Where does it come on?
Hulu.
It's on Hulu.
Hulu?
All the episodes are up,
Mhm.
so you can bitch it. Like, it just dropped everything.
I'll probably watch it when I wake up.
Kofi, you should actually watch Champion. I think that you would love Champion.
Champion, huh? That one of those Afro-British shows?
Yes.
Oh.
But it's it's about hip hop. Like the brother and sister are both music artists and like wound up competing. And it's like a very I'm like, I haven't finished episode 7 and 8 because I kind of don't want to finish the season, but I need to finish the season.
Going on Netflix?
Yeah, it's so nuanced. It's so specific.
My dad was watching that.
It's
and I
dope.
It's good. It's
like it's
from
so
what I
good.
saw, I liked it too.
Oh, it's like
I didn't watch the whole thing
in
though.
the same vein of like Top Boy. I'm about to start watching Top Boy now that I'm gonna have a lot of free time on my hands. So
It's less like Top Boy and more like a British Empire.
Okay.
Yeah, that's.
Maybe y'all watch Blood and Water.
Yes. Season 4 pissed me off, but before that, y'all got me hooked on that. The subscribers had me watch that, and then
watch it.
I got hooked.
And then my
Blood and Water
sister watched it without me.
Did you guys watch
Right.
Miss Education? Miss Education. It was on Netflix.
I haven't.
And it's an African.
I haven't
show.
watched any new stuff for real from August to May because I was in school. So if it came out during that time, I ain't seen it.
It's actually pretty good.
Okay.
Also, I don't want to. I don't want to push people to watch this.
To a different place or something. Miss Education, is that one about like is like the main character a girl?
Yes.
Okay, I think I seen that preview or something.
I don't want to push y'all to watch this because I got a beef against the whole damn series from season 1 and they pissed my ass off. But Luke James' performance in them season 2 was incredible.
Okay.
But that's one that you got to prepare yourself for. I would tell, if you're going to watch it, I would say don't watch season 1. It's an anthology, so you don't technically need season 1. Season 1 is traumatic as fuck. It's for no reason. It's pissed me off. I'm literally, Luke James got me to watch season 2 because I literally have a vendetta against that first season. Like,
I had to have my Bible for the first season, okay? And on top of that, I was literally like, no, this is not what I can't. No, I had to turn it off. I couldn't do it anymore.
My dumb ass
season's
pushed
not
through
too
it.
bad.
I got to episode 5 and I was like, what the hell? And I'm like, okay, after I make it through episode 5, I need to finish it because hopefully it wraps it up and like some of this is for a reason. And I got to the end and I was like, wow, you bitches.
And you never got to the part where you're like, okay, now I get it. No.
Never. You don't get there. Season 2 is not as bad. It's still deep, but it's not as bad trauma. It is traumatic, but it's not like, I feel like the trauma is more justified and more, it's less like white people get to do whatever they want to black people in the 50s, and more like, I think that Luke James' character struggling with identity and like being an actor, just trying to break in, and the lengths that he's going to go to and the mental break that he has, all of it makes sense. It makes so much sense. Versus the first season, so much of that shit did not make any sense, which I get, racism doesn't make sense, but like, why are you black people telling this story of this nonsensical ass racism and you not giving the black people a chance to get their lick back ever? I don't understand that.
Hey, yo, I'm gonna head out.
All right, bye, Micah.
Yeah, I'm about to dip,
Bye, it was
but
lovely
I'm
talking
about
to you.
to. I might have to start watching Godfather of Harlem because I heard that's really good.
Yeah,
So.
that's
So
good.
good.
But that's
So
also a
good.
man show. Y'all got to give me one girl show. God dang it.
Oh my god! Do you watch any of the men's shows?
Hey,
All of them are sitting
send
here
me,
creating this content with y'all's asses.
send me the list, Erica.
All right,
Yeah,
cool.
send me a list. Yeah, and
I can knock it out this
Kobe
summer.
talking about something. Do you watch it? Meanwhile, he be talking to me about all types of shows.
I remember back when you used to cover the Marvel shows.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
saw
remember
your
back
Captain
then.
America, the Winter Soldier reviews.
The
I'm like,
Loki
okay.
Jones.
Yeah,
Before Marvel
Hey,
lost
The
their
back
damn mind.
catalog.
those
The
are
back
lit.
catalog.
Did y'all
But
watch
yeah,
that new X-Men?
no, because I wanted to rewatch the original to refresh my
Oh,
memory.
And to
X-Men.
refresh
Oh,
your
it's so
memory?
good.
Yes. It's
Yeah,
so
It's so
good.
good.
So good.
yeah. I was like, I gotta refresh before I started, but I heard
Yeah,
it was good.
it's
is
really
really
good. I mean, it does the original series a lot of justice. I mean,
I tell you one thing,
X-Men
it's
90.
better than them damn movies.
I mean, the first two weren't so bad. X-Men 2 was the best one out of the original three, and First
I didn't.
Class was decent. So, I
Yeah,
mean,
First Class
yeah,
was decent.
It was
yeah,
decent.
But the
It,
new X-Men is
I just
animated,
didn't.
right?
I think
90s
I just
yeah.
animated.
didn't like how they did Emma Frost in the First Class. I didn't like how they did Emma Frost. That was terrible. She's such a
she
good
cold,
character for
bro.
you to do that. Yeah,
Yeah.
they
I
did her
think
grimy in the First Class.
Days of Future Past was a good attempt to try to get
Mm-hmm.
everything together.
Mm-hmm.
It was.
They was working with a mess, and then they just tried their best to put the pieces together.
And
Yeah.
then Dark Phoenix came out, and we have no words.
You know what? Hot take. I actually liked New Mutants.
I don't know if I
Oh.
watched
Did
it.
y'all watch that?
I don't think I
Why?
watched it.
Oh yeah, that
Why?
was.
Let me ask the question. Why though? Like,
I liked how kind of it was detached from everything we
okay,
had seen before, and it was its own insular story kind of.
yeah.
And I like
I
some of
did.
the characters.
The characters was good. I just didn't like how rushed it was. They rushed it too much.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
They rushed it way too much. If it wasn't as rushed, I think it would have been a really good movie. Yeah. Because
Yeah,
I did like the fact that it was separate from the actual X-Men's itself, and then also on
yeah.
top of that, they were their own characters. Yeah.
And I'm not a big like thriller horror guy, but I actually did really enjoy that movie.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I like
agree.
the concept. I did like the concept. The concept was pretty
Yeah.
good.
You know, Hollywood needs to go ahead and make a static movie or a static TV series. So, oh, Static's my favorite superhero.
Oh, Static.
So
Yeah, he was dope.
Yeah,
Do
Static.
you remember the episode he went to his house and found his dad talking on the phone?
Yeah,
Bruh,
yeah, man, that was crazy.
young me
Oh,
was like, "Oh my god!"
no, they were real. That's when cartoons used to play real, man. They was being real. Shit was
Cartoons were
real,
dope back
man.
in the
And
day.
yeah, it we need that type of content back in media. Fuck, even the Justice League did some great adult themed episodes that I enjoyed.
It.
But the problem is
I
they're
think
trying to. Hollywood is really, really struggling because they not only imploding live action, but they imploding animation. They're putting them animators through the ringers.
Yes, they are.
When I look at the TV block schedule for like Cartoon Network, and I'm like, bro,
What
they really
happened?
just be playing like one show, and it's Teen Titans Go.
They're trying to
Yes.
replace everybody with AI and they're not trying to provide as much resources and money for the animations that to be made. So
And
they're
that
having
was
a
what
reckoning
the strike
right
was
now.
about, right? Wasn't that what the strike was about? Because
Part of
they
it.
were trying
Well,
to put
they weren't
AI
included
into it.
in the bigger strike. Like their stuff came after because they're different. Like they just, I believe the animators just unionized recently.
That's good.
I used to. I take for granted how blessed I was to be a kid of the 2000s. 'Cause I was born in '95. We had so many good animated TV series back then, and I take
I
it for
just
granted.
rewatched. Oh my gosh, I just rewatched As Told by Ginger, and I swear I want to make something like that. Oh,
Such a good show. Yeah.
Yeah,
See,
it's
yeah,
so
I
good.
was an '80s baby, but a '90s kid, and I had some really good shows as well. But I also had good shows in the 2000s as well. So, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
'90s had some good cartoons.
I
Next up,
watched.
I'm gonna
I
rewatch
rewatched.
Doug, and I'm gonna rewatch Hey Arnold at some point. But I'm trying to like
Oh,
keep it all
Those my
together and
shows.
like, huh?
if you
Yeah.
watch Hey
So
Arnold, you
fire.
have to put it on the channel. You have
That
to put it on the
soundtrack is
channel.
so
Hey Arnold
fire.
was the shit. Hey Arnold was the shit. You
But
have
his
to.
room though,
You
You
said
would
what?
have to do a
his
review on
room,
that.
Yeah.
he got the skylight. I'm like, bro,
Yep.
how old are you?
Also, I
Like,
want to do but these are like behind Doug and Hey Arnold. I wanted to do Wild Thornberries and I want to do Rocket Power.
Yep.
Okay.
Now you taking me back to
oh,
my shit right there.
it's a
I
show.
think you
That
should
was
do. I think you should do the Proud Family.
I never like I watched them, but I didn't watch them as consistently. I don't know
You
why
gotta
though.
watch the Proud Family, and I don't mean
Disney
the new one.
Plus
I'm
came
talking
out
about the old Proud Family, the first one
yo,
that came out.
before Disney Plus
Mm-hmm.
came out. I used to watch them jumps on YouTube all the time.
The
In
Proud
time,
Family?
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Hmm.
but there's one show that they don't have on Disney Plus, and I can't find it anywhere, and I'm so heated. Fillmore. Did y'all ever watch that?
Oh my gosh! Yes.
With
Yes.
Is that
Orlando
the guy with the
Brown,
big
where he played.
nose?
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
Is
he
that
was
the
he had a bald head. He wore glasses. He was a hall monitor, but it was like a
Yep.
police procedural show. Oh my god, it
I
was
don't
That's
know
so
if I
not on
good.
remember
Disney
it.
Plus. That's
No,
not
it's
on
not.
Disney Plus. What?
That's
You
the
can find
problem
it
with the
on
streaming
YouTube.
era. That's the problem with digital and streaming. There's a show I told myself this was like maybe 10 years ago. I was like, I'm gonna go watch everything that Michael B. Jordan has ever been in because I'm like a fan. And he was in a show called The Assistants, and I cannot find that damn show. And it has basically been wiped off of the face of the earth, and it's nowhere. Hate it.
The Assistant.
Yeah.
I forgot
Yeah.
what was
It
that
was
one
on
about?
it was on the network that Freeform was before it became Freeform.
Oh yeah. Okay. It was ABC Family.
Yes, and it's
You know
called
I
what
remember that
series?
Assistants.
show.
You know what
See, all you
series
gotta tell
doesn't
me
get
is
enough
I'll tell you
credit?
what it is.
You know what series is really underrated? Doesn't get enough prop? Lincoln Heights.
Yes,
Yo,
yes,
Oh my
what's
god.
crazy?
Kofi.
Yes.
Lincoln
Yes,
Heights was the
Yes.
first
I was waiting for somebody to
Netflix show
say
I
that.
binged. The
that
first show I
show
ever
was
watched
so.
on
I watched
Netflix.
that live. That show
Oh,
was so good.
good.
It was like crack in the
Oh,
'80s. Like
yes.
I was
Lincoln
Yeah,
hooked.
that's
Hooked.
a
You
Oh,
hear
staple
me,
show.
bro.
Cassie?
Yeah.
What?
hmm
Yes.
That was the first show like my whole family watched on Netflix when
I
it
feel like
first
Chadwick was
nobody
on
started.
was
there.
watching it in real
Chadwick was
time.
on
I
there.
remember that. Like I remember watching it and
I
having
watched it
nobody
in
to
real
talk to
time.
about it because nobody was watching it around me.
Yeah.
I was watching that in real time, and I remember Chadwick was on it, and
Mm-hmm.
it was
Yeah.
He was.
such a
Yep.
good
And
And
movie.
he came
Such
back
a
from
good
before,
war.
and
movie.
before,
Mm-hmm.
before, I don't know if you guys
Played the
watch
daughter.
BMF. for Charles on BMF. He was the
The
main
dad.
character.
Yeah, he was the dad.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Lincoln Heights.
That was such a good show.
I actually ran into the mom last year at Sundance at the macro party, and I told her, I was like, I know this is so old, but I like love you in Lincoln Heights. That show is so underrated, and it was just so amazing. And she was so shocked and was so appreciative. And I was like, oh, I'm glad I stopped her to say something. Because this is what, 15,
Y'all
16 years later?
Yeah. If y'all haven't watched that show, it is on Hulu still. Thank God.
Yeah.
It's
It's
such
good.
a good show.
It was so underrated. So underrated.
Mm-hmm. So
Okay,
underrated. Kofi, I'm glad you brought that up, man. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, I remember watching Lincoln Heights back in the day. That was one of my very first shows that I did watch that wasn't animation or action based. So I was, yeah, because and there's another. I'm gonna have a lot of free time on my hands, so I might binge that, and I might have to. Eric, to forgive me, but I'm gonna have to probably go watch The Wire. I might have to go and watch all.
That is long overdue, so I love that. I
Yeah.
love it. I rewatch The Wire every year, so yes, immediately.
Mm-hmm.
I know why.
Yeah, great show.
Ringer Bell is a menace.
Now I want to rewatch Lincoln Heights.
Me too. I'm just like, oh shit, now where am I gonna fit that in the schedule? Because now, like, I would totally rewatch that.
Because that's a great show to have a talk about, Erica, is Lincoln Heights.
I mean,
Because
if people
especially with
watched
what they're
it,
dealing with and everything. Oh yeah. Well, I bet you there's people out there who watch that because that was a very popular show on Freeform ABC Family when it came out.
Erica, real quick, like,
Yeah, we had some sleepers though. No funny.
who do you think more
Imposters.
Yeah, that was a decent show, but who do you think was more ruthless? Like James St. Patrick from Power or the character from The Wire, Idris Elba's character? Like, who was more ruthless?
I don't feel like Ghost was ruthless. I don't actually feel like Stringer Bell was ruthless either, honestly.
Oh, Stringer Bell. Way he did my Michael B. Jordan's character, Wallace. Oh my gosh, I'll never.
Was that ruthless or was that business?
Come on with it, Erica.
But
no, because I feel like Avon was the one who was really ready. Avon was always ready to go to war, always ready to pull the AK out. Avon was like with it. Stringer was very much so like he did what he felt like he needed to, but then it was a very long stint of like, I don't want to be a part of the street shit. So I don't even regard Stringer as actually ruthless. Like, if anything, like, he is a fine ass coward to me. Like, that's what I regard him as. Who was positioned well, had all the potential in the world, but like men who are not actually meant to be leaders who want to lead are very dangerous. Very dangerous. And that's what Stringer is. Ghost, to me, I don't feel like he's ruthless, even though I do feel like he's capable of ruthless acts. I don't necessarily like equate the ruthless things that he did to him being ruthless. Does that make sense? Like, I look at Kane as ruthless. That's like how I define ruthless. Lobos,
definitely
ruthless. Like, Kennard or Gennard, whatever the hell his name is over on Force.
Yeah.
Those are who I like attach ruthless to, if you get what I'm saying.
I get it. Wonder who win in a fight between Kane or 2-Bit.
Kane.
Yeah, but would you also put Keenan in there as ruthless too? Because I would say he was when he was on Power. Kanan. Why did I?
Oh yeah,
Kanan. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. I didn't think about Kanan. Yes, Kanan. Yes.
Definitely.
And like Stringer could not do nothing with a Kanan. Like, he couldn't do shit with a Kanan. Honestly.
Yeah,
so like,
Kanan.
are you asking like who was smarter, like streetwise, like who was better at running the drug organization? Because between Ghost and Stringer, I'm just kind of like, both of them are very hands off and really didn't want to be a part of the life. So I don't consider either one of them ruthless.
Yeah, I get it. I'm just saying, Kanan would.
Oh, go
take
ahead. Bye, Antonio. Thank you so much. You said you gotta go. All right. Good night.
Yeah, have a good one.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
too.
Kanan would make easy work of
Love talking to you.
You
Yeah,
as well.
like Kanan.
I would pick
that's
Ghost
easy.
over Stringer, even though Stringer to me is finer. But I would pick Ghost in reference to drug organizations.
Yeah.
Of course, you
yeah.
pick Idris over Omari Hardwick.
No, I said I would pick Ghost over Stringer.
Oh,
yeah,
never
definitely.
mind. Yeah, okay.
Because I don't think that Stringer is actually a good leader. He just has good ideas, and he could have been a great number 2, but he didn't want to be a fucking number 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll never. I mean, I don't even watch The Wire, but I know the scene when Wallace gets shot, and then when old boy who's in prison is talking to Stringer, and he said, "Where's Wallace, man? Where's Wallace?" And he was losing his mind over that. I'm like, damn.
I mean, it sucks, but also once you watch it, you'll see that Wallace could have avoided that.
Big time.
Shot by your own boys. That's cold blooded.
Nasty
Don't
work.
be a snitch.
Nasty.
Don't be a snitch. Just saying. Don't be a snitch. You can't be a snitch
Nasty
and not
work.
think that you're gonna get killed. That's true.
But I don't want to tell you too much, Kofi, because I think you're gonna have a more colored opinion once you actually watch the whole thing.
Yeah.
Those 2 clips don't do it justice. They don't give the full context.
I just know like this is gonna be. It's gonna be a journey. I'm gonna say that because, yeah.
No, it's gonna go quick. If you like Power, you're gonna love The Wire.
All right, cool.
Because
Yeah, if you love Power, you
Power
are
wishes it was The Wire.
Yeah, definitely.
I like Power. I'm not shading Power. I'm not being Baltimore biased, but Power wishes it was The Wire.
Yeah, but I do have to say, 50 Cent is doing his thing over there, though. He is definitely doing his thing.
Just a shame that Ghost is ending. I mean, I got Origins to look forward to in Raising Kanan season 4. But
Yeah,
like,
Ghost is ending. This is the last season.
Is it, y'all?
I feel like it is. I mean,
didn't
unless
get
they want to split it off
It
into
didn't get
something.
renewed.
Another way that Hollywood works, y'all. I'm gonna just clue you in. Specifically, a lot of these streamers, Disney is famous for it. Apparently, they will go to a certain number of seasons, 3-4 seasons, cancel the show, then renew or start a new show, do a new pilot under a new name with the same characters, so that they get to reset the pay scale. So Ghost, Power Book 2 Ghost in its current form is ending, but I am not under the belief that we're done seeing these characters.
Oh no.
So rest easy in that.
All I know
that's
is my
just
nigga
like-
Tariq better make
But
it,
that's
man.
just like they did that whole thing with when they did on Power Book 3 when we thought old dude died. He didn't die, and I knew he wasn't dead, but they made it seem like he died because they even had him Joey Badass saying how he
on
he
tour
gotta
and this
focus
and
on
that.
music, yeah,
Full of
and
shit.
That last episode came up and there he was. I was like, yeah, Unique. I knew you wasn't dead. I knew it. I knew it. Because he foreshadowed it. He foreshadowed it when he said, if there's no body, hello. I was like, they didn't find a body.
Which I was surprised Force ends too.
Force needs to end.
It does need to end. It does.
Well, the actor Joseph Sikora says it may be ending, but Tommy's story's not done. So maybe Power will live on.
It will.
And
it will. It definitely
and
will.
if whoever wants to throw the bag at Omari Hardwick to come back as Ghost, I mean, I'll help you with the check. So, yeah.
Yep.
He may come back though. I don't know because
I got a video coming breaking down my predictions.
Omari's saying that he's not coming back though. But
is that what he said?
Come back. That's what he says. He said he's never.
I interviewed him at Sundance a year and a half ago, and he did not say never.
They better
when I talked to him.
I was why he only got 150K for Power. I'm like, what? 150K? It's about the money y'all made for the network. They're the reason why Stars is like this giant streaming platform now. It's like,
Yeah.
I thought he got that
Is it-
per episode, Kofi. He got that per episode, babe.
oh, all right, cool. Still, yeah, Power's the reason why Stars is like, well, where it's at right now. So it's like they better do right by them. So all I know is Tariq better make it out of this, bro. Like I used to hate this little motherfucker. I'm rooting for him.
So many people still do.
Still
But I'm
do
gonna start
hate
having
it.
some
Not
Power
gonna
Book
lie.
Ghost 2 lives. We'll talk about it more than this week with the new episode. Thank y'all so much for joining me. We're gonna go ahead and call it a
Later.
night. This is the end of the day, so we gotta cherish each moment in these All American Live after shows because I fear this might be the end of it for us, y'all.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I
But
don't
there's
know.
so many shows out there, so I don't think it'll be the end. I just think it'll be the
Yeah,
end.
y'all just gotta
Hey.
follow me to the next show. I'm just saying for the group that we have for All American, not everybody goes to like other shows. So it's like All American came, like when All American came back for this season, we all got back together and it was like, oh, I haven't seen you in forever because a lot of people don't watch a lot of the other shows. So
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, and
what I'm saying.
I'll be in here with you. I'll be in here with you. I just don't say anything because 9 times out of 10 I'm working and stuff. But yeah, I'll be in here with you. Just be laughing and kikiing, and you know, I like like I said, everybody has an opinion. Everybody's gonna have different opinions, even though it may not be the same as other people. Doesn't mean that we have to be disrespectful, and we're not. You know what I mean? We're just like, oh well, that's what they believe. That's what they believe. But I believe this. And I love the fact that you guys can have these types of conversations and still be respectful towards each other. Because online is, oh shit.
Yeah,
It's a lot.
I like
It's a lot.
I like the vibes, and I'm mostly here just to troll too. I gotta be saying outlandish shit. Like last week, I started singing "Can You Stand the Rain" just to get a rise out of Erica. So
quite literally. Kofi
yeah.
is quite literally the little cousin that just wants to get on your nerves.
But
I
yeah.
love that for you, Kofi. I do. I love that for you.
Yeah, but yeah, if it's truly it for the All American crew, like damn, that would be. I don't know.
Well, we got Homecoming, but a lot of people don't watch Homecoming. I do the Homecoming lives and like half the people show up, so
we'll see.
I'm just trying to give space and honor this.
Could that be also the CW curse though? Only because they're not going to show up? Because again, this is the third season. You know how third season goes CW. So I'm just
real.
saying, I'm not going to speak it into existence. But
The Lawrence
just
Report,
saying.
you're right. I'm sorry. The Lawrence Report talked about Reasonable Doubt. Yes. Yes.
Good show.
Yes. Yes.
Great show.
Yes. 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 Michael Ealy.
Great show.
Who, child?
Great show.
Oh my gosh, could we stop thirsting over Michael Ealy? God damn,
No.
I get it.
That
He's
man is
fine. I
fine.
get it. I get it.
Why do I have to
He-
stop, Kofi? Why do I have to stop? You get to thirst over every fine black woman that come on screen, and I cannot stay loyal to the mental thing that happens for me when Michael Ealy gets on screen, because I don't even know what it is half the time. But my God.
Beautiful eyes.
I
And
mean,
Reasonable
I
Doubt, it's
can't-
like, what is it, the braids?
I mean, I don't shade to him, but I can't look at him the same when I watch For Colored Girls. So it's like,
Oh, that was so long ago, Kofi. L.I.G. it.
yeah,
He didn't
but-
been under hoes, bins, and everything by now. He done stalked women and killed their man. Like, he done way more. Relax.
Yeah, but that was a little bit too much for me. But my favorite role from him is Barbershop
I'm
1 and
not
2,
too
so.
sure, but I think I'm not too sure, but I think Erica has stand for Michael Ealy. I'm not too sure though. It kind of sounds like it, but I'm not too sure. Just
Consistently.
she loves Michael Ealy.
Consistently.
Is that
For
there-
Color Girls
it is
was a
nothing
blip.
wrong with it.
I will never go back and rewatch it. I know it happened, but you
Oh
know,
my God.
people change.
Yeah.
It's
can't.
fine.
Guys,
I can't
you
watch
can
that
have
movie.
Michael Ealy. I'll have Kelly Rowland. So We're good.
There you go. Yes, we all have our thing.
We're good.
Yes,
I gotta actually put some videos up about Reasonable Doubt because it was decent. The ending was a little. I struggled, but it was decent for the most part.
Yeah.
All right, y'all.
We're
We're really about to get out of here.
To see what they're gonna do.
Yes, me too. Me too. See y'all. If you're gonna see me for Sisters tomorrow, we will be back live for Sisters, and I think I'm going live on Friday for Power Book 2 Ghosts. If y'all don't got plans, come kick with your good sis.
Oh yeah, because it's about to go down. Tariq got that strap.
It's about to go down, and Diana better count her lucky stars that she's with child, because otherwise, hold you to caught 2 to the dome.
I'm pregnant with your baby.
Oh Lord,
Tariq, that's not your kid. That is the Hotep kid, and we gonna talk about it. Thank y'all so much for joining me. I'm gonna see y'all in the next one. Shout out to everybody in the chat for kicking it this long. I appreciate y'all. I know it's super late. If you're catching this on replay, drop your thoughts, theories, predictions, whatever, for everything that we talked about, not just All American, in the comment section down below. And I'll see y'all in the next one.
All right, peace.
Peace.